Last night on MasterChef Australia,
I've got a funny feeling I'm just about to be eliminated.
Sandra became the latest chef to face the axe.
And you'll be missed.
I'm a mother, and I think my responsibilities lie with my children.
Tonight, Gary and George serve up a 4-course masterclass.
Great day of the week where no one gets eliminated.
Learn the tricks behind a tasty Bellini.
What do you think?
Beautiful.
Roasted John Dory.
We're just going to try and create a picture on the plate.
Coffee eclairs and ice cream.
Desserts really do excite me.
Today's masterclass, my favourite day of the week.
The day, again, where we get to sit down and enjoy watching Gary and George teach us some techniques that hopefully we can use in future challenges. We get to sit back and just watch Gary and George do their thing and no one gets eliminated.
Sandra. Where's Sandra? You eliminated her, I presume?
Sandra, I voted for you.
Sandra, as a friend, this is very hard to do.
Sandra, you are eliminated from this competition.
Jenny, you were good friends with her. What happened?
We analysed everything what happened and we realised that Sandra actually is the one that made more crucial mistakes that drove us towards losing that challenge.
Are you relieved that you're still in the competition?
Oh, definitely. I feel that I want to be here and I have a lot more to offer.
Well, we're back here in Masterclass. Good opportunity, of course, for you to sit back, pressure's off, so you guys can learn something new. New techniques, new ideas, presentation, something for you to aspire to, knowing that Julia...
9 out of 10.
And Lucas...
An 8 out
are out there working hard and gaining their own experience, which they're going to bring back in the last week of this competition. So you need every advantage you can get to excel in here in the MasterChef kitchen. Today, we're looking at the invention test. You had 1 hour, a maximum of 20 ingredients to cook 2 courses. And of course, you're in pairs. Now, 4 of you cooked with quail, and that makes it difficult to judge because if you're all producing quail dishes, you know, where's the variety, where's the interest, where's the invention as such?
I reckon I would have done something vegetarian, something a little bit light. Poe, do you know what a Bellini is?
Yeah, it's, isn't it a little bit like a pie-clip, but it's savoury?
Yeah, it's a pancake, basically. I would have done a simple dish of a Bellini with feta with smoked beetroot. Its origins are Russian, but I'm sort of putting a little twist to it by adding feta. It's a savoury cheese for me that's really, really nice with a starter. Gary, what would have you done?
Look, I would have picked a fish. I'm a big fan of fish. And what I would do is a simple fish dish and accompanied with lots of little vegetables.
Right, guys, so let's crack on and do the first dish, which is my entree of Feta Blini with smoked beetroot. Andre, you're going to help me today. So first job that we're going to do is smoke the beetroot, OK? And to make our smoking mix, we've got some hickory chips, and you can buy them from a barbecue shop. You don't need to, run out into the forest and grab some wood chips, yeah? There's about a cup worth of chips there.
And they've been soaked, have
They've
they?
been soaked,
Yeah.
all right? They've been soaked. And the reason why is if they're not soaked, they'll catch on fire when they're in the pot. So just soak them for about half an hour and drain off any excess liquid. We've got some rice. That goes in next. The rice is there to hold the heat in between all the chips, yeah? So what we want is heat and smoke. We add a little bit of sugar and salt, rock salt, and the caramelisation of the sugar and the salt activates that sort of smokiness. Now, to add a little bit of flavour to the smoke, we've got some Earl Grey tea. And you can use any tea you like. You know, English breakfast, you know, a peppermint tea. You can even use rosemary or thyme. It's up to you. Now, give that a good mix. I've got a wok there and I've popped some alfoil in there so we don't burn the bottom of the pot. And just spread it out on the bottom. Yeah. We just pop a lid on and we get that smoking, all right? That should take, you know, a good, 15 to 20 minutes to start getting that smoke going. So that should be your first job. If you're doing it at home, you can do it outside on your barbecue because you don't really want to smoke out the house. Now, onto our batter, so to speak, our Bellini mix. 520 grams of full cream milk. Pop that into a pot. Bring that so it's lukewarm, just above blood temperature, okay? So you'll keep popping your finger in there to check. Then we're gonna add 20 grams of dry yeast. You need to also get ready 2 egg yolks, and we also need 3 egg whites. The egg yolks are gonna enrich in the batter, okay? And we'll fold them through after we've added our yeast to our milk. Reserve those 2 egg whites aside. Okay, so that's just at blood temperature. If it gets too hot, you're gonna kill the yeast. All right, add your milk into a bowl. Now rain the 20 grams of yeast into the milk. Just make sure that no yeast sticks to the side of the bowl. It needs to all be in the milk. Jenny, question?
Is that about a tablespoon, approximately, of yeast? Like
It's 20 grams.
You have to measure.
With stuff like that, you've got to be really accurate, okay? Use scales, measure it out, you know, do it properly.
All right.
Next step, we've got 2 egg yolks, and that will add some richness. Give that a good whisk. Now, next step is 150 grams of plain flour. No need to sift it. Then 150 grams of buckwheat flour, okay? Now, buckwheat flour, it would sort of give the Bellini pancake this really interesting beer flavour. Right, you want to pop some cling film over that, and we're just going to leave that in a nice little warm area.
How long do you leave that to rest?
Well, basically you need the mix to rise, okay? You need to allow the yeast to activate.
Yeah.
So we'll take our little baby over here for about half an hour.
After the break, George puts the finishing touches on his beetroot Bellini.
That is a beautiful dish.
And later, dessert is on the menu.
Sure you don't want another one? There you go.
Now, next step is to prepare the beetroot to go into our smoking mix. As we can see, our smoke is happening, yeah? Look at that, SOS.
George, does it matter that there's quite a few burnt pieces in there?
No, that flavour's not going to go into your food. Right. What you're going to get is that flavour there, that smokiness. Yep. Right, our smoking mix is ready for our beetroot. All right, just chop the stalk off, okay? Now pop that on your foil. Drizzle it with some olive oil. And just a little sprinkle of sea salt and fold that up like you would a jacket potato, yeah? You don't need to take the skin off now. It's a lot easier to take it off after you've cooked it than before. Right, that's going to go into an oven at about 160 degrees for about an hour. A few little tips when using beetroot. Lay some greaseproof paper out, pop some gloves on, because the last thing you want is beetroot everywhere. So that's been in the oven for about an hour, about 160 degrees. It's nice and cooked.
Considering time constraints, could you boil it possibly to speed that up?
I wouldn't boil it, no. It's just, you lose a lot of that flavour when you're boiling things. Yeah, so just cut your beetroot in half, wrap it in foil, straight in the oven. 25 minutes later, it comes out and you're done. Yep. Now, you should be able to pick that up, right? and peel the skin off gently. Don't pick at it, just rub at it. Rub at it. See how it's starting to come off?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Look, that's how easy it is to peel a beetroot. Be a little bit more liberal. Yeah, that's it. All right, the next step is we're going to make some really cool shapes out of the beetroot to go on the plate. And you want to do this all before you smoke it. So we need to get a flat bottom and a flat top.
Right.
So to achieve that, first take a slice off.
Of there.
There. Okay, now stand it up.
And then cut it there.
No, then cut it there.
Okay.
Take your time. Okay, not bad. Beautiful. And then cutter. Gently press it through, gently. Yep. Good job, man. Now that we've cut our shapes, pop them onto a rack. Pop that in, and we're just going to smoke them. Now, at this point, lid goes back on. And if you don't want to cook your vegetable anymore, just turn the gas off. And the smoke that's in there will give it enough flavour. That's what we call cold smoke, all right? Hot smoke is when we keep the heat going and we're actually cooking the product as well as incorporating the smoky flavour. So we're cold smoking this, we've turned the heat off, and we're going to leave it in there until this pot goes cold. So that's about half an hour.
The rest of that you could do with use a salad?
You could use in a salad, or you can just chop that up, pop that onto a tray, a little bit of salt, oven at 60 degrees overnight, blend that up in a little coffee grinder, and you've got beetroot powder, or into a mortar and pestle.
That smells beautiful.
When you dehydrate something, you're timesing the flavour by 5.
Would that go well in a beetroot risotto, or would it get too gluggy?
No, that'd be delicious.
Be good, yeah.
Just at the last minute, pop a spoon of beetroot powder in there, stir it around, and be absolutely delicious. Sammy?
What are other vegetables you can use for smoking?
You need a vegetable that's porous, that's going to absorb flavour. All right, things like potatoes are great. They're beautiful to smoke. Smoked potatoes are delicious. Right, next step to our Bellini batter. Have a look at that. It's risen, pretty much doubled in size. All right, and that was what, 20 minutes? Now we need to incorporate our egg whites into our Bellini batter. We've got 3 egg whites in there. You want to start whisking that. A little pinch of salt, and what we want is nice stiff peaks. So the stiff egg whites will basically aerate the mix to another level, as well as the yeast, so you get really nice, spongy, fluffy pancakes. So pop all the egg whites in, all right, and start gently incorporating that. Yep, that's good, Andre, that's excellent. And pretty much at this point, your Bellini batter is ready to go. So we're using special pans here, they're Bellini pans, all right, very traditional. If you haven't got a Bellini pan, you can do it in a large frying pan and just pop the batter in like you would a pancake or a hot cake. Rub the insides with a bit of olive oil. Taking a ladle, right, go. We want it to sort of come to the top level of the pan, all right, because we want nice, fluffy, big Bellinis. Now, next stage, popping the feta throughout the Bellini mix.
Low heat?
Really low heat. About 3 minutes on one side and 3 minutes on the other. Jeannie, question?
The pan was actually cold before you put your mix in, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Because if I put the mix in while the pan's hot, it's going to colour too quickly, all right, without it cooking. So really important, cold pan, mix goes in, onto the stove and start the heat process.
And very low heat.
Yeah, very low heat. You've got to remember, we're not making a thin pancake where you can pop it the mix straight into a pan and flip them and they're cooked. They're thick and we need the heat to penetrate through and cook the batter. We don't want raw batter inside. What we want is a nice golden colour under there. A good little indicator is just with a little spatula, just pull the sides up a little bit and have a look. See, it's still a bit opaque.
Should the top be a little bit more... It's fine like that?
Yeah, that's fine, because if that cooks on the top, means the bottom's burnt.
Yep.
Right, while our Bellini's cooking on one side, we're going to take the beetroot out of the smoking pot, OK? And that's been in there for about 25 minutes now, so really intensifying that smoky flavour. Give them a little drizzle with olive oil just to shine them up and make them glossy. A little bit of sea salt, OK? And they're ready to be plated up. The next step is we need to flip it. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Well done, man.
I love the vegas.
All right, now we'll plate it up, okay? Straight out of the pan, straight onto the plate. Nice large plate. Okay, and there we have it, nice golden Bellini. Our beetroots that we've just lathered with olive oil. Traditionally, they'd serve Bellinis with sour cream. I'm serving it with creme fraiche. Now, next is our beetroot powder. You know, I think of places like Ayers Rock when I, liberally just scatter this on the plate, looks quite earthy. Little baby basil leaves that we just gently drop on the plate. Right, guys, 3 top tips for the Feta Blini with smoked beetroot. Make sure your wood chips have been soaked in water or else they'll catch on fire. Number 2, allow the pot to cool down totally before you pull the beetroots out so they really get that smoky flavour. Number 3, make sure your pan is cold when you put your Bellini batter into the pan and then cook it. Andre, what do you think?
That smokiness of the beetroot is so much better than just baked. I think it's dried it out also slightly. That is a beautiful dish.
Chris and I are here at the Boathouse in Glebe doing our work experience today, trying our hand in a professional environment. It's very exciting.
Oysters on 9 already, service please.
Yeah, we're in the middle of lunchtime service and it's pretty busy. We're chucking oysters like mad and we've only just learned to do it, so the pressure's quite enormous, really.
We've got 6 clear.
It seems like a simple task, but it's easy to stab the oyster and then it's got to be thrown away, which is huge waste.
All right, have to go again here. 2 of these. They're stuffed. Money in the bin. Any oyster that goes in the bin, we're losing money on.
So we got stuck into shucking some oysters. Chef, I'm having trouble with this one, mate. There's obviously an art form to it and I haven't mastered it yet.
Well, you got expensive taste, don't you? Clear to learn.
I think I got 3 out and then about 15 in the bin.
No, we can't be wasting any more.
I don't think I'm doing myself any favours at the moment with the chef.
I don't think salmon and oyster shucking are a match made in heaven, unfortunately. It feels really natural for me. I'm loving it, so I feel like I've been doing this for a long time. It's great.
Beautiful.
This experience is great because you get to get an idea of the high standards that it takes to actually deliver, first-class food. So, throwing these oysters in the bin while it hurts, it's giving you the exposure to what you need, what it takes to actually take it to the top level. I'll pay you back for those oysters, mate.
Anyway, mate. I'll take it out of your hide after service.
He enjoys that.
Right, well, here we have it. That's our entree starter of Feta Blini with smoked beetroot. And now we're on to Gary's main course.
Look, I would have picked a fish, and what I would do is a simple fish dish, roasted, and then accompanied with lots of little vegetables. So we're going to do a roasted dory on the bone with baby vegetables and a vegetable nage with creme fraiche. So, Sam, you did the ocean trout for the invention test.
They're the only ones not cooking quail, so why not? Good on them. The trout is cooked beautifully. Well done, Sam.
Sam, come up here, and we're going to do a couple of things together. OK, so the first thing we're going to do is prepare the baby vegetables. A couple of these baby carrots. Basic lesson. Very light touch and peel away from you. And then, because you want to try and keep the shape, like sharpening a pencil, and then you want a couple of the turnips, and then we've got a couple of these sort of large spring onions and a couple of baby leeks. Now, why do you think we use baby vegetables?
Presentation. Okay, I can see.
Maybe. What would be another good reason that you'd use a baby vegetable?
Are they going to be sweeter, baby vegetables? Are they going to have more flavour?
Yeah, that's the reason I would use baby vegetables, is because they're sweeter. I wouldn't use them just for presentation's sake.
Yep.
Now, I've got some vegetable stock that's been made with carrots, fennel, leek, and some aromats like bay leaves and star anise and thyme. Bit of olive oil for flavour. And I'm putting in chervil and a bit of tarragon just to enhance this vegetable stock. And I'm going to bring that to the boil, and I'm going to cook all the little baby vegetables in stages. So basically, I'm going to put the vegetables in that take the longest, carrots and the turnips first. They'll take about 5 minutes, I reckon, just to start to tenderise. And then we're going to put the baby onions and the fennel, and then after that, the green vegetables, which are the leeks and some baby zucchini. Look at those little ones. Aren't they beautiful? Fish next. Now, this is a John Dory, and we know that it's a John Dory because it's got like a thumbprint right behind the gill. Now, what we've got to do here is we've got to remove the head, and essentially, it's a 45-degree angle across that. So we draw a line, and then what we're going to do is, if you feel along there, there's a gap where the flesh hits bone. Now, these lines are like trace lines, so we know where we're going to go. And one goes that way, and the other one starts in a point, and it comes around where bone meets flesh, there. So what I want you to do now is I just basically want you to knock through the bone here, and here. But baby onions are going in. Come on, hit it. Hit it, boy. And then I want you to trim around where your traced line is with the scissors. You see you've traced a line across there, right? Once you start. Easy, huh? But just careful that you're not cutting into the flesh around here. You want to be able to look at both sides and go, all right, trim it out the bone. Excellent. Right, next job. What you'll find is a sort of a natural separation at the top where the skin meets flesh, all right? So I just want you to tease that slightly, and you can come up underneath the skin like this, all right? But then you're going to go flat onto the flesh. Look, flat onto the flesh, look. All right, very nice, easy, I can feel what's going underneath that fish type motion. All right, so you end up with that. Andre, you have a question?
You do a flounder like that as well?
Yeah. You can actually, a flounder, you can actually pull the skin off. Jenny?
If you were using flounder, I usually leave the whole head when I do flounder, but I take the skin off. You would trim it the same way?
I'd take the head off. I think here in Australia, people have got a bit of a problem with heads and eyes and gills and fins. I know my wife does. And flounder, leaving the head on, it's a massive head. So season the fish with a little bit of salt on both sides, Sam. And we're going to cook in olive oil, and then that fish goes gently into the pan. That John Dory, now it's in the pan, that's going to take about 4 minutes either side, so total cooking time about 6 to 8 minutes. So the idea is to start hot, get the caramelisation, turn the pan down. And then at the end, we're going to finish with butter, a little bit of garlic and thyme, just to enhance the flavour. That John Dory, now it's in the pan, that's going to take about 4 minutes either side, so total cooking time about 6 to 8 minutes. Sam, you got any questions?
What else went in with the veg? I didn't hear.
In the vegetable stock, we've got the carrots, baby turnips, baby fennel's gone in, and then with the last two vegetables are the baby leeks and the baby zucchini, which we'll put in when we flip the fish over.
Okay. Are there other fish that are good to use on the bone like this?
Sole, flounder, perfect, absolutely. Also, monkfish is beautiful on the bone as well, and flathead, I think, is one of the best fish we have. Justine, you have a question?
Are you going to finish the fish with butter or just olive oil for this one?
I'll finish the fish with butter when I'm roasting it, yes. First flip, nice and golden brown.
Nice.
And it should be nearly cooked through, but not quite, because remember, I want to rest this. Just like meat, you should rest fish in exactly the same way. So we're going to put the zucchini in the vegetable broth and also the baby leeks as well. And what's happening is this stock is reducing around the vegetables as they're cooking. And then if you can cut a nice slither of butter, so that's ready to go. This fish is almost done now, so it's had an equal amount of time on either side. Let's put the knob of butter in and your garlic and your thyme. We take it off the heat and we allow the butter to melt and allow the garlic to release all of its flavour. And then we're just going to baste that fish. Right, Sam, just take that piece of fish out and let that rest nice and gently. A little bit of sea salt to finish. Right, so fish is cooked. Next thing we do is drain the vegetables from the cooking liquid, and then we're going to separate the aromatics. Remember, we put the chervil and we put the tarragon in to enhance the flavour. So we're just going to fish those out so that we've got nice clean vegetables that we can dress onto the plate and a nice piece of fish that's ready to go. So the cooking liquid from the vegetables, which you've drained out, we're going to use to make a very simple sauce. So the first thing we're going to do is just going to strain into another little pan, all right? Put a sprinkle of olive oil in, and the olive oil is to add another dimension of flavour, nice, fresh, grassy earthiness to the sauce. Yep, that's perfect.
Okay.
And then I want a spoonful of creme fraiche into that jug. And what we're going to do is we're going to buzz that creme fraiche into the reduced stock. So we're going to put the boiling vegetable stock, or the boiling vegetable nage, as we call it, into the creme fraiche, which will lighten and whiten and smooth the flavours out, okay? And that's why the olive oil's in there and the creme fraiche, is you get this nice grassy overtones from the olive oil, these nice sort of creamy, acidic texture and taste from the creme fraiche, and then the nice sweet overtones from the Nage. So time to dress now. What would you do?
I would have just put the vegetables on the bottom and put the fish on top.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad you said that.
That's what I would have done.
That's what I'm glad you said that, because what I'm going to do, and you would notice that George does the same, is we're just going to try and create a story. We're just going to try and create a picture on the plate. And you might think it's a bit fancy, and you might think, nah, it's a bit rubbishy. But remember, people eat with their eyes, okay? All vegetables change, right? So different shapes, different look. And like if I've got something long like that, I might, you know, see if I can tease it around something, just to, you know, just to add like a different dimension to the dish.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to do when I do this is I'm just trying to add some balance to the dish.
Yep.
All right, and I want to make it look like they've just miraculously tumbled out onto the plate, okay? Put this lovely sauce on, and then tie it together with the oil. Drizzle it around. That's it, beautiful, beautiful. And then all I want you to do is just put a few herbs on, including the tarragon leaves, just to lighten the whole little exercise up. There we have it, the roast dory with baby vegetables and a vegetable nage with creme fraiche, or a vegetable jus with creme fraiche. The tips that I want to give you with the dish I've shown you is more about presentation. So if you wouldn't eat it yourself, if it doesn't strike you as being a gorgeous dish to eat, don't serve it. That's the first rule. The second one is you need something to tie the dish together. Yep. That's perfect. You do need a sauce, you do need a vinaigrette, you do need a cream or a yogurt or something that's going to blend the various flavours that you put on a plate, and that's really important. It's also helps you eat, it helps you digest the food. You know, first stage of digestion sounds awful, but it's in your mouth. So when you're eating it, something that moistens your palate and helps you swallow, let's face it. And number three is the relevance of all the little elements that you put on a dish. So in this case, they're baby vegetables, they're being cooked together, you know, and the way you present them on the plate, it's something that you have to think about, you've got to play around with to perfect, so that when you look at it, it's a really appealing or tempting dish to eat. Okay, George.
Wow, delicious. That looks beautiful, Gary. So, guys, if it was Gary and I's invention test, this is what we would have done. An entree of Feta Blini with smoked beetroot and a main course of beautiful John Dory cooked on the bone with baby vegetables.
Sam, would you like to come up and taste?
Absolutely. That fish is beautiful.
Just cooked, isn't it?
It's great.
Julie, up you come. Try the beetroot, smoked beetroot entree.
I normally eat the beetroot out of the tin.
Oh, Julie.
When you were smoking it, I thought it might be too smoky, but that's just really delicate. Gee, that's nice fish, isn't it?
All right, lovely.
What's for dessert?
You'll have to wait and see. You must remember that desserts are an essential part of your repertoire, especially now, at this stage of the competition. The first thing we're going to do is recap this week's pressure test. Now, in that pressure test, you were given 2¼ hours to make a full-on, full-size croquembouche.
Jesus me, croquembouche. I couldn't believe it when it came out. Caramel, choux pastry, lots of intricate components.
So today, in Masterclass, we're going to do coffee eclairs. And to help me, I think we're going to use Chris. So the first thing we're going to do is make the choux pastry. So put 265 mils of milk, and then I want you to put 210 mils of water into that pan up to the boil with the tablespoon of sugar and the salt. And then, Chris, butter. There's about 150 grams of butter. Put that straight into the milk. And what we're going to do is we're going to melt those liquids together. OK, Chris, milk is boiling, butter's dissolved, sugar and salt's dissolved. So what you need to do is you need to put 260 grams of flour, which is sifted, straight into the boiling milk mixture, and then start to stir. So this is going to take about 3 to 4 minutes to continue to cook that out. And then the whole idea is it starts to leave the sides of the pan as the flour absorbs the milk and the butter mixture. And then what's crucial here is that you've got to cook that flour out long enough to develop the gluten in it so that it can take the eggs when you add them in. If you don't do that, you get a really sloppy mixture. And what we're looking for is just so that you've got this cohesive dough that is separating from the sides of the pan, and when I fold it over, is that nice, see that nice shiny surface? That's what I'm looking for. Okay? Off, straight into that bowl, and I want you to knock out a bit of that heat. The reason we're going to knock a little bit of that heat out is because if it's too hot and we put our eggs in, it's going to scramble the eggs. So it's cooled down a wee bit, now we're going to add the eggs. Now there's 8 eggs in this recipe. The reason there are a lot of eggs is that choux pastry with eclairs, eggs are the raising agent. So first 2 eggs are going in, you can start mixing. And while you're doing that, I'm just going to butter a tray lightly, just so we can pipe our eclairs on. Right, last 2 eggs. Piping bag, piping tube. Now, what you want to do is that this hand must be like that. And the reason it must be like that is because you want it to be nice and open. And when you put it in, you're actually using that thumb, that crook, to wipe that. Okay. You can keep that nice and clean, you see, because it goes in, and it goes in like that. And then shake it down, make sure there's no air in it. And then we'll pipe our eclairs. But basically what you want to do is you want to be able to pipe it so that it's the thickness of the tube. So gentle pressure, and then just flick it back on itself. All right? When you put it down, don't squash it. See how mine aren't squashed? The reason we've spaced them out is they're going to puff up, probably double their size as they cook. All right? So into the oven, and they get baked at 210, 220 to start with, okay, which gives it that push, that sharp puff, and they'll take about 20 minutes to cook, all right? And then you dry at 180, so then it bakes thoroughly without getting too dark. What you must not do in their puffing stage is keep opening the door, because all the heat goes out. All right? Chris, thanks very much. Hope you learned something.
I did.
While the choux pastry is baking, I'm going to do the topping for the eclair. And I'm using fondant, sugar fondant, which is this very soft, stretchy sugar. Now, the key with this stuff is that it can't really go over sort of blood temperature. And what I'm looking for here is hot, but not too hot that I have to go, ow. Yeah, feeling again, not too hot. What I can see is that it's starting to get sort of shiny and soft in the bottom of the pot, all right? Any questions about this fondant, Sam?
So you're actually not trying to melt that, you're actually just trying to loosen it.
I'm warming it.
Yeah.
So I am melting it.
Yeah.
It's just that at room temperature, that fondant icing is really stiff and sticky. And what I want it to be is soft, shiny, and fluid. Okay? Because as it cools, it will then stiffen and set. So I'm going to dip up an eclair into it. Okay. And then as it cools, it'll set.
Okay.
All right?
If you couldn't find sugar fondant, could you substitute something else?
You can use chocolate. Like you could dip them in chocolate. That's okay. Now I'm going to flavour the fondant icing. And what I've got here is a coffee essence. It's made with coffee grounds and sugar syrup. You can use free-dried coffee, instant coffee. You just dissolve it into water, throw a heap of sugar in it, bring it to the boil until you get a lovely coffee syrup. So I'm going to put some in. See what's happening? That is our coffee fondant for the eclairs. Nice and soft, ready for our choux pastry to dip into. Beautiful. So the eclairs are cooked and cooled. Our coffee fondant is ready. And George, you're going to help me fill?
Yes. Today we're going to fill our coffee eclairs with a simple vanilla bean cream. There's a little bit of icing sugar in there for sweetness, and of course, fresh vanilla bean scraped into there. First, we need to make a little hole and then fill our piping bag up with our vanilla bean cream. And then, because you can't see it, you want to feel some weight in it and apply enough pressure without it exploding. So you can just feel the pressure going through the eclair.
Now the eclairs are filled with cream, we're going to now dip them into the coffee fondant. Okay, you ready with that? All yours?
Right, so dip. Run your clean finger over there. All right.
They look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So while George does that, I'm going to make some chocolate. I'm going to pipe coffee on each one. George, don't eat those.
I had to.
There was one extra, wasn't there?
One extra. I couldn't fit it on.
So I've melted some cooking chocolate over warm water. Again, don't overfill the piping bag. And what I'm looking for is just to pipe out a thread of chocolate. And I'm just going to nick the end off nice and cleanly with a sharp knife. And the whole idea with piping is that you attach the chocolate and you lift up and you let the thread dribble out naturally. And that's how you create a letter. Gee, I haven't done this for a few years. Wish me luck, huh?
Just write George on them all.
It's not a bad idea. So, there's another beautiful way to use choux pastry, and in this case, coffee eclairs. So, top tips for making choux pastry, weigh the ingredients. Second, cook the panade or the batter out until it leaves the sides of the pan. It has to cook for 3 and 4 minutes, develop the gluten, otherwise the mixture is not going to be cohesive enough to take all the eggs. Number 3, adding the eggs. In this recipe, 2 at a time. You can feel that it's a little bit slippery, but it'll draw together. And what you're looking for by the time you've added the last egg is a nice cohesive dough. And what I do is look between the folds. It must shine between the folds. Chris, come up.
Which is the biggest one?
I don't know.
They're heavy.
Oh, yeah.
The texture's great. That light, spongy choux pastry, and then you get the dense cream.
Nice. You like that?
Beautiful.
Gorgeous?
Absolutely stunning.
Beautiful.
Have another bite then.
I will.
Or I will.
Okay. The off-site challenge was amazing. The Observatory Hotel, cooking for 120 guests, and it had a theme, which was Casino Royale from James Bond, 007, or George Calombaris. So, George, what would you have done on the night for a little dessert?
You know, desserts really do excite me. Why not refine that and sort of take that to another level? A simple little vanilla ice cream in a little cornet, maybe with a little bit of fairy floss.
Julie, do you want to come up and make some ice cream?
Sure.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a vanilla bean custard for the ice cream. This is the basis of most ice creams, is a custard. So we need an ice cream machine. Right, first thing we've got to do is crack our eggs. So we need 10 egg yolks. Egg whites and yolks in there, egg whites in there. And I find recipes like this really easy to remember. So anywhere between 8 egg yolks and 12 egg yolks to a litre of milk or a litre of cream, and anywhere between 140 and, say, 185 of sugar is the right balance. Right, milk and cream in the pot. I've got 500 ml of milk and 500 ml of cream. Reason half milk and half cream is just because of the amount of fat in there. You can do all cream, but I find that it's too much fat. And then you're going to put the vanilla bean from the vanilla pod into the milk, and you actually throw the pod in as well. And then we've just got to wait for that to come to the boil. So Julie separated the egg yolks, and we've got 175 of sugar there. Okay. So you can pop those together. Make sure you whisk them straight away. Never sprinkle the sugar onto the egg yolks and leave it without whisking, because technically it changes the egg yolk, it burns it. Okay. Now the other important part, I want to get the anglaise, or the custard, to a certain temperature, and that has to be 74 to 78 degrees, because if you don't, it's going to curdle.
This is giving me horrible croquembouche memories.
Oh, making custard. So the milk's coming up to the boil, so we're going to put half of the boiling milk into the eggs. And that way you keep the temperature in the pot. And I want you to whisk it pretty quickly. Yep. Don't have to go crazy, all right? And then it's going to go back into the bulk of the boiling milk, and then we're going to whisk it very, very gently, all right? Right. And you're looking about long enough now. It needs to be going back in there. And just make sure that you bring all of that with you. That's it, brilliant. Put the bowl down. Right, now don't go crazy. You have to remember that you've got to be going around and across so that you're catching all of it. Otherwise, what will happen is it will burn and catch, especially around the edges and in the corners of the pan, all right? And in the meantime, if you want to, what you can do is you can just use a wooden spoon to check the consistency so that when you draw your finger across it, it'll leave a distinct line between top and bottom, which means it's thick enough. All right? Now, the other important part, ice and a fine mesh sieve. Right, strain that whole lot through the sieve. And then an important part of the process is actually cooling it over ice, because if you don't, it's going to curdle. And it's going to curdle because the temperature in the centre of that custard is too high. See all that steam coming off? That's heat. So that basically means that all the heat you're knocking out of that custard, right? So this is almost cold now. It's been sitting on the ice, so that's cooled down in a matter of minutes. If you grab the barrel out of the freezer, and if you were making this at home, you could put that anglaise straight in the fridge now because it's cold, and then you could make the ice cream a little bit later on. So we're going to pour the custard into the machine, and it's going to take about 15 minutes to make a nice, smooth, soft ice cream. In she goes, Julie. Nice and easy, isn't it?
It is.
So turn the ice cream machine on, and in 20 minutes, we'll have some beautiful, soft ice cream.
Lovely.
Now, there's nothing better than, freshly churned ice cream. So, while it's still nice and soft, we pop it straight into a piping bag, and then we just fill them up. We've got some lovely little Persian fairy floss. Great product, this Persian fairy floss. So this is what we would have done the other day at the Observatory Hotel. A little sweet dessert canopy of 007 blonde girls with Persian fairy floss and vanilla ice cream.
So top tips for making ice cream at home. Keep it simple to start off with. If you've never made an ice cream before, you need to buy an ice cream machine. So be prepared to invest in one if you want really silky, smooth, creamy ice cream. Use fresh ingredients, fresh eggs, fresh cream, fresh milk. And in cooking the custard, nice and quick, into the egg yolk mixture, back into the pan, whisk up to temperature, which is about 72 to 78 degrees, or until it thickens enough so that you can draw a line on the back of the spoon, and then out and strain through a strainer and into a bowl over ice.
Julie, come up and taste an ice cream.
Very cute. Beautiful. Vanilla, sweet, it's soft, it's gorgeous.
Justine.
What are you tasting the ice cream?
Vanilla pods, custard, and it's really smooth. It's not like the commercial stuff. It's
nice, isn't it?
It's glossy. When you're putting the flavourings in it, do I put it, so when you're whisking it over the ice, I can just put purees in it?
I'd incorporate it into the milk generally.
Into the milk?
Yeah, as a rule, flavour the milk.
Okay.
Sure you don't want another one?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So, top 7. 7 people left. You cannot be complacent anymore. You cannot rest on your laurels anymore. You cannot hope to fly under the radar anymore. And yes, there's 2 on the outside that are broken free, that are working hard as we speak, coming in at the last week to give the remaining contestants a serious run for their money. So these masterclasses, very, very important. You've got to pay attention, you've got to make those notes, and you've got to extract every bit of information you can out of us.
Yeah, think about that. You're only as good as the last dish you cooked, all right? So make the next one super, super, super sexy. Guys, that's it for Masterclass. Why don't you come up and taste a little ice cream? Come on, pick the whole thing up. What's wrong with you?
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
This is by far the most important challenge that you've faced so far.
The mystery box is back with yet another surprise.
Oh my God, there's no garlic or onion.
Plus, see how far our chefs have come as they invent their own 2-course meal.
We expect now for you to be bringing us food every challenge that's spectacular.
So hurry, hurry, worry, worry.
Every single one of us is freaking out.
It's going to be hectic.
I'm trying to push boundaries here.
It's either going to be like a big plate of sick, or it's going to look spectacular.
Oh, no.
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
Me and Gary have never been so nervous.
Two teams gave the A-list the VIP treatment.
An 8.
And while Lucas's victory over Ben O'Donoghue fast-tracked into the finals, it was the end of the road for Tom and Sandra.
Sandra, please say goodbye to your teammates.
Tonight, it's the start of our biggest week yet.
We expect now for you to be bringing us food that's spectacular.
The mystery box is back with another surprise.
It sets you up for the whole week if you can win this.
Before a race against time in the invention test doubles the pressure.
Every single one of us is freaking out.
It's going to be hectic.
There can only be one MasterChef, and they will get the chance to work in Australia's top restaurants, publish their own cookbook, and win $100,000.
After last week, I can't see how this competition can get any more stressful.
Last week was a huge week. We lost Tom and Sandra, and Lucas has been fast-tracked to the finals. So, yeah, the pressure's on and the numbers are dwindling.
Last week was a really bad week for me. So this week I'm pretty determined to rise from the ashes and try and just get my energy up again.
What do you think is going to be a mystery box? Yeah, there's going to be another taste. I love to start the week off with the mystery box challenge. I think a lot of the guys don't take it as serious as they should because it sets you up for the whole week if you can win this.
Walking back into the MasterChef kitchen, it's such a great feeling to see your old mystery box staring there in front of you.
Well, it's the start of a brand new week in the kitchen. And your first chance to show off your culinary skills this week is with the much-loved challenge, the Mystery Box.
A mystery box is always fun. It allows us to be creative. It allows us to be spontaneous without too much consequence.
Your judges, Gary, George and Matt, will assess your dishes and choose the top 3. From those 3, they'll choose the winner.
The advantage is, for the winner, to go into the pantry and pick the core ingredient for the invention test.
It's becoming more and more crucial to win Mystery Box.
If you don't win today, you'll be cooking by someone else's rules.
Let's take a look at what's in your mystery box. You may lift the lids.
A very strange array of ingredients.
Guys, inside your mystery box today, you have some beautiful fresh kingfish, sweet potato, baby zucchini, coriander, fresh coconut, rum, pineapple, and lime.
I wonder if I can make a cocktail and get away with it.
The first reaction when I open that box is that I'm quite stumped and I think, oh, a bit tropical. And then, oh my God, there's no garlic or onion.
Under the bench, you'll find some basics that you'd find in any pantry.
The main thing is to think of bringing us something that is unusual, remarkable, looks spectacular, and eats really well. And we'll only taste those dishes that excite us.
You have 30 minutes, and your time starts now.
It's always frantic the first few minutes. Pots and pans going everywhere and people running around.
It's important to make a decision quickly. I settle on a steamed kingfish rose with sweet curry sauce.
Chris, what are you making?
I'm going to make a dessert.
What?
I know. I'm going to do caramelised pineapple and rum with a coconut cream custard.
So it's a bit like a pina colada trifle.
Kind of, yeah.
Ooh.
My biggest fear with this dish is not getting the layering right, because I'm caramelising the pineapple with the rum, and if that isn't thick enough, the coconut custard won't sit on the top. It'll bleed through and look like an absolute mess.
If I do something that's outside of the square, maybe I've got a chance of getting back up into that top 3, so I started thinking about dessert.
What are you making?
I'm going to attempt a caramelised pineapple crumble with a lime syrup.
Oh, fabulous. Good to see you risking it.
It's quite ironic that Sam and I are doing desserts in the challenge, where it's been our, weak point all along.
You've got just under 20 minutes to go.
Let's go, guys. Come on, make it happen.
What the hell? I haven't even started. Like, what's going on here? That went so fast.
OK, Jenny, what have you got in here? This is a batter you've made with
some
flour and eggs, have you?
Flour, egg and coconut milk. I'm doing sweet potato and coconut pancake and the kingfish slice on top of the pancake.
Jenny, can I tell you, you've just cooked that absolutely beautifully on that side.
That's all I want, because I
really,
want
really
to slice
lovely.
it thinly on
Really, really lovely.
Top 7, you've got 15 minutes to go.
George, they're all cracking on, and you know what strikes me with this mystery box is that we're half an hour again. A lot of their challenges are much longer. I don't know if a lot of them are going to finish in time.
Poe, what are you cooking?
I'm making actually a bit of a Malaysian-style dessert.
Which is the?
Coconut milk with the sweet potatoes. And then I'm just going to actually have these raw. So it's basically like a ceviche, but it's sort of like a Pacific Islander version of it.
So raw kingfish with lime, coriander.
And coconut milk.
And coconut milk?
Yeah.
OK.
I'm a bit confused. Are you doing a dessert or are you...
I'm doing two little dishes.
Oh, OK.
Right.
I kind of thought, no, I think I can do this. This is what we're here for. That's the sort of challenges that we should be sort of embracing.
I had a slight struggle with the crumble. I noticed that it's sort of just melted into this, it looked like a biscuit, just a big, long biscuit. So I quickly got it out, broke it up with a fork and added some more flour to it, and it seemed to recover it.
I've never handled fish in this way before. Sort of sliced it up and made a pretty pattern out of it. I think I've blown it.
Guys, you've got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go.
It's 5 minutes to go. It's really a matter of just plating things up.
I'm reasonably confident I'll get my dish out. The only thing that I'm really trying hard to work on is the plating of it.
You have 1 minute to go only, guys. You need to be plating up. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just putting the praline in, and yeah, I've made it.
Guys, your time is up.
You were just challenged to cook the finest meal you could using the ingredients in this week's mystery box. Your judges Gary, George and Matt watched you as you cooked. Now they'll choose just the 3 most appealing dishes to taste. Only those 3 will be in contention to win this challenge.
I'm happy with my dish, but looking at everyone else's dish, there's competition out there. Everyone's dish looks quite good, so who knows who's going to win this one.
And a reminder to you guys, the winner of today's challenge will get a major advantage in today's main challenge, the invention test.
And you've all made an excellent effort. However, we have to choose 3 of the best dishes, and the first dish we'd like to see belongs to Sam.
As I'm walking up, I'm just thinking, God, of all things to be called up for a dessert. The dish is a caramelised pineapple crumble with a Bacardi and lime syrup.
Sam, you looked a little bit surprised being called up there.
I'm shocked.
Did you not think your dish was good enough?
No, I think it should taste good.
Crumble's got a lovely toasty texture. Pineapple's well caramelised, it's got a nice sweetness, so it tastes nice, Sam. It's a good rendition of a crumble.
Thank you.
I've got a food confession, Sam.
Yes, George.
You ready for this?
Go.
I'm a ham and pineapple pizza freak.
That's not nice.
I'm excited. It actually all works really well together, and that crumb just sort of, you know, takes it again to another level. So well done.
Thank you, George.
Congratulations, very fine dish.
Thank you, Matt. Getting the positive comments from all three judges is very pleasing.
The second person's dish that we'd like to taste is Poe.
I've had a pretty difficult week and I'm quite sick of feeling so down and confused in the competition.
I have to.
So it's quite important that they enjoy my food when they go and taste it. So I'm very nervous.
On the left is my version of a coconda, except I've put pineapple and coriander in it.
OK, tell us what a coconda is.
Basically fresh fish and mix it with rice and coconut milk.
And what's this one?
And that's just like a Malaysian-style dessert, coconut custard with sweet potato.
OK, excellent. That's lovely. It's beautiful. I really like that. And this one, this Malay-style dessert that you've done with the sweet potato and the coconut custard, it's nice and sweet. Yep. You get that lovely creamy richness of the coconut. Well done, Poe. Good job.
Thanks, Gary.
To do something that is both a good restaurant dish, but is also a dish that's evocative of a true peasant dish is a very, very hard thing to do. But what you've managed to do here is create something that's very sophisticated and would actually sit very nicely in a smart Melbourne, Sydney or Adelaide restaurant as an entree.
I'm standing here with the world's best food journalist praising me about the food that I've made. Wow, this is an extraordinary experience.
That's a magical meal. Thank you.
I nearly cried. Yeah, couldn't believe it was happening to me, really.
And the final dish we'd like to taste is Jenny's.
And I'm extremely happy. I feel very confident. I felt that I deserved to be out there in the front.
Pan-seared kingfish, le frita of coconut and sweet potato, and a lightly scented curry broth.
The curry sauce is lovely. It's sweet and there's a hint of curry and a nice kick of lime in the back there. I'm not sure about the final presentation. It's quite heavy, quite big, quite pubby.
I thought it was great to get comments about my flavours, but I'm surprised about the presentation. And I didn't think it looked heavy myself.
That curry sauce is actually quite nice. It's got real creamy texture. It's good effort. Well done.
Well, the judges have tasted the three best dishes and they're now ready to reveal the winner.
It sounds like, based on Poe's ceviche dish, that she is likely to win it. Whatever happens here now, I'm thankful for her standing up in the top three. It's nice for the confidence.
7 excellent dishes today. 3 top dishes. But there can only be one winner.
My heart was just pounding out of my chest. I wanted so badly for my name to be called out.
So the winner of today's Mystery Box Challenge is 7 excellent dishes today, 3 top dishes, but there can only be one winner.
My heart was just pounding out of my chest. I wanted so badly for my name to be called out.
So the winner of today's Mystery Box Challenge is Poe.
And it was.
Just when you think you're familiar with the invention test, it all changes. This week, when you walk into the pantry, you'll see 3 pairs of ingredients. The pair of ingredients that you choose, Poe, all the other competitors have to use them as well.
You'll work individually to create from scratch a 2-course meal.
Oh my God. Am I going to be able to produce 2 dishes by myself in that time with core ingredients that we don't know what it's going to be? Yeah, I'm a bit worried.
Poe, in a moment, you will head into the pantry and choose 2 core ingredients. Normally, in an invention test, you get to pick 10 ingredients, but because you're doing 2 courses today, you get to choose an additional 20 ingredients each.
Of course, we're only looking for one winner from the invention test, and that winner earns the right to cook off against one of this country's best chefs. If you win, you earn the right to go straight through to the last week of this MasterChef competition. We will also be looking for the 3 least impressive meals. If you're one of those, you will face the pressure test, and one of you will be going home.
Poe, it's time to head into the pantry.
At this point, I will be picking the most obscure pair of ingredients that I can, but that I can also use well.
Last time she had pantry picks, she came out with mushrooms, so we really hope that she chooses something we can all cook with this time.
Poe, you have 3 choices. Under each one of these covers is a pair of ingredients. You must pick one of these pair of ingredients. You cannot mix and match.
Right, let's reveal the first pair of ingredients. Pork and pears.
Okay, not my strength.
Second pair of ingredients. Prawn and nuts.
Oh, interesting.
Under the 3rd cloth is chocolate and eggplants.
Which pair of ingredients are you going to choose?
I'm going with the prawn and the nuts.
What's your idea? Where are you going with these 2 ingredients?
With the nuts?
There's this great dessert dish that I love that I have at a local restaurant, and it's actually basically a meringue. This is actually deep fried, so you make the meringue and you can stuff it.
Are you sure in this restaurant that it says deep fried meringues?
Yeah.
Have you asked them how they do it?
No.
Oh, Jesus.
But I'm just guessing the process. I mean, if you can poach it, why couldn't you deep fry it? If I fall, I will fall from a high place. I choose to take these risks because I feel that a lot of people are sailing through the middle, and sort of I really want to set myself apart from them. Oh. If I take bigger risks, obviously, if I nail them, I'm setting a lot higher benchmark. If I pull it off, it will be pretty amazing.
Ta-da!
Poe, time to put these guys out of their misery and reveal which 2 core ingredients everyone will have to cook with in the invention test.
I've chosen prawns and nuts.
I was pretty stoked. I've got a few recipes that I can try, and a pretty out there one at that.
I'm really confident with those two core ingredients, so it should be a good challenge.
So this is very exciting, and what's especially exciting is this notion that there's no theme today. So you can really see the sort of food that you'll want to cook in your restaurant or your cafe when eventually you open it.
I quite like the fact that there's no theme. I see lots of prawns and lots of nuts, and I thought, well, I can really go Greek today.
And Jenny, are we going to see a baklava out of you?
Yes.
Oh, yes! Fantastic.
The rest of you will now get 3 minutes in the pantry to choose 20 ingredients each. Your time starts now.
Here's some of the things that I pulled out of the pantry. Lots of vegetables, because I'm going to make a fresh vegetable stew. And so carrots, leeks, celery, peas, that sort of thing.
It's hectic. Some things like chocolate and sugar I just couldn't find. I was like, where the hell is it? I should know where this is, I can't find it. Where's the chocolate?
1 minute down.
Oh my God.
2 minutes to go.
The main few ingredients I got were some herbs and spices, because I'm going to do a Middle Eastern style prawn dish. Running over the recipes in your head, you're trying to pick up ingredients as you would be cooking the dish.
At least something. There's no bread.
I'm out of here.
Feeling the tension? This is by far the most important challenge that you've faced so far. And why? Because as an individual, you're presenting us, the judges, with a meal.
An eerie silence falls across the MasterChef kitchen. This is the first challenge where I genuinely felt every single person here was nervous.
Feeling the tension?
There is a lot of tension in the room. No one wants to be in the bottom three.
You have 1.5 hours to cook 2 beautiful courses.
Cook like the world's watching. Your time starts now.
Time started and it's just chaos. An hour and a half, 2 courses by yourself, it's going to be hectic.
Every single one of us is freaking out.
Tell us exactly what you're cooking again.
So prawn dumpling in a prawn and anchovy consommé with bok choy.
Okay. And the second course?
Fried meringue ball.
The concern with the meringue ball is that when you put it in the fryer, it might go flat.
It's just going to go poof.
I start to realise you have totally got yourself into trouble here.
Brilliant knife skills. Fantastic to see. So tell us what you're cooking.
Saganaki it will be.
Saganaki is the actual frying pan that they'd cook fish in. Hence why you're leaving the prawns in the pan and serving it in the pan.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
And prawn butter. Sounds beautiful. And for the second course?
I'm making baklava.
I can't wait for baklava.
I'm using the prawns in a sort of a terrine, a vegetarian terrine with ricotta through it. So that's going to be with like the zucchini, like it's going to be like a casing on it. So that's going to be right in the middle. And then a frangipani tart with some creme fraiche and some bits and pieces that'll go with that.
Everyone, you have 1 hour to go. Andre, it's on the menu.
I'm doing a spinach and ricotta gnocchi, which is called malfatti. And then for dessert, I'm doing a champagne and strawberry risotto with pistachio nuts.
I'm not sure about the strawberries and champagne and risotto. Is it too simple for this level of the competition?
No, I beg to differ. As a matter, I think it's looking outside the square, and I think some people at home might be quite shocked by it.
I feel proud that I've done something different.
And it's either going to be like a big plate of sick, or it's going to look spectacular.
I've gone out on a limb because I'm trying to push boundaries here.
Whoa.
sorry.
That was me.
I put my thumb over it. Did you get it down your back, Chloe?
Yep.
It's the aim.
Thanks for that.
That's all right.
Chris, what's the main course?
The main course is going to be some Middle Eastern spiced prawns. Toast the cumin. I'm going to put a really interesting spice mix together and fry those off, and just a big, generous platter of prawns and a beer. That's the kind of food I love.
And dessert?
A chocolate fudge cake with a pistachio crust, a chocolate ganache, and a rose cream.
Fingers crossed for you, Chris.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Oh, shit. Some prawn just went into my dessert oil. We won't tell anyone about that.
I'm using my prawns. I'm going to marinate them in a chilli and soy marinade, and I'm going to thread them onto skewers and char grill them. My nuts are being used in an Italian-style meringue called Brutti ma buona, which means ugly but good. They will be like biscuits sandwiched together with a raspberry cream.
What are you cooking?
The main course is going to be prawns served on a vegetable stew type thing. And the nuts are going to be used in a praline to complement my dessert, which is a chocolate fondant.
Sam, you're making me nervous.
Okay.
I don't know if I would even attempt a chocolate fondant.
Well, I'm going to give it a crack, guys.
Have you tried this before?
No.
Pastry chefs take years to master that perfectly.
Do you know how important the timing is to this dish? A minute will spoil it.
I don't mind challenging myself at this stage because I feel extremely fortunate to already be here.
You got 30 minutes to go. Oh, you can feel the pressure in this room.
This is terrible. I'm sort of trying to wheeze and there's nothing happening. Or just about to touch the blade and the power comes on. I felt this sort of wish and my finger, half of it I think is off.
Sliced, yeah.
It's all right, I'm fine.
I feel there's so much tension in the room today. They're pushing to the wire.
Yeah.
They're trying to get through, and that's what it's all about. That's MasterChef.
And at least half of them are doing dishes that they've never done before. That's chancing your arm as far as I'm concerned. Poor old Poe.
Here goes nothing.
I deep fry the meringue. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea in terms of how the meringue is going to behave in the oil, and I take a massive risk.
Yes, it works. My meringue's frying. Let's just see how this... Aha, it's collapsing.
I set the benchmark too high for myself, I think, and kind of fallen flat on my face.
Who else are we worried about?
Jenny. She's taking fingers off.
Chop the finger off. She's making prawn butter. It's a bit messy. It's a bit all over the place. The other person that concerns me is Justine.
If this terrine doesn't work, my main is screwed. I don't want anyone to watch.
No, I'm watching. Come on.
No. Just go away. I need to do it in peace.
Turn it out.
Oh.
Turn it out. Come on. Remember, it's air that keeps it in, yeah?
Well done.
Whew.
Guys, you got 15 minutes to go. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go.
I'm in trouble.
Tell us who's doing well.
Julie looks so in control back there. It's just all happening harmoniously. Hopefully that harmony gets transported into the food and she comes up with some crackers.
And Chris seems very much under control.
Until you get the dessert finished, ready to plate up. Putting chocolate ganache on now.
Super organised. He's got dessert up one end of the bench. He's got savoury dish up the other end.
Fry off the prawns, plate them, plate the dessert, and away we go.
Chocolate fondant's coming out of the oven.
Out of the oven. Oh, and they don't look that great. I've got 4 sad-looking chocolate somethings sitting on my stovetop, and I'm looking at them going, how am I going to end up plating some of this? Woo, they look terrible. Oh, it's such a shame.
Sam, those chocolate fondants, we said it, we know it, we've been there, we've done it.
Yeah.
You know, it's
too risky.
It's too risky.
I actually might be able to save one here. I'll give it a crack anyway.
You have 5 minutes to go. No pressure. but 3 of you are going to face elimination.
I'm not even going to be able to plate up a dessert. I'm dead.
Guys, you've got 1 minute to go.
Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, guys. Step away from the bench. Your job's done.
You've just created a 2-course meal using nuts and prawns as your core ingredients. Your judges, Gary, George and Matt, will now taste all your dishes. They're looking for 1 winner and the 3 least impressive meals.
The first meal that we'd like to taste belongs to Sam.
Walking down to the judges is always, you know, a little bit daunting. You don't know what to expect. The main is prawns with vegetable broth. The dessert is a chocolate pudding.
So we'll taste the main course first of prawns. I like it because it's well presented. I don't like it because it's not gutsy enough for me.
Fair enough.
So let's taste the dessert. Look, I know it's not a chocolate fondant, but it's a really nice light chocolate cake or light chocolate pudding, if that's what we can call it now.
Absolutely, you
Yep.
can.
I like it. It's not a chocolate fondant, and you've got to do me a favour.
Yep.
Don't wing it. Don't wing it.
Good, true flavours. Bitterness from the dark chocolate, bitterness from the praline, a good acidity out of the raspberries. Perfectly acceptable in a good cafe anywhere in Australia.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys.
The next meal we'd like to taste belongs to Jenny.
Saganaki, which is prawns done in a tomato and feta sauce, and baklava rolls.
It's hard for me to say this because it's a tasty dish. So there's nothing in there that, you know, really leaps out and says, wow.
Not a bad job. But it is MasterChef. And, you know, you can take this to another level.
For my main, I've got a zucchini terrine. And for dessert, I've done a tart with frangipane cream and chocolate mousse.
OK, let's taste. It looks a bit old hat in terms of presentation. But you know what? It tastes really good. Core ingredient in the dessert, where's the nuts?
We've got almonds at the top.
Yep.
To garnish the cream, and we've got almonds in the frangipane. And the frangipane cream, which is on the underneath.
Good.
Yep.
You really managed to get flavour into food, Justine, and that's really impressive.
You've nailed the challenge. Congratulations. You're going to be very, very hard to beat.
When they say it's good, you just can't help but smile because you love your food and they love your food.
Poe, would you like to bring your dishes to the front?
It's a prawn dumpling in a prawn broth. Dessert was supposed to be deep-fried meringue.
The meringue is very sugary. The mandarin syrup is very sweet, but has a very pronounced flavour. You've done your normal thing of trying something you've never done before that really I've never seen done, and so you don't have the hero product in the middle. Oh no, Oppo.
I was just in a world of pain. I was just so upset for myself.
Julie, you're next.
Char-grilled ginger prawn and a roti ma bono, which is a ugly but good walnut meringue.
I'm not a big fan of that dish. I don't think it's your best work.
Okay.
It's a barbecue dish.
I may have landed myself in the bottom three again.
It's yummy. It nourishes. Ugly. Good. No, actually, great.
Middle Eastern style or spiced prawns, and the dessert is a chocolate fudge with a pistachio crust.
I love that crunchy bit at the end.
Yeah, it's great.
What I love about this combination of flavours is you've taken classic Middle Eastern flavours of cumin here, and you've followed it up with other Middle Eastern flavours of pistachio and of rosewater. So you've got a great congruity of two dishes. I said Justine was going to be hard to beat. You may just have beaten her. Andre, please bring your two dishes forward.
For main, I've done spinach and ricotta gnocchi. For dessert, pistachio and strawberry champagne risotto.
I have a theory about weird combinations on menus. It means one of two things. Either the chef is a genius, or he's a total idiot.
I'm not a genius of any stretch of the imagination, so get ready for me being a nutcase.
Because I like you, Andre. I've swallowed it.
It's horrible.
Are you upset that we're commenting?
No, not
like
at all. I want to be a chef.
That's good.
That's what the problem is, right? That's what the problem is. So I want to get out there and be a chef. It's not the criticism whatsoever. I didn't want to do anything cliched, you know, and that's probably maybe the problem with that dessert.
Your passion is brilliant, mate. I love it. You got to take this criticism and work on it, okay?
Yep.
Good job.
Cheers.
They hated it. The dish stank. So I was stuck back in my place.
The judges now face a very difficult decision. They must now reach an agreement on which meal stands out as the best. The three contestants who performed the worst, of course, face elimination tomorrow. The judges have spent some time tasting your two-course meals and have now reached a verdict as to who the winning chef was today, as well as the three contestants who were the least impressive. The winner will be given an opportunity to be catapulted to the final week of this competition. But the unfortunate prospect of elimination awaits the bottom three. I'm now going to call out some names. If I call out yours, please step forward. Sam.
Sarah calls my name out first, and that's what I'm thinking.
Julie.
Julie's called up after me. I'm just wondering who else is going to be in the bottom three with us too.
Chris. And Justine. Congratulations.
Oh my God.
You four are the top performers in today's challenge. You're all safe in this competition, at least for now.
I'm shocked.
Me?
What a huge relief to have gotten through that incredible challenge and scraped through by the skin of my teeth yet again.
Good job, well done. You all individually produced some really good dishes. Dooley, dessert, save your ass, I tell you. That was a good dessert. And actually, Sam, saying that, your dessert was good. Not a fondant, but a pudding. It was really nice. So, good job, good effort.
Thank you.
As a whole, we're very pleased that you four are standing here. Now, the winner of today's challenge obviously gets the opportunity to cook off against a celebrity chef.
I think it will be down to Justine and I, so I'm happy with the fact that I could possibly win this.
The winner of today's challenge is Justine.
This is just amazing. It's this surreal feeling of I'm doing a good job.
What you showed today was technique. You did so much in an hour and a half, but you also managed to get some really great flavours and tasty, tasty, tasty food.
At this point, you're leading the race.
You'll be back here in a couple of days to compete against a celebrity chef.
Winning against Celebrity Chef is really important because I want to go to the finals.
Well, the four of you can now head home, knowing that you're safe in this competition. Well done.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, guys.
It's absolutely fantastic to walk out of those doors and think that, you know, we're leaving the kitchen and we're safe for another few days until the next test.
Poe, Andre, Jenny, you are the bottom three.
Valiant effort today by all three of you. There's always got to be a bottom three in this challenge. Jenny, you've got to draw a line between things that you would do at home and things that you want to take forward in this competition.
Poe, Andre, this is not the arena to try new stuff. And I appreciate that you two are probably the two most innovative and exciting cooks in the competition. But if you're going to do that, to be true to yourself, you have to practice at home.
Poe and I obviously have to stop taking big risks. I'm not educated enough in cooking to take those risks, obviously, so I have to take a step back.
Tomorrow, the three of you will return to this kitchen to cook off against each other in the pressure test.
Going to the pressure test again is just going to be really tough.
And the person who fails to handle that pressure will leave MasterChef Australia.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
I usually cook for people I love, and now I've got to cook against people that I love.
Poe, Andre and Jenny go head-to-head in the pressure test.
Who will be able to handle it?
It's a race against time to stay in the competition, as one of them will be going home.
Looking at the other dishes, do you think you've done enough to keep yourself safe?
And later this week, Justine cooks off against multi-award-winning chef Matt Moran.
He's an Australian icon in the chef world.
Plus, love is in the air as our chefs cater for a wedding.
This is going to be absolutely incredible.
I'm sorry, but who doesn't have their wedding cake organised the day before their wedding?
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This is by far the most important challenge that you've faced so far.
A delicious two-course meal saw Justine win the invention test. But for Poe, Andre and Jenny, their dishes didn't make the grade.
Going to the pressure test again is just going to be really tough.
Tonight, they go head-to-head.
The question is, who will be able to handle it?
And for one of them, it will all end.
I think this is a bit harder than they thought. They're running out of time.
It must be the hardest moment since I've been in the competition.
Looking at the other dishes, do you think you've done enough to keep yourself safe?
There can only be one MasterChef, and they will get the chance to work in Australia's top restaurants, publish their own cookbook, and win $100,000.
Waking up this morning, it felt a bit strange because I've never been in the pressure test before and this is my first time, so I do feel a little bit uneasy about it.
There's nothing in there that really leaps out and says, wow.
Poe, Andre, Jenny, you are the bottom three.
The hardest thing about today's pressure test is cooking against Andre and Poe. I usually cook for pleasure, for people I love. But now I've got to cook against people that I love.
Yesterday was just a really rude awakening. I'm in this position because I keep taking these crazy risks.
It was supposed to be deep-fried meringue.
You've done your normal thing of trying something you've never done before. Oh no, oh Poe.
A little bit worried about Poe. She's feeling a little bit down at the moment, so hopefully she can keep herself up to get through.
I sort of understand where Poe's at today. I think that being down is not a good place to be.
You know how you sort of panicked last time? You know where you go when you're pained? Go there when you cook today. Thanks, Jenny.
I hope that I can prove to the judges that I can be sensible and play the competition.
Jean and Andre haven't done a pressure test yet, have they?
No, that's going to be a whole new experience for them.
It was slightly liberating being in the bottom three, refreshing. It's kicked me up the arse.
Because I like you, Andre. I've swallowed it. It's horrible.
Are you upset that we're commenting?
No, not at all. I want to be a chef.
That's good.
That's what the problem is, right? That's what the problem is.
So to don the black gear is an honour.
Look, any one of them, Andre, Poe or Jenny, could easily win. You know, they're all really good cooks. It's going to take one of them to make a mistake. That's what it'll come down to.
So good to not be down there today.
I actually think I would find it quite hard to go on without them in the competition.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm in the pressure test with two people I respect hugely, so it is hard, but I can't think of two better people to be in the trenches fighting a war with.
I look up at the balcony and there's only 4 people standing up there. And one of us is leaving today. Yeah, just very strange and nervous as to what the challenge is going to be.
I've had 2 weeks out of the pressure test now, which is lovely. It is definitely a sport better watched from above than being down there.
As the name suggests, there's no escaping the fact that today you'll be under intense pressure. The question is, who will be able to handle it?
So I bet you're dying to know what you're going to cook today. Well, I'm going to reveal the dish. Poe, what are you hoping's under this silver lid?
I have a feeling it might be savoury today.
Interesting. Jenny?
I had a dream.
You had a dream?
That I was trying to get this salmon mousse out and I couldn't get with my sore finger, all this little...
Yeah, a salmon mousse. You had a dream that you were trying to get a salmon mousse out?
Yeah. I had this amazing nightmare of this salmon mousse that I couldn't actually unmold. The different layers and bisques in between.
Wow, what a dream. Did you wake up in a cold sweat?
No.
Andre, what are you hoping it might be?
Well, after that little interaction, I'm thinking it might be a mousse of some sort. And if it is, then Jeannie's quite a special woman for having that dream.
Well, let's reveal the dish that you will be making or cooking today. And it is... a terrine of smoked salmon, anchovy butter, with a hazelnut dressing, baby herbs, and avocado. Served with a grilled sourdough bread.
I just could not believe it. I thought I'm really psychic.
Jenny, you were pretty close. That was a hell of a dream.
Yeah.
This dish, I think, is a beautiful and lightly composed dish. Lots of little elements for you to take on board to challenge you and challenge your skills. Turning it out of the mould could be difficult.
Poe, do you want to come up and taste?
The mousse is really, really smooth and very, very creamy. And yeah, salmon's whole, so there's still a bit of bite in it. And the avocado is beautiful.
Jenny?
So you got avocado. It's not a mousse, is it? I really feel a disadvantage today. I am nervous mainly because I know I won't be able to do a very delicate work. I've got 2 injured fingers. Felt this sort of wish sliced, and my finger, half of it I think is off.
Easy to make, you think? You're confident?
I hope so, yeah.
You look a bit worried.
Yeah, I've never done one, and it's obviously a really soft touch to do this.
Yeah.
You can see the layer, how the layers, it's quite an engineering feat, really.
It is, isn't it? No, you've hit the nail on the head. It's quite feminine, the dish, yeah?
It is.
So delicate, you know, delicate touches are very important here.
This is very much a modern French terrine. There's an awful lot of flavours there, and quite big flavours, that need to be balanced in what is basically a very delicate, summery dish. But the first thing you must get right is how it looks, because the big issue with terrines is if those layers aren't even, it's going to look ugly.
So this is how it's going to go. You've got an hour and a half, but within 45 minutes of that hour and a half, you need to have that terrine in the freezer. If it's not in the freezer, goodbye, Charlie. You're going to be in big problems.
You're standing here because you produced the 3 least impressive dishes in the invention test. So today, one of you is going home. You have an hour and a half before that terrine needs to come out of the fridge. Your time starts now.
Gary yells out, it's time to start. They all rush to get their equipment up on the benches and get going. But the strange thing is, they're all doing different things.
So, Andre started with salmon. Jeannie started with butter. Poe started with the mould.
What does the recipe say?
The recipe starts with the salmon.
It's interesting.
God, they're going to be careful.
Yeah, they really do.
The first thing I do is line the mould with cling film, and to do that I have to oil it first and then basically ease out any of the wrinkles.
It's really important to get the cling film right because when we turn it over, this is going to be a crucial factor in lifting the terrine out.
It could sort of interfere with how the terrine looks, and you might have trouble turning the mould over.
Poe.
Yes.
Is there any wrinkles?
There's lots of wrinkles.
See what you're doing now? That's exactly what you got to do, and tease it.
Oh.
Tease it. See what you just did, and tease it into the corner.
Okay.
So you lift and tease into the corner.
You definitely got a delicate touch, which is good.
Yeah. You've done all right.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't seem to have that many worries about me.
The first thing I do is to tend to my salmon and cut it up, get the brown bits off. I was just doing perfect rectangles, straight edged as much as I could.
Hey, Andre.
What you're doing there is fantastic. You're getting a straight edge and you're getting rid of that bloodline. And all these are really important little pieces, yeah? You never know when you might need them.
No.
All right.
For sure. Thanks, guys.
Jenny?
You having trouble with your cling film?
No, it's fine.
Yeah. It's very wrinkly. I think you just need to think about it a bit more. If you take 2 bits of cling film and you put them together like that, so you've now got a big bit of cling film, and then you can lay that in gently, and you might find that easier.
You okay, Jenny?
Yeah.
Yeah? Be stressed?
Yeah.
Because you're getting behind a bit and everybody else is starting to get... That's it. You're off. All right?
Yeah, thank you. I'm watching over all of them today, but in particular Jenny. I have a real soft spot in my heart for Jenny and I want her to do well.
There's no doubt Poe's out in front. Yeah, she looks like she's got this one under control.
Process the butter in the food processor until it's really pale and thick. Add the lemon rind, anchovies, and then season it to taste, and then process it to combine.
It's all right.
I sort of understand where Poe's at today. She was in the Crock and Bush challenge last week and she flipped a lid halfway through.
I don't know what to do.
Just do it. Pick yourself up and let's go. Yeah? All right?
It nearly cost her the competition. So she's approached this challenge with a much more determined and calm demeanour.
Yay.
To make sure that the butter is really light and fluffy.
Yes.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I love when butter chillies like that.
I was a little bit lagging. I took a little bit too long.
I've nearly finished trimming the salmon, so then I'll go straight onto the butter that sandwiches the salmon.
We were thinking that Jeannie had cut her salmon very particularly, and as a result, it was just taking forever.
I'm just about to start lining my terrine with salmon.
It's really just about construction, and this is right up my alley, being an artist.
I thought I'll start getting my butter soft into the blender because that can be on and off while I'm concentrating in lining the mould and trimming the salmon.
I've got a new appreciation for terrines. I don't eat them often, but this was quite tricky.
I'm going to start the terrine, and so firstly I put in a base of smoked salmon. Then using a crank spatula, I spread an even layer of the butter over the salmon.
How you going?
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I've done 2 layers.
You've got to visualise this, not from the top as you're building it, but from the side. You've got to be thinking, how does that look? You know, I've got a little slither of salmon now and a little slither of butter, effectively. Create those nice layers.
Yes.
Just over halfway you've got to go on that terrine. You know, if you move it, you might be all right, you know?
Okay.
Andre's on a roll in regards to the layering. You've got to make sure that you don't put too much butter through the terrine. It's got to be quite delicate.
Jenny was still going. She just so slow at this and it looked quite rough.
She spent more than 5 minutes doing one layer.
And she was mucking around with the salmon, and I don't think her terrine's actually going to set up.
How you going, Jenny?
All right.
Is it nice and even and cut right to the edges?
Yeah, I'm going to cut it after, aren't I?
You're going to cut it that way after, not that way.
When the judges come around, they explain to her how to do it right.
Now, if you think about it, they work really well together, don't they?
Yeah.
Because if you turn that round like that,
and then
they fit together, don't they?
Yeah.
And you've got a straight edge and a straight edge. So rather than having all those little bits in there.
So she starts from the beginning, and I think she wastes about 5 minutes or 10 minutes, which is not a good thing.
For me, it makes it harder only because it's so delicate and I'm out of touch with my hands.
I think this is a bit harder than they thought. They're all smiles. They thought it was easy, but now you can see the hands are shaking, they're wobbling, they're running out of time. What do you think?
Jenny's not herself today. She looks really under pressure.
What about Andre? What do you think?
So I think he might be able to do it.
Problem is, though, he set himself up really well, but now I reckon he's behind.
Yeah. Po's looking really good. She's got that arty mind, and I think she's applying all of her art knowledge into building it.
Look, George, it all depends. You know, if they get that terrine in the fridge in time, it depends whether or not it's set. We could have 3 beautiful terrines or 3 terrible terrines. They've never made them before, so it could go either way.
Totally.
Oh, you're going great. Flying, mate. It's really hard to say who you support. Come on, Jeannie. You can do it. It's a difficult situation to be in, to watch the 3 of them competing to stay in the competition. Andre, you're not going to use either end, so you're being so perfect in the corners.
Oh,
you
really?
just need 2 good slices out of the middle.
Yeah. So you're saying do a rough one, you reckon?
No.
You're doing a good job.
Doing a great job.
Great job, mate.
45 minutes has passed already. That terrine should be in the freezer by now.
I finished my final layer and I'm covering the terrine with plastic wrap, and then I'm gently pressing it down with the foil-covered foam and weighing it down with a couple of food cans.
Good on your Po.
Thanks.
Po's put hers in the fridge. I am nearly there. I've got to get it in the fridge in the next 5 minutes. Put the freezer on super duper freeze.
I'm just making the avocado cream. I hope the fact that my terrine is the only one that's in there gives me an advantage. I don't want to win this because my friends are in this challenge, but I don't feel like it's my time to go yet.
When I went to put my terrine in the freezer, I saw Po's terrine just sitting there, and it was quite small. It wasn't very high.
Mine's taller than yours, Po.
Really?
Yeah. Is that a problem?
Maybe. Maybe by the time mine's compressed, it will be too short. Oh, shit. I'm scared. Should I put another layer on? Mine only just goes halfway, so when it gets compressed, it might go squash.
Too late now.
Let me see.
No.
What?
I need to go.
Oh.
You might need to put some more layers on there, Po.
Are you trying to psych me out?
You're a smart ass.
Andre made a bit of a joke saying, yes, you should, just to throw her into a bit of jeopardy and to confuse Po even more.
Yep, I'm going to do another layer. Shit.
Yeah, you should.
It was funny, but a bit of a worry at the same time.
Is that bad or... No.
Don't get sidetracked, Po.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I love stuffing with Po. But then, you know, the people in the peanut gallery upstairs were telling her not to worry about it. Well, shut up.
What did I do that for?
Right, it's smaller, but I wouldn't listen to me, that's for sure.
Oh, my God. It just seemed like I was going too good, so I just had to self-sabotage or something. I don't know.
Guys, you've got half an hour left. Your terrine must be in the freezer by now setting. Jenny, you need to move along. That terrine should be in the freezer by now. Don't give up. You need to keep going.
Jenny, come on.
Jenny. You can do it. You can do it.
I can't actually use my hands to line the tin properly because I haven't got a good grip. I'm putting a little bit more than I should inside.
You all right? Come on, you can do it.
I know, I just don't believe what I'm doing.
That's all right.
It's not like me.
That's all right.
Just,
Get it in the fridge and we'll hope for the best, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay? Your butter looks good.
I wasted time there.
Well, flavour counts as well, so don't give up. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to give up.
Good. Good, good.
There's a little space left for my terrine in the freezer. When I'm trying to close the door of the freezer, it won't shut, and I'm giving an extra push, and I'm hoping for the best.
Freezer, Judy.
I think just in the moment of being really flustered, she put it in one of the freezer trays, but with the weights on it, it sort of jammed the door. Kind of put the pressure on one side of the terrine, which is not a good thing.
Hey, Po, how you going?
I'm all right.
Made the vinaigrette?
Yep.
That's good. Got the hazelnuts. Avocado's done.
Yep.
Pretty much there. You're well ahead.
Yep.
Excellent. Well done.
You wouldn't want to let that get brown, that's for sure. What's your greatest fear right now, Po? Apart from burning the bread?
Yeah.
When I went to make the toast, I did spend quite a bit of time deliberating. So I cut the toast really thinly and then kind of grilled them so that there was sort of nice charred marks on it.
Jenny, how you going now?
Good, thanks.
Terrine's in the freezer.
Yes.
Chilling down. Hazelnuts are on the go, obviously.
Yes.
And you're making the vinaigrette. So really,
Yeah, I made the avocado as well.
Oh, you made the avocado? So you're catching up now. You're catching up.
I know I can catch up with the others now because to bake the dressing, the salad, the puree, and toast the sourdough, I know I've got no problem.
Jenny, you're nuts.
Sorry?
We know.
No, not... Yeah, good.
Hey, watch those fingers. You've already got,
fine.
you know, 2 damaged fingers.
Beautiful.
I'm looking down, I'm quite happy with everything, but I'm wondering whether I've put too much of the micro herbs on my plate.
Come on. You need to push along now. You have to get your terrines out of the freezer.
When we take our terrines out of the fridge, we have 15 minutes to cut it and plate it.
What happened here?
I opened the freezer and to my horror, my terrine is uplifted one side. I'm thinking it's going to squash the anchovy butter, and I think that's all I need now.
Oh, I don't believe it. I'm annoyed. I shut the door and I didn't realise it just bended my terrine. I don't know what that means. It might ruin it.
You have 15 minutes to dress the plate.
Well, this is the moment to see if it all has worked out.
You know, you shake it. I try to pull the edges of the glad wrap.
I don't want it to crack.
There is always the prospect of something going horribly wrong at this point.
What's the deal? Have I done it?
We have 15 minutes to cut it and plate it.
I'm annoyed. I shut the door and I didn't realise it just bended my terrine.
This is the moment to see if it all has worked out.
So many things can go wrong. What's the deal? Have I done it?
It's a bit... It's all right, though.
All right, fair enough. I've got a nice terrine in its entirety in front of me. Now I have to cut it.
It's all right. Beautiful. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
It's great. It's good, man. Well done.
You've got 5 minutes to go. That's 5 minutes.
With 5 minutes to go, I'm feeling really excited about seeing whether this terrine has turned out.
Oh, Poe.
Well done, Poe.
Thank you.
I see quite a nice looking terrine, so I'm really pleased.
Well done.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
Hey.
beautiful.
Well done.
Might be all right. Finally it comes out, and it doesn't look as bad tilted-wise, but it did push the butter on the sides and covered the layers of the salmon on the side.
It looks all right.
So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
1 minute to go. Come on, let's go.
Come on, guys.
Go, guys.
Probably shouldn't fiddle around with it too much because it's probably going to start melting.
Looks terrible, doesn't it?
No.
Looks fine.
This was a strange pressure test. I think it's going to be one of the closest ones.
Personally, I think Andre's looks the best.
Well,
30 seconds to go, guys. Come on, move it.
Andre's plating looked beautiful, but then Poe's looked a bit more generous.
I dare say that Poe's looks the most even in terms of its layers.
We really don't know who's going to come home tonight.
Your time's up. Step away from the plates.
Well done, guys. Well done. You've made your first terrine.
It's my turn to present my plate to the judges. I think one of the highlights in the competition so far for me is plating up that random strawberry risotto dish yesterday and getting hammered.
Are you upset that we're commenting?
no, not at all. I want to be a chef.
That's good.
That's what the problem is, right? That's what the problem is.
I'm nervous. The dish has to speak for itself now.
Thanks, Andre.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Andre's done an excellent job considering he's never made a terrine before. It's a little bit of a ski slope, a little bit uneven in terms of the layering of the salmon and how thick the butter is, but as a first attempt, it's pretty damn good. Bit of toast, George, bit of toast. Bit of toast. It's a really pleasant tasting dish. It's really subtle. There's that nice oiliness from the smoked salmon and a really lemony, whipped butter with an absolute hint of anchovy, which I like. I don't like it too strong. So I think he's done a really good job. You know, if he can improve that presentation and fining that terrine, as you put it, Matt, the seam of butter is really the only improvement he can make.
For a first attempt, he's done a fantastic job. I mean, this is difficult. This isn't easy stuff. It tastes really lovely. The butter's whipped, and if you don't whip that butter enough, it's like taking blocks of butter out of the fridge. My only criticism is he's over-pureed the avocado where it's starting to turn brown, and probably didn't get the acid into it quick enough.
The real success of that dish has been the whipping of the butter, hasn't it? You've got a lot of air in there, so it's very light. The only issue I might have is maybe it's marginally too acidic in terms of the lemon. Well, that's certainly quite a tough dish to live up to. We better see the next one. Jenny, looking at the other dishes, do you think you've done enough to keep yourself safe?
I hope so. The hardest thing for me today was to cook against those two kids.
You've got a really good relationship with them.
Yeah.
And I know that when they talk about you, they talk about you with kind of a great deal of respect.
Yeah, I respect what I think about food.
Yeah, absolutely. It's okay.
I love to guide on a dish that I cook, not what you, but it's a competition.
Well, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you very much.
The first thing I notice is a lot more generosity with the vinaigrette. But George, what do you reckon about the layers there?
Yeah, it's a lot of butter in there, a lot of butter. You know, to palate that is going to be quite difficult.
The anchovy butter is very subtle on the anchovy, nicely whipped, a bit too generous. You could only eat a quarter, I think, of what she's put on the plate there. So it's two big, generous hunks of terrine. It's too much for one person, but it does taste nice. It's just way too generous.
What I like about this dish is there's lots of vinaigrette, and it sort of needs that sort of acidy vinaigrette to cut through all that fat smoked salmon-y flavour, and of course that whipped butter. My criticism is the terrine. It's just too much butter in comparison to smoked salmon, and you know you can't get through that. You eat that, you won't be able to have a main course.
Yeah.
This is a classic Jenny version of a dish, isn't it? Generous. I agree with you, there's a lot of butter in terms of the ratio to the salmon, but maybe if you're spreading it over bread, that's less of an issue. You're spreading it over toast. So pretty fine effort, really, all in all. And like I said, it's a classic Jenny dish, generous in every proportion.
One dish left to taste, and that's Pose. Shall we bring her in?
Yeah.
As an artist, I'm quite aware of presentation and balance and all that kind of stuff. And I am staring at the dish thinking, I really should remove some of that green, but I don't know what made me just go, no, just use it all. It's good, it's there. I feel very, very down and very disillusioned. Yeah, I'm really doubting whether I can get through this competition. Yeah, I'd really like the opportunity to prove myself.
Po, yes. Second week in elimination. Any issues with the dish?
Maybe it could have been a little bit higher. I probably should have just done at least one more layer.
The salad, you happy with that?
Too much on there. It's micro, so I should have used it a little bit more sparingly. It's precious stuff.
At the end of the day, it comes down to the taste.
Thanks, George.
Thank you. I want to eat this. It's standing out. The layers of smoked salmon with butter are beautiful. The salad is my only issue. There's just too much of it. But that terrine is just absolutely spanking. And can I also say, the bar marking on this toast, it sort of replicates the terrine in many ways. So you sort of, it flows. Get rid of that salad and just give me that. That is just absolutely spot on. Beautiful.
Balance of flavours, absolutely perfect. Anchovy butter's really nicely whipped. Hint of the anchovy, a little bit of lemon. It's really well layered. You can tell an artist has made this.
Great balance of anchovy butter with smoked salmon, not over the top at all.
That terrine is impeccable. The anchovy butter, which is not too acidic from lemon, and has a true flavour of the anchovies, which I'm not so sure the other two had.
Honestly, there's qualified chefs that can't make terrines like this. So we've got to be very proud of the efforts.
Well, we tasted the 3 dishes, so let's get them in.
It must be the hardest moment since I've been in the competition.
Andre, good effort. Remind us of that dream of yours if you win MasterChef Australia. What is it that you want to do?
This was a refreshing moment for me because it was a time where I can communicate my cause to the judges because they really don't know what I'm about.
I came into this without being naive. You know, I didn't once say I want to be a chef because I don't know if my domestic passion translates into the commercial world. So it was about me discovering the characteristics of my passion. And I discovered soon into the competition, 2-3 weeks into it, that this is going to be my vocation. I'm going to become a chef.
It was like I was prepared, but I've been prepared from the very first day to speak like this.
This is an easy question for me. This is probably the easiest thing that I've had to do in the competition, is justify why I'm here.
Good.
I could have gone on and on and on.
Thanks, Andre.
Jeannie, we're sitting in an elimination, and so there's a possibility you may be going home.
I know.
If that does happen.
I don't stop. It'll take me longer, but it'll go on.
I think although I cried, I'm quite proud. I mean, I become emotional, but that's how I am. That's Jenny.
I forget how old I am, because to me, age has no barrier. I think young, I behave young, and I feel this is now the last stop on my train. I mean, I've got a government job, but the last 2 years since I've been on my own, I've spent all my money, all my time off, and now I've taken all my long service to be here, to travel and learn about food. And I hang on to every word you 3 judges say. I don't think anyone in here has taken as many notes as I do when you people talk.
When I heard Andre and Jenny's little speeches about why they were in the competition, I did feel quite intimidated because they've got a lot of depth to why they want to be here.
Poe.
I don't think I ever want to be that intense with food.
Where's the dream right now?
I've always maintained that the first goal that I have is to write this cookbook because it will consolidate what sort of restaurant I like to open, basically.
And what is it?
At the moment, well, no, it will be a dumpling and noodle bar.
I think because my speech was a little bit, not quite as intense as Jenny and Andre's, that they might question my art competing with my passion for food.
You're not going to have, Poe pictures around the place with prices on the bottom, no?
No, I'm actually quite against mixing my 2 careers, and I think, my skills as an artist will really come into hand in terms of how the place looks.
I think I just got a little bit flustered and wasn't very articulate, so I might have come across as a bit ditzy or something today, I'm not sure.
It's been a very difficult decision. The time has come to reveal who's going home. Poe?
I start to feel quite ill because it followed straight after the questioning about my commitment with art and all that. So, yeah, I started to think, oh, crap, maybe it's me.
You're still in the competition. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. That was an outstanding effort, that Terrine. It was just beautifully done. When you apply yourself even more like you did today, you perfect things and you do things really well. Well done.
Thanks, George.
Now it's down to Jenny and me.
Jenny and Andre, it comes down to you 2 and the dish that you cooked.
I was really stressed at that moment. I was wringing my hands.
And I can hear actually Andre's heartbeat. He's quite nervous.
Andre, you're still in the competition. Jenny, I'm sorry to say you're out.
Well, I was really relieved. The attention was then on Jeannie.
Jenny, if there could be any better testament to the impact that you've had on the competition, it's to look at these two who look like they're both lost something very special.
I will miss these two a lot.
She's a pretty special woman. I think Poe and I have been blown away with this woman, and she's an inspiration, definitely.
I thought I was passionate about food, but just listening to her, yeah, just with your sense of humour, just amazing, yeah, warmth. You're definitely someone that I will catch up with in the future,
definitely.
and that I'll really miss.
So I'm going to miss talking 24/7 about food all the time without being told off, and being with people that really love food, and that's what you do, cook and talk about it all the time.
Well, Jenny, it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Take care. Make sure you win. Take care. Take care. Yeah, sweet.
Now, I walk out of MasterChef kitchen. I know this is the end, Jenny and MasterChef. But it's not the end of Jenny's passion for food. I'm more determined now. I'm going to really focus on completing that book. You sort of talk about doing things and you never do. It's going to make it easier now realising the dream that I had coming into MasterChef. My dream was to complete my book. And that's what actually I feel that I'm doing now. I'm going to do it a lot faster.
We sit down together for a meal. The two who've come back from the elimination just, I guess, need a nice hot dinner and some relaxed time.
I kind of got a bit carried away with salad.
Salad and Terrine today.
Hilarious.
I think everybody in the house is a bit stunned that Jeannie's gone. You sort of think to yourself, wow, I thought she would be here till much later in the competition, and then you sort of realise it is much later in the competition.
Yum. This is good, guys.
Yeah, it's pretty good dinner. The dynamics are changing. They're becoming seriously intense.
Type of upbringing.
There's a lack of sleep. There's high emotions. Some really, really hard challenges ahead, I think.
The MasterChef experience would be one of my best experiences in my life.
I'm very excited to see my daughter, to give big kiss to hold my heart.
I would definitely do it again, and it's given me a new drive in life, a new profession. I recommend people to enter. It's the best experience you'll ever have in your life. I think it would be one of the greatest experiences you'll ever have in your life.
Very talented friend. You're very talented.
It's not the end of Jenny's passion for food.
We went up in 30 minutes.
I'm more determined now to continue to finish my book and to be really committed to what I'm going to be doing.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
You're about to battle it out with one of the most awarded chefs in this country.
Celebrity chef Matt Moran steps up to the hot plate.
Bring it on, buddy. If I win, what a bonus.
It's Justine's second attempt to beat a pro.
He's an Australian icon in the chef world.
Will she get fast-tracked to the last week of the competition?
There's no reason why Justine can't pull it off.
Freaking out.
Justine, I'm going to give you encouragement. Hurry up.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this dish up in time.
My heart just sank for it.
Disaster!
last night on MasterChef Australia.
So today, one of you is going home.
Poe, Jeannie and Andre faced off in the pressure test.
Jenny, I'm sorry to say you're out.
Tonight, celebrity chef Matt Moran steps up to the hot plate.
You wouldn't be standing here if we didn't think you had what it takes to take Matt Moran down.
Bring it on, buddy.
It's Justine's second attempt to beat a pro.
I'm really proud that I can do this again.
Will she get fast-tracked to the last week of the competition?
It's going to be a tough one.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this dish up in time.
Justine, I'm going to give you encouragement. Hurry up.
Today is Celebrity Chef Challenge. I won the invention test, so I get to cook off against a professional chef.
I reckon the word must be getting around that 2 chefs have been beaten now, so, you know, I think they'll be taking it really seriously. Bringing the big guns. Yeah.
As I put my chef jacket on this morning, I'm really proud that I can do this again. Maybe this is my chance to go straight to the finals, who knows? I'm a little bit nervous. I know it's going to be a massive day. A lot is riding on today. At this stage of the competition, winning Celebrity Challenge is very important to me.
Juzzy walks into the kitchen. She looks beautiful. She looks like she belongs in a chef jacket.
Now, you've been here before, haven't you, Justine? Just 2 weeks ago, you cooked off against Italian chef Guy Grossi. You lost to him by just 1 point.
Justine, you know that you could achieve this. You could be like Lucas.
8 out of 10.
You could be like Julia, out there working and training outside of the MasterChef kitchen, waiting to come back in that final week. It's a real possibility.
You're about to battle it out with one of the most awarded chefs in this country. The 2 of you will cook the same dish, and the judges will taste your efforts and give them a score out of 10. If you score higher than our celebrity chef, then you'll be awarded with a free ride through to the final week of MasterChef Australia.
You are one of our top cooks in this competition right now. If there's any words of advice, you need to multitask today. Everything you do needs to be precise.
Well, Justine, it's time to find out who your competition will be. His Sydney restaurant Aria has been awarded a 2 chef hat status, not once, but 8 times. He is Chef Matt Moran.
No mistaking who that is. We all know Matt Moran is the executive chef at Aria restaurant.
Yeah, Matt Moran's just hardcore.
Everyone rates him as a bit of a superstar chef and, you know, he's a heavyweight in the chefing world.
I've seen his face on cooking shows, I've seen his books, I know about his restaurants. You know, he's an Australian icon in the chef world.
I'm Matt Moran, chef and owner of Aria Restaurant. Aria Restaurant is a fine dining restaurant and it's been here for 10 years now. What it takes to succeed in this industry is a lot of hard work and a lot of love. If you don't love it, don't do it.
Matt, welcome to the MasterChef kitchen.
Pleasure to be here.
You today will be cooking off against Justine. Now, Justine, you'll be cooking one of the dishes from the current menu at Aria. Matt will give you a copy of the recipe. He'll allow you to taste the dish, and he'll give you a 15-minute head start.
Oh, we're going to get half an hour.
You wouldn't be standing here if we didn't think you had what it takes to take Matt Moran down. Okay?
Now remember, we won't know who's cooked which dish until we've tasted and written down our scores. Gentlemen.
Well, it's time for Matt to reveal what you'll both be cooking.
I automatically think, hopefully it's a main, hopefully it's meat. please don't give me dessert.
The dish is a dessert. There we have our pear tart, poached pear, caramel sauce, a little bit of crumble and some double cream.
Matt, why did you choose this dish?
It's just a dish which has got lots of different components to it and lots of different dishes in that dish.
What's the most difficult part?
The main part is the tart, and that's what's going to go wrong. You've got to get that nice caramelisation on it. You've got to make sure that the pastry is cooked underneath, otherwise it becomes really soft, and you need that crispness. Make sure your pear is cooked enough. Don't overcook it because it becomes mush.
Justine, would you like to taste?
Absolutely. It was divine. Almost tastes like a tarte-tatin. Got this texture that almost changes when you go to the crumble and the cream. It's two different layers, smooth and crunchy. It's art on a dish.
You will have a 15-minute head start. In total, you'll have an hour and a half to prepare Matt's dish. Matt, you will have an hour and 15 minutes. Your time starts now. Good luck.
Justine's been flying high lately. She's like superstar girl. There's no reason why Justine can't pull it off.
I was asked to come in and mentor a young budding chef, and you know that's all I really want to do. You know, if I win, what a bonus.
First thing I do is measure the paper for my tart. I want this dish to be perfect, so my paper has to be perfect.
Can I give you a tip? It doesn't really matter if it doesn't fit. As long as there's puff pastry under it. She is very nervous, I could see that. You know, that really should have only been a 20-second job.
First step is to roll out the pastry to make sure it's thin enough and ready to go for the marzipan.
You should be asking more questions.
Okay, is that thick enough?
Yeah, not far off. And it's a little bit uneven there. Feel that on top of that. You've got thicker bits, you've got lighter bits, yeah? So lift it up and really nice and gentle. You're just really rolling it, yeah?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be perfect.
Okay.
All right, so that's fine. Leave it.
Okay.
Yep. Leave it, get started on the marzipan, the egg white, the slicing of the pear, then straight after that, get your caramel on.
Okay. Justine, you've just had a 15-minute head start. Matt, it's now time to start cooking.
You know, to be honest, I couldn't wait to get stuck into it. I'll see you in an hour.
Okay.
He puts 5 things on to do at once. These chefs, they don't even measure stuff. They just throw stuff in pots and get on with it.
I dare say it took Matt the best part of 3 minutes to catch up to Justine.
Justine, I'm going to give you encouragement.
Oh, okay.
Hurry up.
I'm actually feeling a bit nervous now. I know I'm not the best dessert cook. I have 1 hour to do another 5 elements. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this dish up in time because it looks bloody hard.
The dish that I've chosen for today's challenge is a warm pear tart with a poached pear and caramel sauce.
Justine and Matt, you have 1 hour left.
I had an hour left and I can hear pots and pans going and I could just sense the speed he was going at in comparison to what I was doing. At that stage, I was up to assembling the tart by putting on the marzipan.
Do I put the marzipan all the way to the corners of the pastry?
Right over the whole lot, really important.
Next step was to cut the pears nice and thin so they're ready for the tart. It was just taking me forever.
How you going, Justine?
Oh, assembling my tart.
There's a huge difference between the 2 pear tarts. Matt, he slices them really thinly. He squares up his pears, he makes them all the same size, and then he just sort of lays them down in a fan and transfers them to his tray, whereas Juzzy chops them up and she's laying them down singly.
I'm a bit worried because the presentation of it and the accuracy of the pears when you put it on that puff pastry is extremely important. I really want to make that perfect because when you cut that slice at the end, the judges will notice if it's perfect or not.
They have to overlap, don't they, the pears?
They do, yes.
I've just put my pear tart in the oven. I haven't even started to do the caramel and I still have at least 4 processes to go.
How's that caramel going, Justine?
I've just started it now.
Good. You need to be multitasking.
Okay, so much to do, so little time. Is that looking too dark?
It's hard to tell until you actually taste it because it's the sweetness and the bitterness, but the colour looks good, yeah?
At this stage, I'm doing the crumble and measuring out everything perfectly because you want to have that evenness between the sugar, the flour and the butter to make it nice and crunchy and crumbly.
Matt, can I do my crumble straight away and put it in the oven, or should I just let it cool down in the fridge?
Put it straight in the oven. You're running out of time.
I know that Matt's finished majority of things. The pear needs to be poached. I prepared the liquid.
A squeeze of lemon and just leave the half in there.
Just leave the whole half in there.
Put the pear in it, put some alfoil on top of it in order to submerge the pear to make sure that it's cooked evenly.
He's literally finished nearly every component part of the dish. He's so in control, but he's a little bit gutsy as well. I hope she can catch up.
I'm in the shit at the moment.
It's really important with the tart is you actually bake it on the bottom to get the puff pastry cooked. Once that's cooked, you put a little bit of caramel on top and you actually flip it over just to let the bottom of it, the base of it, actually cook out a little bit because you don't want it to be undercooked.
I open the oven and that pastry is not cooked at all.
It looks a bit raw underneath, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it needs longer. Sorry.
There's something wrong. I've maybe not put the temperature up high enough. I didn't have time to waste, so Matt helps me and we just put it in his oven.
I'm quietly observing. She took her tart out and left her crumble in the bottom of the oven. Major mistake.
Oh my gosh. I'm freaking out because I have so much more to do.
Where are the other 2? 3? Oh, you only did 1, did you?
I only did 1. How many did you do?
4.
How come?
Well, that's what the recipe says. Let's just hope no one else is coming for dinner.
I don't have time to poach 4 pears. I don't have time to core 4 pears. I just do 1 and hope for the best.
It's a risk to only poach 1 pear. Of course it is. If it doesn't work out, then there's not a lot of time to do another one.
All right?
Yeah, I just want my tart to work.
Justine and Matt, 15 minutes to go.
15 minutes to go, the tart's looking good. It's amazing, it just puffed up beautifully. I'm getting on the right track, this is working. I still have time to finish everything.
Be careful, not too much.
Yeah. Right, I need to flip him over.
While I was concentrating on my pear tart, because that was my little baby, I wanted to make that perfect.
I just need the top.
I kind of forgot about my crumble.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. The crumbs are gone.
Jazzy.
God, my heart just sank for her. It was burnt to a cinder. It looked like ground coffee.
I've got 10 minutes to go now and I don't have any crumble.
Quickly, do it again. Quick.
Don't have time. I don't have time.
She was struggling and everything started to snowball.
Who's got to caramelise on the top?
Got to flip your tart.
Yeah, I don't have time to flip it.
Look, what Justine really needs is to get that pear tart right. She's going to be really pushed.
Matt, should I flip it?
Well, it will caramelise that way too, but flipping is better.
All right, here we go.
This is a make or break moment because if it cracks, it's finished, it's gone.
Tarts come out, it looks beautiful. But you know what? The crumble's burnt.
I need crumble on that plate or else they're going to know that that's mine and I failed. My instincts were just get some more crumble on. Even if it doesn't work, just I've got to try. I didn't even measure. I was just chucking in some flour, a bit of sugar, a bit of butter, a bit of ginger, just get it in there as soon as I could.
I admired how Justine fell off the bike and got back on really quickly.
You're going to get it on there. You're going to get it on there.
5 minutes to go. Tart is ready, but I just need to let it cool a little bit because it was still quite puffy. I've pulled the crumble out of the oven. I'm happy with the way it looks. It was still extremely hot because I got it straight out of the oven.
My cream's going to melt on it.
Justine and Matt, you've got 1 minute to go.
Go, Jazzy.
I'm just waiting for the 30-second countdown, and when it's about 10 seconds, I'm going to put the dollop of cream.
30 seconds, guys.
Just wait.
Stand there and hold it until the last 10.
10 seconds to go.
Very good.
out straight away.
I step away and I'm like, oh, thank God. I have every element on that plate. I'm so happy.
And your time is up.
Very good. How long have you been cooking?
Not long. Justine, your plate 1. Please bring your dish forward. And Matt, that makes you plate 2.
I have to say, hers looked pretty good. And that's when I started to get a bit nervous, you know. I thought, you know, she can beat me quite easily.
Now, the judges have absolutely no idea who cooked what dish. Both dishes will receive a total combined score out of 30, and the highest score will win.
My dessert is being judged first, and I'm actually quite happy with it.
Pastry's really, really well cooked. It's crisp, you know, it's toasty on the bottom, nice caramelised, glossy, sweet pear on the top. It's excellent dessert.
Very, very good dessert. If there's any negatives, a little bit crunchy on the pear and a little bit dry. If plate 1 is Justine's, that girl's got some serious talent. She's definitely a big contender in this competition.
Fantastic caramel. While I think the crumble could be darker, it still has a crispness that's very attractive and adds another element to the dish.
I know this girl is good, but of course I want to win. It's pride and ego on the line here.
Thanks, George. The tart, even though it looks much better, plate number 1 may have had the edge for me in terms of just the flavour.
The pear is definitely cooked more than plate 1's, which is, you know, where it needs to be. It's just absolutely delightful.
Caramel's very similar. Crumb, darker, more intricate in flavour. While there's beautifully cut pear across the top of the tart, it hasn't got quite the same crispness and lift that plate 1 had. Other than that, that's an impeccable dessert.
Just waiting for the judges. It's nerve-wracking. I haven't been through that for a long time.
After all the chaos in my kitchen, I just can't wait to hear what they have to say about my dish.
Well, judges, I can now reveal that plate 1 was Justine's. Matt, how did you score plate 1?
7 out of 10. Great dish. The caramel, almost note for note, exactly what we tasted on Matt's dish.
George, what did you think of Justine's dish?
8 out of 10.
Ooh.
You know, my criticism is the pear was a bit crunchy. Give you another day and you would have perfected that dish.
Gary?
I scored your dish. 9 out of 10.
She's got what it takes. She's a talented young girl.
9 out of 10. Now I'm gonna cry.
Close to perfect. My dish is close to perfect.
There are a couple of little pointers. The quenelle on the plate, yours was a blob. The crumbs weren't as toasty as I think they should have been. But you know what? Bloody brilliant. Well done.
Justine's just scored 24 out of 30. There's a good chance that she might have nailed this challenge.
Well, if Matt scores less than 24, that makes you the winner. Matt, what did you think of plate 2?
9 out of 10. Just the detail in the dish shows why you're so well regarded as a chef. I could have given you 10, but I know you prefer 9.
Thanks, Matt.
George, what did you give Matt's dish?
A 9 out of 10.
I got a 9 out of 10 too, so there's still chance. I'm not out of the game yet.
Matt's scored 18 so far. For you to win, Gary now needs to give Matt's dish a score of 6 or less. So Gary, tell us your score and the winner of the challenge.
Matt, I scored your dish 10 out of 10.
Well done, everyone. You did a really good job, mate. Really good job. Really good job. I was very happy. I felt as though I should have been in the Olympics doing something, you know.
Justine, not far. Not far at all.
To do that in such a short amount of time and get those elements on the plate looking like that, I'd take my hat off if I had one on. Yeah, incredible job, really was.
Congratulations, Matt Moran. That's a total score of 28 out of 30, which makes you the winner of our Celebrity Chef Challenge.
Thank you.
Matt, thank you so much for visiting us at MasterChef today. We wish you all the best.
Cheers, guys.
You know, I've lost, but I've just had the most amazing experience cooking against Matt Moran. I'm very humbled. For me, it's priceless. I'll never forget this day in my life.
It's been a really long day for you. However, it's not over yet. Everyone, come on down. We've got a surprise for you. Let me introduce you to Andrea and Sean.
In come a lovely man and lady together, and I'm thinking, what are we doing? Are we cooking them dinner? What's going on?
Oh my God. Now these guys are getting married.
Congratulations. That's lovely.
The 6 of you will be catering for that wedding.
Of course we will.
And the wedding is tomorrow.
Fantastic. We're all just freaking out because it's less than 24 hours. The pressure's just ridiculous.
A wedding. A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We cannot screw this up.
Tomorrow night, a special 90-minute MasterChef.
This is going to be absolutely incredible.
Our cooks face their biggest challenge yet.
It's going to be the most nuts one we've had so far.
The final 6 work through the night in a test of endurance
Who doesn't have their wedding cake organised the day before their wedding?
as they attempt to stage the perfect wedding.
Let's go. Come on, you can do it.
I've really got to get these guys organised or we're going to be screwed.
I know you're all working individually, but at the end of the day, there's a wedding upstairs and we need to feed them, okay?
If Chris gets credit for this, I will be really, really upset.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Justine, I'm going to give you encouragement. Hurry up.
Justine just missed out on beating Matt Moran in the Celebrity Cook-Off.
I'd take my hat off if I had one on.
For me, it's priceless. I'll never forget this day in my life.
Tonight, we have an epic 90-minute special.
This is going to be absolutely incredible.
As our chefs say I do to catering a wedding.
Let's go. Come on, you can do it.
It's a test of endurance as they work through the night to make it a day to remember.
Who doesn't have their wedding cake organised the day before their wedding? Yeah, the pressure's on.
Welcome to the industry.
Can I tell you, I'm scared.
You got 2 minutes, guys. Come on.
This is going to be extremely tight.
nervous. Celebrity challenge is over. Massive day, looking forward to going home, and then...
Everyone, come on down. We've got a surprise for you.
I don't like not knowing what's going on. I don't like things being up in the air.
Let me introduce you to Andrea and Sean.
In come a lovely man and lady together, and I'm thinking, what are we doing? Are we cooking them dinner? What's going on?
Now these guys are getting married.
Congratulations.
Well done, guys.
The 6 of you will be catering for that wedding.
Of course we will.
And the wedding is tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. This is a really special day for 2 people and we want to make it perfect, but with this time restraint, is it really possible?
A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We cannot screw this up.
This is possibly the most daunting challenge you've faced so far. The wedding is real, the guests are real, and this challenge is very real.
The next 24 hours is going to be absolutely insane. So we've got to cater tomorrow for a wedding party of 100-odd guests. The fact that we've got no notice is just nuts.
Andrea, as the bride tomorrow, are you nervous?
Very nervous, but very excited as well. I can't believe my big day is here.
Sean and Andrea are really funny. She's lovely, and Sean is very understated.
What about you, Sean? What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, just at the end of the ceremony, that's what I'm looking to, the end of that, when we're finally married.
They seem like a lovely couple and they seem really happy and, happy people you want to cook for them because, you kind of want to be part of that.
The wedding is on a boat called the Blue Room in the Sydney Harbour. Normally, you'd be split into teams. For this challenge, you'll be competing as individuals.
We still get to work as a group and interact, but it's going to come down to individual performances.
Andrea and Sean have already come up with a menu for the 4 courses. There's 2 canapes, 2 entrees, 2 mains, and 2 desserts. You will need to split up those dishes amongst yourselves so that all of you have a chance to show what you're capable of.
You'll have to decide between you who takes what responsibilities. Gary and George will be with you in the kitchen. Sarah and I will be upstairs with the guests. Together, we'll decide who has performed best in this challenge. Based on the food that you individually cook, we'll be deciding on the 2 least impressive performers. Those 2 will face an elimination round.
Do I want to be in an elimination challenge? Absolutely not. That I have to cook my butt off tomorrow and I have to ensure that I'm not in that position.
The 4 best performers will be coming to lunch with me at one of Sydney's best restaurants.
You'll now head to the bar with Matt and the bride and groom to discuss the menu. Good luck, everyone.
We go into the bar with the bride and the groom and with Matt. We have a good chat about the menu.
The point of this challenge is not about being creative, it's about executing a menu exactly, on time and perfectly, so we make these guys have the best day possible.
Absolutely. Having just been through a wedding myself, food at my wedding was extremely important, and I know from the comments from all of our guests that it was a highlight, so hopefully we can produce the same thing for Sean and Andrea tomorrow.
Sam, maybe you'd like to read the menu out.
The canapes are dill potato cakes with smoked salmon.
Oh, sorry, the canapes. Because I've got a gluten-free diet, usually canapes are usually flour-based or usually packed with gluten, and I always feel like I miss out. So the potato cakes need to be done with no flour in or anything like that.
Dietary requirements are part of the catering industry, so the fact that Andrea has to have a gluten-free diet, then we have to cater for that. It's her day, she's the boss. And a warm tartlet of brie cheese.
Do you have a picture in your head of how any of those canapes look?
Delicious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Delicious we can do.
The entrees are Asian chicken salad or crab and smoked salmon parcel.
I'll state the obvious and
Asian chicken salad.
Julie and I took on 2 things each, a canapé and an entree. You are putting yourself out there to do the first 2 dishes in a row. In hindsight, I think that was probably a bit stupid of me and Julie to do that.
The main course is beef fillet with wild mushroom ragu or a crispy skinned salmon with tiger prawns.
I wouldn't mind doing mains. The mains are a massive part, and if they're not right, then people will point the finger, but I'm prepared for that risk because that's why I'm here. I'm here to be a chef.
Andre, you'll be doing the main of the beef fillet. Any questions?
How do you guys want the beef done? Medium rare?
I think they should be all medium rare.
They have a little bit of a disagreement about how the beef should be cooked. So when in doubt, I just listen to the bride.
Do we have room to ask for them to be well done? Because I know that some of my family will probably want it well done.
That's not a problem. I'll just cook some well done just on standby there.
I think we need to.
For sure. No problem.
After a bit of discussion, I'm going to stick with the mains with Andre, and I'm going to do the crispy skin salmon.
And the dessert is lemon and lime cream tart or hot chocolate fondant with vanilla bean ice cream. Chocolate fondant, eh?
Tomorrow I'm responsible for the chocolate fondant with the ice cream. So let's hope I don't screw that one up and go home.
Sam, you'll be doing the dessert of the lemon lime cream tart. Any questions?
With the tart, with the pastry, are we making our own? Am I making my own?
Yes.
Yeah. While I've made pastry before, it's a tough thing to get right, to get perfect. So yeah, it does make me slightly nervous.
Sean, Andrea, huge day tomorrow. You need to go get some rest. Think about the fantastic time you're going to have tomorrow and the amazing food that these guys are going to put up for you.
Sean and Andrea, my wedding day was the happiest day of my life, bar none, and the food was a really big part of that. I feel really honoured to be a part of your wedding tomorrow, and I promise you that this team here is going to deliver you a wedding that you won't forget.
Thank you. That's really nice.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Good luck, guys.
Sleep well.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
The briefing for the wedding is over. This is going to be a full-on challenge. It's going to be the most nuts one we've had so far.
There's just one other thing. Every wedding has to have a wedding cake. So you will need to also bake them their wedding cake for the wedding tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but who doesn't have their wedding cake organised the day before their wedding? A wedding cake.
The problem is, a wedding cake can take up to 7 hours to bake and decorate.
Tonight? Before we do tomorrow? Are you kidding me?
Sean and Andrea, they are getting married tomorrow. We're going to be catering for their wedding. There are over 100 guests, and all the prep's got to be done tomorrow prior to the wedding service. And we've got to make a wedding cake tonight, which takes up to 7 hours.
But look, we're not totally heartless. Waiting for you out in the MasterChef kitchen is Hundi from Planet Cake.
I'm really relieved that we have a wedding cake expert to help us out.
Planet Cake are renowned as making the best wedding cakes in Sydney.
The wedding cake is definitely the centrepiece of a wedding, and you want it to be special and something that the bride's going to sort of, really love.
So, I don't know what you're doing sitting here, because you better get into it, guys. Come on, let's go.
Let's do it, guys.
Come on.
Let's rock.
We all have to stay here for the next 6 or 7 hours to bake this beautiful wedding cake. It's going to be a long night.
So we're going to make a cake now?
Cake.
A wedding cake?
Yeah. Up to 7 hours to make this cake.
Has anybody made a wedding cake before? You have, haven't you?
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to be delusional after this. I already feel my eyeballs popping out of my brain.
Hey!
Oh, hello. After our little team talk, we're introduced to Handy. He's from Planet Cake, and tonight he's my hero.
Matt said that you guys need some help. I'm here to help.
Fantastic.
I've been decorating for over 15 years. I've done Nicole Kidman wedding cake, lots of celebrities. Most recent one, Celine Dion's 40th birthday.
Really?
As well.
Okay.
So, This is what we're trying to reproduce. The design is actually taken from Andrea's wedding dress, which is this one. So it's a lot of piping, so all we need is a steady hand and confidence. Okay, remember that Andrea is actually gluten-free. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna bake some gluten-free cake. That's for the top tier. Okay.
When we're looking at the picture, it looks like it's a 2-tier cake, but it's actually baking 4 cakes and then putting a cover on that.
Cake, something like this, normally will take us about 2 days to do. We haven't got 2 days. It's 9 o'clock now, so 7 hours, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Bake the 7-hour cake through the night. Yeah, it's going to be a long, long night.
How do you guys want to do this?
Why don't we do the greasing the tins, making the ganache, and let the other 4 make a cake each?
Yep.
Are you decorating with Julie?
I don't know. I'm really keen to do.
Who's got the most steady hand?
I think Poe.
Yes, okay.
I felt like I was the only person that could have coped with the piping.
Who's got the most confidence?
Me.
Then you be decorating.
So we've all got our jobs to do to make this cake. Sam does the gluten-free orange cake. Chris, Justine and I do the chocolate mud cake.
We have 7 hours to do this. I think we're waking up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, so there will be no sleep. It'll be baking all night, so shoot me now.
I don't know where to start with the things that could go wrong with this wedding cake. The list is as long as the recipe. Everything from the cakes not rising to overcooking the cakes. I mean, there's just every stage is fraught with danger.
Handy. Yes.
The man who's never baked before gets to be in charge of the special request from the bride, the gluten-free cake. Bit of pressure there.
So we're going to have 3 layers of chocolate and then 1 layer of gluten-free to go on top. So just reading through that because I haven't made a gluten-free cake before.
So everyone took a layer each, and then I made all the ganache. Ganache is just basically chocolate and cream holding the cake together, sort of like spreadable butter.
I'm doing one of the chocolate mud cakes, so I just measure it all up and I melt the butter with the water and the sugar with some instant coffee on the stove, then sift all the flour and cocoa.
In order to get no lumps in the chocolate cake, you should put a well in the centre of the dry ingredients and then mix the wet ingredients nice and slowly so there are no lumps.
So I'm responsible for making the gluten-free cake, which is essentially a flourless cake. The first step in making this cake is creaming the butter and the sugar, so getting that to the pale consistency. The second step is combining the creamed eggs and butter and sugar with the almond meal and also the pureed poached oranges. Once that's all been combined together, it's simply a case of putting that into the prepared tin and getting it at the oven at the right temperature.
40 minutes in and everyone's putting their cakes in the oven and I'm putting my ganache in the fridge.
There's so many little bits and pieces that can go wrong. You know, we're going to be baking in 3 different ovens. They'll be a little bit different, so we've got to keep our eye on that. It's a 2-hour bake. You know, if one of those screws up, it's 2 hours to put us behind. We could be still doing it tomorrow lunchtime.
Hopefully it does what it's meant to do in there, so it's now just a case of sitting back, waiting and twiddling my thumbs for the next hour and a half.
It's 11 p.m. and Handy finally gives us our recipe cards for tomorrow.
Before Matt left, he gave me this.
Yeah.
This is the recipe for tomorrow.
Cool.
I feel a bit nervous. There's a bit more involvement in my dishes than I expected, and I start to question the wisdom of doing the 2 first courses to go out. The bride is very strictly gluten-free, but she selected the potato cakes with smoked salmon because there was no flour. I've got the recipe and there's flour in the recipe.
Yeah, you want to open up for me, mate?
90 minutes pass and it's time to open the oven and skewer my cake to test whether it's done or not. What we're looking for there is that you put a skewer in and it should come out clean. First time that I did that, I put it in and it came out filthy. So obviously it wasn't baked all the way through. So back in the oven and it actually goes in for another 20 minutes.
The cakes actually took a lot longer to bake than we expected. My biggest fear tonight is not getting this thing finished. This is a cake for somebody's wedding day, and it's got to be absolutely stunning.
What can go wrong with a wedding cake with 6 amateur cooks who's never made one before? Plenty.
It's been behaving quite funnily.
Has it? I think I must have walked away from the oven for a little bit while it was cooking for that hour. Come back and...
So, Handy, what's going on with that, mate?
Oh my gosh, my team is going to kill me. This cake is not going to work out at all.
Okay, don't panic. It's because you fill up the tin quite high. So what happened is the cake rose up and then it spill out the tin.
Yeah.
It was okay at the end because Handy ensured me that because it's so high, we can take a little thin layer off the top and it'll be even better because it'll be nice and straight.
Yeah, probably another 15 minutes and you'll be done.
Okay.
This is, yeah, it's good. It's not
still
bad.
good?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Phew.
15 minutes later, open up the oven, skewer goes in, Handy has a look again, and we both agree it is done. So it's time to put it up on the cooling rack.
My cake comes out of the oven. At least that's ticked off and we can start getting on with other things.
Next, we need to let the cakes cool, and we actually decide to take them outside to help them cool quicker.
I took my cake out and cradled it like a beautiful little newborn baby that had been born in the oven.
The icing's going to be tricky, so Handy gives us a lesson.
So all you need is probably cut that for like 200 grams, just enough to cover this board. So you need rolling pin, icing sugar, or corn flour will be the best. This is shaker there. Yeah, that's corn flour.
Chris steps up to do the icing right away, and I'm happy for him to do it, but I have a feeling that he's not going to know how to control it. It does annoy me because it's something that I know how to do, but again, I can't do everything, so I have to just let go of that.
So what do we do?
You lift it up with this.
Yep.
Put it back in, hold it back up. Perfect. This is the acetate film, so you're just acting as a sandpaper or you can buff it. So you slowly cut through the edges like that, so it's nice and clean finish.
And we're given this strange little piece of acetate that you buff it with. That worked perfectly well, so gave me a little bit of confidence moving ahead. Do you want me to do the decorating instead? Because you've got the dishes that'll go out first in the morning.
Yep.
That way you can get away and get some sleep.
Poe and Chris are going to decorate the cake. Poe's obviously an artist, Chris is a graphic designer, and they decide that they're the right people to do the cake. And we discuss as a team that the best thing to do is for some of us to go home and get some sleep rather than sit around and be useless.
Right, cheers guys.
Thank you.
See you in a few hours.
Appreciate it. Get some rest, won't you?
I will be disadvantaged without sleep tomorrow, but I'm quite confident that I'll be able to push through it because I do it with my work all the time, and I felt like I was the only person that could have coped with the piping.
Let's see if these cakes are cold.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We're hoping that we can get this knocked over in a few hours so we can get at least an hour's sleep, but I'm not confident in that.
That's it. Be careful with your hands. Yeah, just gently.
The construction of the cake is really, really difficult. We've got to put ganache between each level, stack them up really straight. We've got to cover it in a thinner layer of ganache and get it absolutely perfect. Just make that front, put the flowers facing that way and disguise.
All right. We're sort of quite proud of the fact that we've ganached all the cakes, except we hadn't even started rolling out the icing. So I was actually starting to get a little bit afraid that we weren't going to do this on time.
Is this right? When I found out how the icing's done, I just thought this is going to be impossible. It's really delicate and it cracks. You've got to work really quickly.
So if it's too cracked, then you have to do it again.
It's too cracked.
Chris's first attempt at putting the icing on wasn't successful because he'd rolled the icing out too thinly.
Do you have more icing?
Start again, roll out the second disc. We try and do it quicker and support the weight.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, perfect.
Crud!
But it breaks again. Can we fix this or not? No?
Start again.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It's all right, Chris. Just chill.
We've got to throw that out. So I don't know if we're actually going to be able to do this.
Whoa, just ease off. This is probably one of the most nerve-wracking bits of the decorating because we're actually running out of icing, so we have to get this right. When we finally get all the icing on, it's a massive relief, but it looks like a nightmare.
Oh, that's rough.
Poe and I are starting to feel a little bit strung out now. The icing's on. Now we've got to assemble this thing.
Exactly the front?
Yeah. Take your hand away. It's somewhere between 4 and 5 a.m. and I still have to do the piping. It's quite nerve-wracking because the icing is white and the piping is black. I can't erase my mistakes, so I definitely can't afford to make any.
I have to cluster some of them for effect. I'm going as fast as I can.
Looking beautiful.
Piping is all done by Poe, and she's absolutely stunning at it. She's got a steady hand and a great eye, so I had to sit there and watch the poor girl pipe at this ungodly hour of the morning.
Looking great. Yeah. Fantastic.
Come on, we've got a wedding to go to.
I know. Shush.
Give me a cuddle.
Andy, thank you so much.
As I step back and look at the cake, I think, look, it's a really good effort because in a normal situation, even the people from Planet Cake would have taken 2 days to do this, and we did it in one night.
Are you right? Oh,
Yes.
You're scaring me.
Let's go.
Okay.
It's now 5 a.m. We've been at the MasterChef kitchen for about 22 hours. Looks like we might get enough time to head home, have a shower, and get out and cook again.
But look what we did. I'm not going to trip over.
Well done, guys.
Coming up,
See ya.
it's all hands on deck as wedding preparations get underway. And while the clock's ticking,
I'm getting scared.
Sam gets sidelined.
Ow, when it's just going to put me behind, it just pisses me off. I just feel like I'm letting everyone else down.
Waking up, I haven't had much sleep because I came back at 2:30 in the morning after baking the wedding cake. I rise and Poe's not in her bed, so it means that she was at the MasterChef kitchen all night.
At this point, I actually have been awake for 24 hours. We got home at about 5:15 and we brought the cake down to show the others who were already at breakfast.
Wow, that looks amazing though, guys.
Poe and Chris walk in with the wedding cake. It looks fantastic. So, you know, mission accomplished on that one.
Yeah, it looks amazing, Poe.
Don't look too closely, is all I can say.
I know you guys are feeling probably pretty tired, but have a shower and let's just get out of here, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, half the reason I'll survive on no sleep is because it's so important, this challenge. I mean, 2 people are going to face elimination and it'll be down to the top 5 after that. So it was worth putting the effort in to get the cake done, help out the team, and now it's individuals.
I think it's 5:30 when we leave the house to go to the wedding. So it's go, 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 get in the car, no time to waste.
The rules of this challenge are that we have to cater a wedding of over 100 people. There's 2 canapes, 2 entrees, 2 mains, 2 desserts, and we're being judged as individuals on this one. At the end of this challenge, 2 people are going to go into elimination. I will be pulling out all the stops. I'll be doing everything in my power to be one of the top performers.
Wow, check this out.
Beautiful.
We arrive at the wharf and we see this enormous 2-storey blue room boat. It's an amazing place to have a wedding. I can't believe that we are going to be catering at an event like this. This is going to be absolutely incredible.
We walked downstairs into the kitchen and we were really surprised. The kitchen was huge and really well appointed, so we're very impressed with that. And we meet Tim, the head chef.
Clock is ticking already, so we've quite a bit to do. We need to get cracking straight away. Okay? Absolutely.
Do you have a preference of where canapes and entrees and all that set up?
If you're on canapes.
After today, 1 person will be going home, so again, pressure to perform. I've just gotten through 2 elimination challenges in a row, and I think another one would really kill me.
We're on dessert.
Okay, you guys should work side by side here then, okay?
It's extremely important that I do well today because I need to stay in the competition. So when I leave, I have a great foundation to launch my career upon towards being a chef.
Wow. Good morning, how you going?
Good.
You guys have got an enormous amount of work to do in the next 4 or 5 hours. This is massive. To be honest, even in a professional kitchen, we would have done some prep yesterday. You're doing everything from scratch, and that is a huge ask.
We have 5 hours to deliver 8 different dishes between 6 people. We don't have any room for failure. We need to get this done, or else the wedding is going to be a disaster.
Who's in charge, by the way? I just think it might be an idea to have one person who's going to coordinate it. If you don't have a point of contact in a function like this, you're going to be in big trouble.
George and Gary suggest that we need a team leader, and I stick my hand up. I have a dessert to do, but it's the last dish served, and I know that I can get around, help people, and get them organised.
Get a narrow pot that thing fits into so that you're not holding it with your hands.
I'm doing a canapé and an entree. Poe is also doing a canapé and an entree. I'm making the potato and dill cake. I've got to make at least 150 of them. I've got a question.
A question, what's the question?
The bride is gluten intolerant, strictly.
Yeah, and it says flour.
The canapé has flour.
All the flour's there for, with a little potato cake, is to help it fry.
It doesn't help it bind.
No.
We decide to do it with plain flour and just make half a dozen of the canapés with gluten-free flour.
Oh, you're looking tired, mate. What's happening? Did you sleep? You do, you look knackered. You look knackered. Did you make the wedding cake last night with the guys?
I did.
And did you get any sleep?
No, I didn't.
What, none?
Poe and I got home at 5:30 and didn't sleep.
Welcome to the industry. Yeah. Fantastic feeling.
Yes, chef.
Justine, what are you doing? What's the dish that you're looking after, or the dishes you're looking after?
I'm doing a main today, and I'm doing the crispy skin salmon with the prawns.
Andre, what are you doing? Tell me what's the dish?
Beef tenderloin with mushroom ragu and champ potatoes.
Right, working together on the main course because it's 50-50. Half the guests get beef, half the guests get salmon.
We've got our work cut out, but we'll definitely pair up as a team and pump this out. Yep.
Good.
Cheers.
Sam.
Hi, George. I'm looking after a lemon and lime cream tart with fresh strawberries and cream.
Like, is it a curd?
It's like a custard.
Custard, set custard baked in the oven?
Baked in the oven.
And you need to make the pastry?
I can't yet because the butter's still hard.
So why don't you get it somewhere warm so you can get it softened down quickly?
Yeah, no problem.
Because, I mean, that dough needs to rest.
Yep.
It's really important. Nick?
Absolutely.
Chris?
Yep.
What are you looking after?
I'm on dessert. I'm doing a chocolate fondant with raspberries and a vanilla bean ice cream.
Chocolate fondant. Are you scared as you're tipping it out they're going to crack, and are you going to have some spares? What's your plan?
Yeah, I'm going to try and make about, 10 or 20 spares.
I commend you, but can I tell you, I'm scared.
You have an hour and a half before the first lot of canopies have to leave this kitchen, okay? Now we need to move it. Let's go.
I know you're all working individually to stay in the competition, but at the end of the day, there's a wedding upstairs and we need to feed them, okay?
It's starting to catch on the bottom a little bit.
I don't think it's ready yet.
Poe's running around like a mad woman. She's freaking about her pastry cases. She's confusing herself.
Get these in the oven.
So I've got to end up doing a lot of the pastry side of the dish for her and get them in the oven.
We're going to be under pressure with this swing pastry. I know we are. And what do you want me to do with it? I've got no other way of getting it done. Ow, I just done it again.
With 1 hour before service, I stuck my hand in a food processor like a dickhead.
Is it a bad cut?
Yeah, it's bad cut.
Yeah.
Gary says to me after I cut myself to take a time out for 5 minutes and get myself composed.
I know you feel stressed. Go and sit down. No, can I tell you something? It will just keep bleeding. Elevate it and just have a cup of tea, right? And it will stop pumping blood, then put the Band-Aid on it, and then come back down and work.
Chris, can you help me with my pastry there, mate?
Just tell me what you need and I'll get onto it.
Sat out for about 15 minutes. My dish is all about timing, and this 15 minutes on the side is going to really test my ability to get the final product out.
But it's just going to put me behind and just pisses me off. I just feel like I'm letting everyone else down.
So they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
The two guys on the main course, which is Justine and Andre, they are busting a gut. They look really organised.
Yeah, they do look organised.
They've got the mashed potato on the go, and Justine as focused as ever.
I'm worried about Poe and Julie.
Julie, yeah.
They've got a lot to do. They've got canopies to do. They've got the entrees to do. It's a lot of work, and they need to be racing through all their jobs.
Poe, do you still need help with slicing up that chicken?
And Sam cut his finger.
There was a few tears. I mean, you understand, they're emotional. They have
Yeah.
had no sleep, you know, and they're under pressure.
Chris and Poe, no sleep at all during the wedding cake, so it's difficult.
We have so much to do, it's not even funny anymore.
The guests are boarding as we speak.
When we start hearing people come in, it definitely gets the adrenaline pumping and it sort of, I guess, becomes all a bit more real. It's not just any challenge. We've got a wedding to cater for.
So, guys, the pressure's on now, OK? You've got 1 hour before the first lot of canopies have to leave this kitchen.
I've really got to get these guys organised or we're going to be screwed. It's funny being down in the kitchen because we're really isolated, but when the guests arrive, we can hear and feel them getting onto the boat, and that's just like, oh, shit, this is happening, and it's happening now. We've got to cater for a wedding party of 100-odd guests. We're all just freaking out.
Guys, the pressure's on now, OK? Are we going to be ready?
Yes, Chef.
The first lot of canopies have to leave this kitchen.
We got to start moving.
Now you guys are really, really under pressure.
The bride has arrived. I've got to get this job done. I want to do it for her.
Cooking at somebody's wedding, there are huge consequences for not getting this right. A wedding's one of those days that if everything's not perfect, it tends to taint it.
I just can't wait to get this underway. It's my special day. I hope the food's going to be fantastic, but I do believe, I trust them that it's going to be fantastic.
We can't stuff it up for Sean and Andrea because it is their wedding day today. And we can't stuff it up for ourselves because we don't want to go to elimination. I don't want to go to elimination.
Are you going to make it, Poe? Do you need any help?
Yes,
Yes, what?
I need some help. I'm getting scared.
I'm going to help you then.
I need to do another layer and a half, and then I can start pressing them into their tins. We need to get them baked.
We're just frantically trying to get these canapes in order. On my canapé is a tartlet with brie cheese and a red onion marmalade.
They're not very round.
I know they're shrinking.
I don't think it matters if they're a bit wobbly around the edges.
Just maybe squash them out a little bit.
Where is Camembert? I want to get it out.
Here.
Because it's stone cold at the moment. Where's your onions?
I'm wondering.
Where's
if
your
I-
onions?
In the fridge.
Poe's running around like a headless chook. I actually had to take her into the cold room and try and calm her down and focus her.
Go in here.
Cool my head.
Yeah, you got to just calm down. You're losing it. We've got to concentrate on this to get it out, okay?
Yeah.
He's got a big heart.
What do you want this at, Sam?
180, please, Chris.
You look completely lost. What's happening here?
No. Hot.
I think Julie and I are both struggling because we're trying to think ahead into the entree. It's starting to really dawn on me that it was a huge mistake to pick two courses that followed one another.
You need to push these out very quickly. You need to grab the other tart shells from over there.
Yep.
You need to do exactly what you're doing now,
Whoa.
as quick as you can.
Guys, the ceremony has begun. That means in 25 minutes, the first canopies must be upstairs. Yes?
Yes, Chef.
Friends, we've come together in the presence of God to witness the joining of Sean and Andrea in marriage. Will you, Sean, have Andrea to be your wedded wife?
I will.
Will you, Andrea, have Sean to be your wedded husband? Now, we need the ring. I, as a minister of Christ's Church and by the laws of this state, pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride.
got 2 minutes, guys. Come on.
I'm happy with Chris being my team leader. It is really important that we have someone checking all the food that goes out.
And thank you very much for asking.
I'm helping Poe with getting her canapes out. This challenge was set up in a way that individuals will be judged, but it was never going to work if we didn't operate as a team.
Chris?
Yeah.
I've done like 160.
Okay. They're all plated?
No, they're nearly done.
Okay.
All good.
I'm actually starting to plate up my canapes. The potato and dill cake with smoked salmon. I've got to make at least 150 of them. Poe's canapes are going out at the same time, so there's a good mix circulating for the guests.
So Judy did these little dill and potato cakes. You got 1 minute before the waiter's going to be coming down and picking up the first lot of canapes.
Try and squash that down onto it a bit so the creme fraiche doesn't fall off. These are done.
Hi, guys. This is for the bride. She's gluten intolerant, okay? So that's specifically for her. All right. Thanks, guys. 50 of each have gone out. 100 to go of each.
Hi, Tess. Nice to meet you.
Sorry, I'm Matt Preston. How do you do? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hello. How do you do?
When the canapes start going out to the guests, I feel relief. Phew, first course, okay.
That's really nice.
Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. I love the dill and salmon.
Potato cake. Yeah, they were beautiful. I had that one. Delicious.
The guests are eating the canapes that we've sent out. I really hope they like them. I guess in terms of the competition, what's important is that Matt and Sarah like them.
Well, the canapé service has started upstairs, so I think it's quite a good idea to come down here and, in a quieter environment, look at what has happened.
I think food at a wedding is almost the centrepiece. At the end of the ceremony, everyone is hungry. You're aware of your friends and family. They're getting restless.
First canapé up is Julie's. She's made a dill potato cake with smoked salmon and creme fraiche.
What do you think?
That combination of creme fraiche and that very fresh aniseedy flavoured dill is fantastic. If we're standing up there with that beautiful view of the bridge and you put one of those in your mouth, I think you'd be pretty happy. This is Poe's canapé, warm brie tart with red onion marmalade. The first thing I see about that is that lovely, glossy, shiny layer of red onion marmalade, but there's also a sense that the pastry is quite thick and heavy. So overall, with the pastry being thinner, that would have been a magnificent canapé.
Guys, that's all the canapes gone. We need to get the entrees up. You got 30 minutes.
No.
We are frantically, and I mean frantically, working to ensure that we get these out. This is going to be extremely tight.
Canapes are gone. We've got less than an hour to get these entrees ready. Jazz, I need a lemon mayonnaise.
Right this second?
Entree.
Okay, I'll do it for you, yep.
Nice and lemony, Jazz, for me?
Yep.
I'm freaking out a little bit about the entree because I haven't started prep for it. It's a smoked salmon and crab parcel.
Have you made the parcel yet?
The parcel is the smoked salmon. So it's wrapped in smoked salmon as you go.
Is it already done?
No. Yeah, look, I know, George. I've only got 2 pans. I'm going hammer and tongs on the crab and smoked salmon parcels. Things aren't happening as quickly as I need them to happen for me to get my dishes out. I'm very worried.
You have 5 minutes before the entree leaves this kitchen.
Yeah, the pressure's on.
Can anyone help me?
We're absolutely going hell for leather now on the entrees. I've pulled Sam over to help Poe. She's massively behind. Po does tend to be a bit of a liability in the kitchen under that pressure.
That's okay. No, don't worry about it. Don't stress, okay?
Second course served is mine also. It's an Asian-style chicken salad. It was actually a really stupid idea to have done canapes and entrees, just because the spacing of the two courses was just an idiotic thing to take on. The whole idea of me doing the chicken salad was I thought I could make it beautiful, but I lost track of the chicken cooking. I'm not managing very well.
Is it done?
Can somebody help Julie plate, please?
Yes.
Gary's pulled me up for being a sook. He said that as soon as I start feeling out of control, I give up really easily.
Keep them all the same size, yeah?
Yep.
Be a bit more positive.
Okay.
All right, because this is where you get defeated and your little artist thing comes in, you get all sooky lala about stuff. You haven't got time to be sooky lala.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
You got 1 minute for their entrees.
Okay, what do you want me to put on this? Julie, what do you want me to put on this?
You need to clear your benches and you need to start getting the food along the paths.
I'm just putting dressing on.
1 minute, guys. Come on, let's go. Come on, you can do it.
The entrees have to be leaving the kitchen, OK?
I could face elimination if my entree aren't up to scratch. While we're still in the kitchen, Sarah and Matt are tasting the entrees. Yeah, I'm pretty nervous as per usual.
I look at these two here and I go, I want to have this smoked salmon parcel. This Asian chicken salad here, I think looks a little bit meagre.
I would have food envy. If I had the chicken, I'd be wanting the salmon. It looks more substantial.
Right, well, let's taste Julie's dish, the smoked salmon parcel, stuffed with crab, some avocado, and some tomato. Very fresh, very light. Avocado and crabs are a beautiful combination. The lemon mayonnaise adding a little bit of acidity. The perfect way to start off a Reading banquet.
I actually really like it. I think it's really pretty, it's very appropriate, and I think that the majority of guests would find this a really lovely way to start the meal.
I really loved the salmon, the wraps. I thought they were so beautiful with the crab cakes inside, and I thought that was really clever with the salmon, how it wrapped around. Everyone's loving the food, it's gorgeous, yeah.
I had the salmon as my entree and I thought it was very nice.
The salmon was superb. I mean, it really was just beautiful. Melt in the mouth, yeah.
Right, time for the second entree. Po has made this dish, which is an Asian chicken salad. My one feeling is that it looks also a little bit dry, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. Crisp capsicum, really good, bright dressing. The chicken is, I think, too dry. It's been taken too far. Is your chicken as dry as this chicken here?
Dry. Look, everybody loves chicken. That disappointed me a little.
So your entree's gone out, the mains have
There's
to go out.
speeches after entrees, isn't there?
Which is happening now. So we're allowing 10 to 15 minutes for clearing, 10 to 15 minutes for speeches, and then the main has to go.
I think my life's been truly blessed since I've met Andrea. I'm very happy and proud to call you my wife.
I lived in England and he lived in Australia, and I thought, it's all just a little bit unachievable. It's all just a little bit rushed. It's all just a little bit ridiculous. But it always felt just right, just like this wedding. So I'm very happy to be Mrs. Heath.
I'm doing one of the mains, and that is crispy skin salmon with tiger prawns. I'm excited bringing out all this food, but I'm not excited about our timing. We're not ready.
Justine, where are you up to?
Okay, I'm up to prepping the fish for the crispy salmon.
Okay.
So I'm just going to make sure that there are no bones in any of these, because, oh, look, there you go. I can feel...
Yeah, no, you've got to pin bone those, so you need tweezers
It's
to
going to take
take
a long
them out.
time. Okay, so I've prepped all my fish, and now I'm going to start getting the fillets ready.
Okay, guys, we've got about 25 minutes till mains, all right? So don't slack off.
I need to keep it warm. All right, 10 minutes. That oven's really not hot.
I'm on the other side of the room, so I'm a little bit removed from what's going on. I'm doing the beef with the mushroom ragu and the Irish whiskey cream sauce, and I'm about halfway to 3/4 of searing off the beef. I also did 10 kilos of baby potatoes for the side.
We're tracking all right. We should have the main out, and then it'll be all about plating up.
You have 5 minutes to go.
Gary and George cooked 5 minutes. We're plating up. And the first few that went out had a bit of blood around the mash because I pushed the meat down onto the spud, so it bled the remainder onto the mash.
I notice Andre's beef, there's a bit of blood there. That's always a risk if you don't rest the meat well enough.
This is what I've been waiting for all day. I don't care how tired I am. It's plating up. Getting it out there is really exciting.
You've got to sit on that half. It's split in half.
Yeah.
Fish, beef. So you pie.
Come on, we really need to get the main courses. The waiters are waiting for the food now.
They look really nice, Justine.
Jules got to do Centennial.
30 meals, 25 meals to go, yeah?
Sammy, come on, beef.
He's going to take all the mains out.
Sarah and Matt are tasting our mains upstairs. I hope that they got one with not much blood on the plate.
The main event, the moment we're all waiting for. Everyone's been delicately dancing around entrees and canapes, and suddenly here you are, the big meal that's going to sustain you for the rest of the evening.
That looks great.
What it?
Oh, this is great too.
So, Andre's beef with wild mushroom ragu. This plate looks pretty clean, but I have seen a few coming out of the kitchen. Didn't look nearly as good. And they had sort of blood leaching out the side of the meat, and it all looked a bit scary.
Carnage at a wedding's not a great thing.
Yeah, no, really. That to me is definitely medium. The bride asked for medium rare. She did want a few pieces past medium, so maybe this is one of the ones for the people who like their meat slightly more cooked.
Yes.
When we walk round and have a chat to people, it'll be interesting to see if this is one of the rare, well-done ones, or whether it's a well-done one.
My main was the steak. Fillet was very nice. It was juicy. It was pink in the middle. It was not overcooked. If it had been, it would have gone back.
I had the beef. Absolutely beautiful. It was just cooked to perfection. Just absolutely delicious. Loved it.
So, the other main course, Justine's crispy skinned salmon with a tiger prawn and broccolini. Salmon or whale, it's huge.
It's robust, definitely robust.
That's flaked apart quite nicely. There's definitely some good crunch in the skin at this end. And the broccoli looks bright and green.
I had the crispy skin salmon, and I loved it.
My part of the day is finished and I'm relieved that it's all gone out, but it's no time to rest because it's time for desserts and it's time to help them because they helped us.
We now have 20 minutes until our desserts need to be plated and ready to go out.
Throw the other back. And do a fondant.
Yeah.
A little thing of raspberries.
Yeah.
It's a little quenelle of...
All that you can think when those minutes are counting down to service is, let's just get this out, let's just get this out. I'm making the lemon and lime cream tart. I had a bit of an issue with the pastry in the food processor.
Okay, so take some out?
Yeah, it's way too much enough.
Ow, I just done it again.
Sam decides to cut his finger again, so he sidelined for a while. I had to make his pastry for his tart, so it's in the back of my mind that my dish is getting further and further behind.
What's happening, mate?
This is too wet, right? And this is too dry. So what we need to do is get this flour into this.
I've lost about half an hour now to this bloody cut on my hand. I just need to get back in the kitchen and motor like a man possessed. My responsibility at this point is to get the lemon tart out. I have to take the tarts out of their moulds.
Like that, just around the sides.
And slice each tart into 12 even slices.
The bride should really not come down to the kitchen because if she saw what we were doing, she'd be really worried because we were like headless chooks.
OK, listen up. You got 15 minutes before dessert has to leave the kitchen, all right?
Chris realises that the fact that he's been hands-on in other areas, that he hasn't done his fondant at all. And generally, the head chef in the kitchen doesn't actually have a dish of their own.
Yeah, top. Perfect.
The fact that Julie and I did most of the work required with the fondant
Good stuff. Thanks, Sammy.
is just being part of that team.
I did the chocolate mixture. Sam's been measuring that out and we've been checking it, but I've just had to oversee so many people that I had to delegate it.
At the end of the day, one person potentially is going to go home, okay? So you need to make sure your fondant is spot on, all right? Think about that. Don't forget about it.
I'm quite annoyed that Chris has delegated his dessert to everyone, and if he gets credit for this, I will be really, really upset.
Right, you got 5 minutes to go, so hope the desserts are ready to go. Sam, tarts are all plated up, ready to come back onto the pass.
Yep.
You've got customers to feed. This is your last course.
Watch out, watch out. Okay, let's boogie, let's service now.
Everybody is working flat chat. Whether other people did more on their dish and less on others, it doesn't matter, as long as the food goes out on time and is beautiful.
Good job on the fondant. Well done. Well done. That looks great.
I am so relieved. The tart looks really nice, elegant and simple, and my fondant looks really, really nice.
Concentrate and finish it off, guys. You're doing a brilliant job.
I need 3 more tarts and 1 fondant.
Mate, they've done a really, really good job.
Guys, it's the last bit. Let's keep going.
I think we're going to make it.
It's not over until Fat Georgie sings, all right?
I know all the guests are upstairs eating our desserts, but Matt and Sarah are up there tasting all the dishes. And I know Matt is going to be really looking hard at my fondant, so I hope like hell he loves it.
I'm quite tense actually this moment. I don't know if you are. I want to get straight stuck into that chocolate fondant pudding, but look how it's oozing like magma down the mountainside of Mount Etna. That is the way a chocolate fondant pudding should be. That's a cracker. I can look at that and tell you right now that that is going to be the dish of the night.
That's phenomenal. To think that Chris has produced that downstairs, incredible.
That is a perfect chocolate fondant. He's delivered exactly what he's supposed to deliver, and he's done it beautifully.
I was the one that went for the chocolate, and it tasted exquisite.
The chocolate was lovely.
I put the fork into it, and it just opened up, and the chocolate melted out. It was just, it was wonderful.
Let's move on to Sam's, a lemon and lime tart. It has a big, big job to do to eclipse that dessert. This needs to be an absolute killer if he wants to stay out of the bottom 2. I'm a little bit concerned here about the colour of the pastry around the back. It looks a little bit dark, and I'm concerned that may be a little bit dry. Is it great pastry? No, it's not great pastry. It's not the sort of pastry where you go and do this, and the last thing you eat is that crust because it's so delicious.
And I'd have to say, I agree with you, it does come down to the pastry. This is not the best I've tasted.
The lemon tart, I thought the pastry was a little bit thick and a little bit drier. The lemon burst with flavour, and I really loved that, but the actual crust, to me, was a little bit thick.
Then the last food item of the night is the wedding cake that we took all night to bake.
Wedding cake's a moment in any wedding where the bride and the groom just get to share a moment of their love, and the wedding cake's the centrepiece to that. It needs to be something they look back on and go, wow, that was our wedding cake.
Yeah, there's a gluten-free half and a normal half, and it's really hard to get a nice gluten-free cake. It's delicious.
There's a lot of blood, sweat and tears in that thing, but it tastes brilliant.
I thought they'd struggle to get this done on time, but
You've done a great job.
they've done an excellent job.
Very impressed.
The challenge is over. It's been a stressful situation, but we did it. We pulled it off.
Brilliant, brilliant job. Well done. Relish this moment because it's fantastic. You did a fantastic job. Well done.
I can't believe we've finished and we've done it well, and it was the best feeling ever.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Sean and Andrea for allowing us to be part of your wedding. It means a lot to be here with you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'd love to thank all the chefs for a supreme effort. It was just fantastic food.
It's interesting doing challenges like this because it makes you daydream a little bit about the future, and I can really see myself in my own restaurant sending out my food to my customers. It's a great feeling and I can't wait.
Everybody, here's to the last 24 hours. Cheers.
Riding the wave of success we've had today, and then to know tomorrow that 2 people will face elimination, it doesn't feel right. It just reaffirms the fact that we are in a competition and someone's going to have to go.
Today's elimination day after 2 massive days with little sleep.
The last 48 hours have just been huge.
It's been a tough couple of days. There's been a lot going on. I mean, we catered a wedding and we pulled it off and everything went out on time, and I feel a bit deflated, really, that somebody's got to be eliminated today after that. We've got to get going, guys.
I've got a feeling that we're going to get a bit of a hammering from the judges today, even though we did a really good job yesterday.
There's only 6 chairs sitting there and it feels like the place is empty. Where has everybody gone? It's kind of bizarre and we're all nervous as hell.
Morning, everyone. Well, it's the day after the wedding. You look tired. Yesterday, you conquered a challenge none of you a few short weeks ago would have thought possible. You worked together, but you were judged as individuals based on the meals you cooked. Gary and George watched you in the kitchen as you cooked, while Matt and I mingled with the guests and tasted your food.
That's really nice.
We now have to decide which 2 of you underperformed in yesterday's challenge. Those 2 people will be tested in a never-seen-before elimination battle. The 4 of you who avoid this elimination battle will enjoy lunch with Matt Preston at S Restaurant. It's a 3-chef hat restaurant, one of Matt's personal favourites. And of course, it includes a few hours' experience working behind the scenes in the kitchen as well.
Let's talk a little about yesterday's experience. Overall, you guys did an absolutely amazing job. Having 100 people sitting upstairs and a wedding certainly puts the pressure on. And we're very proud of what you did.
We have to pick from 6 very strong performers the 2 that were least impressive. Okay, Paul, let's put you out of your misery. Your canapé of the warm brie tart with red onion marmalade looked like it was going to be a problem because that pastry was very thick. If that pastry hadn't been as good as it was, it would have been a fail. The sweet sour marmalade of the onions worked very well against the creaminess of the brie, and it was a very successful canapé. The same cannot be said of your entree. The Asian chicken salad po that you made was dry.
How long did you cook that chicken breast for?
I can't remember. Sorry.
Hence why it was probably overcooked.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. That would have got thrown in the bin in my restaurant.
In a very sort of po way, which George and I have become used to, when the pressure's on, when you're really feeling it, you buckle.
I need some help. I'm getting scared.
I know I'm a good cook. I just don't handle pressure well, and I'm not performing as a result, so it's really frustrating me.
Go in here.
Cool my head.
Yeah, you got to just calm down. You're losing it.
I stupidly chose 2 dishes that were, you know, a little bit complex, and
I think you have to put the blame squarely on yourself. It had nothing to do with anything else other than letting yourself succumb to the pressure. That's the only thing that stopped you producing a beautiful entree.
Julie, you also cooked a canapé and an entree. How do you think you went?
I think by the time they went out, I had done the very best I could. I would have liked to have had more time to finesse the plate.
The canapé, the smoked salmon, the creme fraiche, the little frond de dill with the potato cake were delicious and worked exceptionally well together. Your entree of the smoked salmon parcel stuffed with crab, avocado and tomato, it was generous, it looked good on the plate, and it was a successful dish. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Julie, you're a rock in the kitchen. You stand out because you know where you're going, you know what you're doing, you know what the goals are, and you're a good team player.
Thank you. I feel really good about that comment because to me that's just a an affirmation of how I've sort of grown and learned, and it's really nice that he's noticed that.
I'm really pleased that you tried so hard. Well done.
Thank you.
Andre, you cooked a main course, a beef fillet, with a wild mushroom ragu. How do you think it went?
First few that went out bled a little bit because I was pushing the beef onto the potatoes. I felt good by the end of it, but there were a few hiccups at the start.
Potato's like a sponge, it just sucks all the juices down. Unacceptable, you can't let that happen again.
The whiskey sauce with black pepper worked exceptionally well and was very well commented on. The mushroom ragu had a deep, dark, rich flavour, which also worked very well with the meat. Justine, you cooked the alternate main of crispy skinned salmon with broccolini. The plate that came to the table was a huge bit of salmon, looked like it had been chopped from a whale. Generous portion, looked good, and the crispiness of the skin was really one of the successes of the night.
Justine, you're surprising me over and over again in the kitchen. You direct well, you know what's going on, you know what has to be done, and you get your head down and you just get stuck into it. Fantastic job.
Chris, you cooked a dessert of hot chocolate fondant pudding with vanilla bean ice cream and some fresh raspberries. How do you feel the dish went?
The fondant turned out well. It was last minute, but came together.
You really picked the highest risk dessert. If those chocolate fondants don't, when you cut them open, goo like that, it's a disaster. And as it opened, this kind of melted chocolate magma oozed out. You could almost hear angels singing at that time. It was a standout dish of the night. Well done.
Thank you. I just want to thank Sam and Julie, though. They helped me a ton to get that together because I was really behind it, trying to get that done. So if it wasn't for those guys, it wouldn't have happened.
You were no doubtably the hero yesterday in our eyes. You stayed up all night to get that wedding cake done. You put your hand up first to lead the team and support the team. You helped everyone throughout the kitchen. And on top of that, you pulled out the dish of the day.
It was interesting that Georgie said I was the ultimate team player because I put myself aside, my dishes aside for the team and making sure that service ran smoothly. So it was nice to hear that actually acknowledged the effort that I put in.
Sam, you cooked the alternate dessert, a lemon and lime cream tart with strawberries and cream.
Yeah.
You're sitting there looking pretty nervous, mate. How do you think you went?
Look, I think all in all, the dish in the end was actually quite good. Process-wise, I struggled with the pastry bit. There's no doubt about that.
How did the plates come back from the dining room?
I don't know.
About a third of the plates did go back with a piece of crust left on the plate. So I think that does say a lot.
The pastry was too thick, it was too dry, and quite frankly, it was disappointing.
Look, I think you were disadvantaged right from the start. You chopped your finger, and it was quite a bad cut. That put you out of sorts. Don't underestimate how that affected the rest of your day.
Do you know what, guys? That wedding was an absolute hit. The guests were happy, the bride and groom were ecstatic, and that food was a hit. But the moment has come for us to reveal which two of you contributed the least to that success. Those two will now go head-to-head in a sudden death elimination battle.
I'm now going to reveal the names of the four of you who have done enough to keep your place in the MasterChef competition. Chris. Julie.
Thank you.
Relieved?
Yeah. We were discussing this and saying we're really glad it's up to you guys this time and not us, because we were really proud of ourselves, all of us.
Yes, they should be. Justine. And the last person who's guaranteed a spot in the final five of MasterChef Australia is Andre.
Well done, man. Thank you.
Well done, Andre. Sam and Poe, I'm sorry you didn't perform quite as well as the other members of the team.
You all right, Sam?
Yep.
It's not over yet, Sam. You've still got a chance to stay in the competition,
No,
remember.
I'm sorry. Stupid.
What's going on?
Just disappointing, Gary, that's all.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia, Sam and Poe go head-to-head.
This is the Culinary World's version of a penalty shootout.
as they face an all-new elimination challenge.
The first person who incorrectly identifies one of those ingredients goes home.
That pot contains your fate.
The first ingredient I'll say is celery.
Celery. Sure.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Who doesn't have their wedding cake organised the day before their wedding?
an epic challenge saw our chefs cater for a wedding.
Let's go, come on, you can do it.
Yeah, the pressure's on.
Welcome to the industry.
We got to start moving.
Tonight, a very different kind of elimination.
Whatever this is, it's nothing like what we've done before.
Sam and Poe face a chef's ultimate test,
This is the Culinary World's version of a penalty shootout.
and one of them will be going home.
That pot contains your fate.
I'm sure it's going to be an interesting competition, this one.
Morning, everyone. Well, it's the day after the wedding. You look tired. Yesterday, you conquered a challenge none of you a few short weeks ago would have thought possible.
I'm now going to reveal the names of the 4 of you who have done enough to keep your place in the MasterChef competition. Chris, Julie.
Thank you.
Justine. And the last person is Andre. Sam and Poe, I'm sorry you didn't perform quite as well as the other members of the team.
You all right, Sam?
Yep.
It's not over yet, Sam. You've still got a chance to stay in the competition.
Just disappointing, Gary, that's all.
Julie, Justine, Chris and Andre, you're now in for a long lunch with Matt Preston. Say goodbye to Sam and Poe because one of them will be leaving this competition this afternoon. Sam and Poe, very soon you will find out your fate. This afternoon, your ever-expanding range of culinary skills will be put to the test, and one of you will be going home. We'll see you back here shortly.
It's not a time to get too upset. We've come so far and you know, we're about to do something totally different again. Poe and I, upstairs, had a bit of a chat about a couple of things. Now that we know we're in the bottom 2, we need to find out what this sudden death elimination is all about.
We've got no idea what we're doing here, do we? No. I think we're cooking, though. Sounds like we're cooking.
And I'm thinking taste test, ingredients test, maybe some obscure ingredients that we had to name.
I'm cooking against you, and oh God, it's a daunting thought.
No, not cooking. I don't think it's cooking.
You don't think it's cooking? No. Okay. Well, I'm doing something. Maybe it's a taste test thing.
Given the fact we're not doing that horrible team elimination thing today, this is almost a relief.
I've gained so much out of the experience already. I feel like if I stay here, I'm just keep on going, and I think that's what it is for everybody.
It's been a really, really amazing experience, and I've learnt so much about people, you know, human nature. I've learnt so much about myself, and I've learnt that I am a good cook. You know, who wouldn't want that experience?
I'm incredibly fortunate to still be here. I know that. Knowing that we are going to end up with someone going at the end of this, yeah, it does make the stakes quite high. I'm sure it's going to be an interesting competition, this one.
Walking into Est with Matt today, everyone's got grins on their face from ear to ear. We're just excited to have a nice lunch, a beautiful lunch, and also to pick Matt's brain.
I'm going to propose a toast to the 4 of you, and congratulations on making it to the last 5 of MasterChef Australia. So, cheers and congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Matt at lunch talks to us about plating, the difference between fine dining and bistro food and pub food. He talks to us really about what they're expecting of us.
When none of us are expecting 3-star, none of us are expecting, like, 3-hat food. What we're expecting is great and a 14, 15 out of 20 food. Peter, how are you? Nice to see you.
Just towards the end of the lunch, we get introduced to Peter Doyle, the head chef, which is great. He's one of Australia's best chefs.
Well, welcome. I hope you've enjoyed lunch, and maybe we can go into the kitchen now and I can give you a few hints. I'm sure you don't need much teaching, but anyway, we'll see how we go.
We go get changed and we head into the kitchen and he gives us a masterclass on souffle making.
Nicely amalgamated.
Getting taught about a souffle from one of Australia's best chefs is pretty exciting.
A little bit of cream.
Well, that's mine and it's the one that was chosen. So.
That's definitely
Sort
mine.
of a hard day at the office.
Yeah, I know. We do think about Po and Sam. Really, they're not far from our minds the whole day.
The wait is over and we're about to go downstairs to be told what this elimination test is going to be.
So we get up from the cafe upstairs and walking around the balcony, we look down and there's this huge bench top with what look like hundreds of plate covers on top. Whatever this is, it's nothing like what we've done before. Po and I stand in front of just a single stovetop. No idea what this is, none at all.
I really do want to stay. I would be horrified if I was the next one to go.
It's quite terrifying.
Sam and Po, you both belong to a very elite group of food lovers competing to become the best amateur chef in the country. But your results in yesterday's wedding challenge were not quite inspiring enough.
Is it great pastry? No, it's not great pastry.
Now you must go head to head in a bid to avoid elimination. To become a top chef, it's not just cooking you need to excel at. You also need to have superior skills in tasting.
Po's got a fantastic palate, probably more developed than mine. So yeah, I'm nervous.
Soon, you'll both taste a dish. One by one, you'll be asked to reveal an ingredient that you think is in that dish. You'll keep going in turns until one of you reveals an ingredient that's not in that dish. The first person to do that will be eliminated right here and right now. This is the Culinary World's version of a penalty shootout. Gary and George will lead you through the test. Good luck.
Thank you, Sarah. All for us. Gary and George come in front of us and place the big pot on the stovetop. All I can think now is, what's in that?
So here we are, just the two of you out of the top 6 facing elimination. In front of you, there is a pot. What's in the pot? 18 various ingredients. One at a time, you will identify an ingredient in that dish. In front of George and I are 18 plates, and on each plate, there is one ingredient. The first person who incorrectly identifies one of those ingredients goes home.
That pot contains your fate. Please step forward and take the lid off.
We have a look inside. Straight away, I could tell what that was. Coming from an Italian background, I could smell it. Is it a minestrone soup?
Correct. It's not just a minestrone soup. It's my best friend, Steve. It's his mother's recipe, stemming from the region of Calabria. Guys, I'd get in there and look around, okay? It's not your typical minestrone. And just remember, there's 18 ingredients in it. Do you get the aroma?
It was just all vegetables. There's loads of stuff we can see.
Somebody has to kick this little exercise off. So Sam, please taste and identify, if you can, the first of those 18 ingredients in the minestrone.
No problem. The first ingredient I'll say is celery.
Celery?
Yes, celery.
Sure?
Yeah, I am. I am sure. Thank God for that, Joe.
Celery is in the minestrone soup.
Thank you.
Po, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
All right, you're second up. You can begin to taste.
Name the obvious. You don't want to risk being eliminated so early on.
Carrot?
Carrot. You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
100%? Carrot is in the minestrone.
Very soon, one of us will be going home. We know we're going to go head-to-head.
Sam?
Yes, Gary.
Time to identify the third ingredient.
Yeah, onion.
Sure?
Yes.
Onion. Well done, Sam.
Po, can you please identify the fourth ingredient?
Zucchini?
Zucchini.
Well done. 4 down, 14 to go. How hard can it be? Remember, this early on, you need to be absolutely 100% sure. Sam?
Potato.
Potato.
Thank you.
Potatoes.
Po.
Tomato?
Tomato. Tomato.
Green beans.
Green beans.
Green beans.
Green beans.
Thank you.
Well done, Sam.
Po. The ingredient?
Basil.
Basil it is.
Sam?
The next one, I'll guess, is olive oil.
Olive oil it is.
Flat leaf parsley.
Parsley. Flat leaf parsley it is. Well done, Po. Good stuff.
Let's have a good taste. Let's make sure that you really think about this.
There's cannellini beans.
Not white beans.
No, it's not.
Black-eyed beans. Definitely cannellini beans.
Definitely.
Fingers crossed. Cannellini beans.
Thanks, Gary.
Well done, Sam.
Thank you.
11 ingredients down, 7 to go. You gonna have a taste?
No.
No. Very confident.
Very risky.
I'm going to go with Parmesan cheese.
Well, the Italians make a lot of cheeses. Mozzarella, pecorino, Parmesan, pecorino. Very similar flavours.
I usually put Parmesan in my minestrone and
Parmesan cheese, you're right, well done.
Sam?
Yep.
6 ingredients left. It's getting harder now, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah.
You make one mistake on this, you're not going any further in the competition.
I know.
How does that make you feel?
Like I don't want to make a mistake right now.
Tell me what the next ingredients is, Sam.
Sure. Cabbage.
Cabbage?
Yes.
Cabbage. Let's hope there's cabbage in this minestrone. Cabbage.
Awesome.
Oh.
Wow, there's 5 to go. You guys are really nailing it. Po? What's the next ingredient?
I'm gonna go with barley.
Can you see it and taste it in there?
Yes.
Very confident, Po. Po, there's no barley in the minestrone. It's farro.
Are you serious?
Yep.
It's finished.
I am eliminated. Sudden death.
That was my next guess.
Po, just been knocked out over a grain that's very, very similar to barley. Farro, and it's traditional, especially in central and southern Italy. That was going to be the tough ingredient, because you know why? You needed a knowledge of Italian cuisine to be able to really pick that one out. What would have been your second choice?
I was just going to go for stock.
And behind that?
Salt, pepper.
And behind that?
Garlic.
That is all 18 ingredients.
Now I'm getting emotional, sorry.
When I realised my MasterChef journey is over, I'm very philosophical about it, and I kind of, for some reason, felt like maybe it was my time to go.
You all right, Po?
I've just felt quite torn, not being able to, paint and being here, but the reason why I came here was because I felt very strong pull towards the food industry to a point where it was distracting me quite a lot with my painting. So they're just two things that I just genuinely love.
What does the immediate future hold for you?
Immediate future is basically to go to my mum's house. She has got so many recipes I need to write down that she's cooked for me since I was a child. And I just really want to go there and get those recipes down. It's actually very, very important to me.
I've still got images of you putting ketchup mayonnaise on a plate back in Adelaide.
Chicken, mayonnaise, aioli, what was it?
Absolutely disgusting. But then, boom, we got this dish that absolutely blew us all away. It was the dish of the tour.
That's the sort of dish that I really hoped that we'd find in this competition.
Good luck for the future. We're definitely going to miss you.
Thanks, George.
You know what I think of you, and I think whatever you want to do with food, or whatever it is, just go for it, because you are truly amazing. You've done amazingly well through this competition, so good luck.
Thanks,
I'll miss you.
I don't really know what to say, except that thank you so much for mentoring us.
Po, it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen. We're going to miss you. Best of luck.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Po.
Thank you.
See you, mate. See you, darling.
I'm very sad to leave the competition. It was an amazing experience. It's definitely changed the way I think about food. It's made me realise I really do love it, and I'm willing to be quite obsessed with it.
Waiting at home for either one of the two to come back, I actually don't fathom that it would possibly be Sam. So I'm waiting for Po to return.
All I have to say is thank God that we don't have to choose someone to go, because that would have been extremely hard to do. Either way, Sam or Po going is going to be really upsetting. I've grown quite close to Sammy. I love the kid, he's a good guy. And, you know, Po is too, she's lovely.
Well, I'm not going to sit on the fence like you guys. I think that Po's got more to offer to the competition than Sam. I think Sam's run his race. He's done the same stuff over and over and over. He's obviously got nothing more in him. It might be time for him to go.
We hear footsteps coming down the stairs, and they're little tiptoe footsteps, and so I think, oh, it's Po. Sam walks in and I get surprised because he walks like a girl.
How you doing?
When Sam walks down the stairs, my heart just sank. I was just, damn, man, like, I am really disappointed. I'd obviously rather Poe to be here.
You all right, Andre?
Yeah. I'm a little bit disappointed, but you'll do. What happened then?
Well, it was slightly different to the team eliminations that we're used to. I explained to the guys what the nature of the challenge was, that it was a taste test and it was, you know, naming one ingredient each till one of us gets it wrong. And we didn't guess salt and we didn't guess pepper, we were just leaving them to the end. And Poe said barley and it was farro and that's it. That's it.
That's all it took. That's all it took for Poe to leave, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, and it's sad. It's really sad that she has to go.
She just took it extremely well and smiled her whole way through it. We actually had a great deal of fun. I must be blessed because I've come through so many eliminations. I've got more lives than a cat. I've just got to make the most of the opportunity that's been granted to me and keep on improving.
It's a shame Poe's left because she was so left of field. She brought some flavour to the competition. And we've had just a really, really tight bond. The competition has lost a character.
I'm really excited to see my family and friends again tonight.
Yeah, we just can't wait. It's very exciting to see her.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to be able to see all their smiling faces again and give them a hug and share some food together.
Here's to Poe, MasterChef of our hearts.
It's a good one. We're very proud of you, Nicole. Really, we are.
MasterChef was definitely one of the most exhilarating experiences I've ever had in my life. It's taught me about how I like to live a creative life, and food is definitely going to be part of it.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia,
We're going to recap the mystery box.
it's time to watch Gary and George in another masterclass.
Andre, come on down.
They share the pro secrets on two simple dishes with prawns and kingfish, followed by raspberry tart.
It's easy on the cream, George.
And finish off the working week with a pina colada.
That's nice.
But get ready, as a surprise announcement is on the way.
You are going to Hong Kong.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
That pot contains your fate.
a tough elimination saw the axe fall on Poe.
Are you serious?
Yep.
The competition has lost a character.
Tonight, Gary and George are back in the kitchen.
Andre, come on down.
They share the pro secrets on two simple seafood dishes.
Glass of wine or a beer?
Both.
And finish off the working week with a pina colada.
That's nice.
Then, a special treat for our chefs.
That's wild. I'm so excited. Today's masterclass day, which is quite a relief after the big week we've just had. It'll be nice to just sort of chill out and learn a few things.
Gary and George are there ready for the class. It's really weird though, because there's only 5 seats now. The place feels really empty.
So Poe's left. We had a sudden death taste test yesterday. Poe and Sam.
Poe, what's the next ingredient?
I'm going to go with barley.
Poe, there's no barley in the minestrone.
Poe, it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen. How are we all feeling about that?
I'm really sad about that.
Sad that Poe's gone?
Yeah. She had a really unique way of putting flavours and things together, and of course she had strong Asian influences in her cooking, and I just really loved watching what she did. I learnt quite a lot from Poe.
Yeah. She was here like the rest of you, pursuing a dream. Let's hope she finds that reality somewhere else, so we wish her the best, I hope. But we're here to learn. We're here for Masterclass today. So what we're going to do is we're going to recap the mystery box from this week. You had 30 minutes to cook a dish of your choice from the ingredients, as well as a small number of pantry items.
Undoubtedly, it was probably the best mystery box so far. We saw some really amazing dishes. One of them that was a little bit unexpected was, Sam, yours. What was it again?
I did a caramelised pineapple crumble with a Bacardi and lime syrup.
Dessert, really not your forte. Why?
Look, it was a mystery box, and I thought I've cooked a lot of fish during my time here, and I thought if I had done it again, it wouldn't have actually caught your attention at all.
Well, it was a fantastic effort by all of you, so, hats off. I guess if I got that mystery box, what would have I done? That kingfish is delightful, so simply, getting some nice caramelisation in a pan, maybe marinating that up with a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of lime zest, keep it really simple, and serve maybe a little raw salad of zucchini. Gary, what would have you done?
I think I'd stick with the Bacardi, to be honest, and do something
the whole lot?
Yeah, the whole lot. Bit of fun. And I'd make a pina colada.
Yeah. So 2 of them and
a couple of skewers, yeah.
We're in business. Andre, come on down. You good?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
First thing we're going to do is prepare the kingfish, so I'm going to get you to do that. Now, we need to form a shape out of the fish so we can pop them onto the skewers. Okay, so as you can see, it tapers in. So what you want to do is just barrel it, but you still want to make it look like a fish. You don't want to just go straight through it. And you never see a square fish.
Right.
Fish have curves on it.
Right.
So sort of run your knife in and take enough off just to even the shape up.
Yeah, and you want a curved line through there.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Is that right?
Yep. Right, yep. Next step is we have to cut the fish in little portions so we're able to skewer it, okay? So, that way around. And what we want is probably, 1/2 centimetre thickness, slices. And remember, in one motion, you're not sawing it. A little bit thicker, a little bit thicker. Yep, that's it, perfect. Yep. Fantastic, Andre. Fantastic. Really good knife skills. Keep going, keep going. Yep, cut the whole lot. That's good. Really good body posture, the way you're standing there with your knife. And when you stand straight, you get straight knife cuts. I see some of you bending down like that, and you end up with, jagged edges. Perfect. Now, our next step is to skewer it. So place 2 pieces of kingfish down on the board, and then literally just gently. Okay? Do you want to do the rest of them? Make sure you're in the middle. Yeah. Great. Perfect. Well done. Okay, the last one. Let's go. Fantastic. Done. Done. Beautiful. Now, our next step is just to quickly marinate the kingfish skewers. Very, very simply in some lime zest, olive oil, and a little bit of sea salt. About the zest of one lime and, 3 tablespoons of olive oil. And because the lime basically cooks the fish as well, it's a quick marinade. It's not something that you'll do the night before, leave it in the fridge and, come back to it. The fish will be dry. It will just leach out all of the juices. So just a really quick, fresh marinade. Fantastic. That's good. All right, a little bit of sea salt. Yeah. Beautiful. And then literally plonk them in, right, and give them a nice little baste, so to speak. When I mean a quick marinade, I mean literally it should be in there for like, 5 to 10 minutes maximum. And you'll just get that really fresh, vibrant lime zest flavour. Now, we're going to pop them on the grill, and while they're cooking, and you've got literally 30 seconds, you're going to simply shave a zucchini salad, right? Raw baby zucchini with a bit of olive oil, coriander and sea salt, okay? Get the kingfish on, and make sure you put it on, nice and neat onto the grill. Now, the grill must be extremely hot, yeah, as hot as possible. You want to flash cook this. You don't want to boil it or it will overcook. Nothing worse than overcooked kingfish. It's dry as buggery. Right, I'll show you one of the zucchini. I want to see that it represents a zucchini, on the plate. So literally that's 30 seconds, okay? And we just flip them over, give them a little bit of heat, and they're off, okay? And look at that, just really beautiful bar-marked colour on there.
Why only cook the fish on one side?
You're cooking it on one side, so you're penetrating heat through it, okay?
Yep.
As soon as you turn it over, that means you're starting to penetrate the heat on both ends. Right. And the last thing you want to do is let them join, because when heat and heat join, they're going to overcook.
Okay.
Right, then we need some olive oil in there, Andre. A little bit of sea salt. Get into a habit when you dress salad, put the dressing on the bottom of the bowl. Don't dress the salad over the top because you bruise the leaves, all right? And you should basically turn the salad into the vinaigrette, okay? That's enough. A little bit of sea salt. Maybe even a little squeeze of lime juice. Yeah, there we go, for a little bit of acid. And just last minute with the lime juice on the zucchini, because if it goes on too early, it's just going to break the zucchini down. And you want that nice crunchiness to it. Just pick some leaves into it. Don't be too fussy. Right, that's enough. Right, little mix. That goes on the plate. Okay? And I want to see the zucchini like it's just, like autumn leaves have dropped off a tree and, fallen all over your car. Right. Andre, you cooked the dish, so why don't you taste it?
It's just a really fresh, clean dish with fresh flavours. The kingfish is cooked perfectly. Yeah, it's summer and it's going to go beautifully with the pina colada.
The lime is really dominant. It's gorgeous in the dressing and the zest. That's really nice. And I love coriander.
Yeah, it's lovely,
especially
isn't it?
in a dish like this, yeah. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
There you have it, a really simple dish of kingfish with zucchini salad, something that you can do at home on the barbecue.
So we're going to have a bit of fun, and I'm going to make a pina colada. I think it will go brilliantly with your seared or grilled kingfish, don't you?
I think so, but will we get a little umbrella? That's what I want to know.
Why not?
Why not?
Just get a Hawaiian shirt as well and we're off. The nice thing about cocktails, actually, is they blend really well into food. You've used a few, haven't you? So don't discount it. Don't think, that's a silly idea, because what we're doing here is we're playing with flavours, and that's what it's all about. Right, Justine, you're going to help me with this one. Come on.
Sweet.
I'll leave you to it, Gary.
Right, there's some ice in the top drawer, crushed and whole, if you bring that over here. So first of all, first step in the pina colada, we're going to use fresh pineapple juice. So we're going to buzz that. So we've got 1 pineapple diced here. We're going to blend that until it's smooth.
Mix the good.
And don't forget, when you pick a pineapple, if you can pull the little fronds out, the spears out, and it smells beautiful and sweet, and it's a little bit soft, that's going to be perfect for a pina colada. Great. Not in a regular pina colada, but I'm putting a bit of lime zest. Because I love the flavour. So, up to you. You can do it if you want.
Can I put some lime juice in it?
I'm going to put lime juice in mine as well. So, a bit of that. And a squeeze of lime juice, about half a lime. Ah, tropical. Beautiful and tropical. Lovely. You want a bit of lime? There you go. One cheek. So I'm going to put a bit of crushed ice in, right? What I might do is give it a blend with, what do you reckon? A little bit of Bacardi?
Just a bit.
Nah, we'll put a bit more in, right? And we'll give it a blend and then we'll add the coconut cream to it.
Yeah, get in there.
Ready?
Jazzy, get it in there.
How much Bacardi have you had?
More Jazzy, more Bacardi.
Yeah, to taste.
How much
taste.
Justine, how much Bacardi did you put in there?
Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Did you?
It's to taste.
And then coconut milk in. That's nice.
It's very nice.
Okay, so crushed ice in there.
Yep.
And a pina colada, official drink of Puerto Rico, apparently. It was created in the 50s, so all Caribbean. Reminds us of the Caribbean. Sunny day, kingfish skewer. How beautiful is that? But it does need a little bit of sugar, doesn't it?
It does need some
You know
sugar.
what? So, to make a sugar syrup, touch of water and a little bit of sugar, up to the boil. Make sure it's syrupy. You want some in yours?
I definitely need some. I like sweet.
You need your sweetened too?
Yep.
A little bit for you?
Yep.
And a little bit for me, okay? Blend away. How's it tasting?
Much better. Needed some sweetness.
Is it?
Yep.
You can tell we're chefs, can't you? Or cook and chef.
Cook.
Because I don't think I've ever seen a barman actually put a spoon into his pina colada to see whether it's any good.
They usually use a straw.
So these are macerated cherries. Come on, look at these. Look at these little babies. Look.
Do you like them?
Oh, they're great. And, okay, so we're happy?
Yep. Happy.
Let's serve up. So, into your shaker. Right, this one's mine. Yeah?
This one's mine.
Where's the lid to my shaker? There? La, 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 la. How much does it need, really? Oh, Justine. And yours is not so thick and creamy as mine because it doesn't have so much coconut milk in it, does it?
Too much coconut. I want to taste the Bacardi.
George, can you smell that, can you?
Oh, yeah.
Right, I want you to try both of them and tell me which one's the best. But
Wait, what are you doing?
that's my one.
Oh. That's all right, I put more in at the beginning.
George, what can you taste in them?
Well, the pineapple's really sweet. It's really delicious. And then you get that sort of, that kick of rum in the, that big kick of rum in the background.
Yeah.
The coconut.
Yeah.
That really, the creaminess of the coconut. Is there lime in there of some description?
Yeah, lime.
Lime, yeah. I get a bit of lime in there
There's
as
lime
well.
zest, there's lime juice.
Yeah, yeah. Gary, I have to say, if I drank that, I'd be on the ground drunk because I'm a one-pot screamer and there's a lot of alcohol in that. I don't mind yours, Justine. It's a little bit less in alcohol, but it's a little bit bitty rather than Gary's is a little bit more creamy. So I like the creamy texture, but I like yours because it's a little bit less alcohol. I'm sitting on the end of the boat and
It's a draw.
yeah, I think this is a draw. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Cheers, Justin.
Beating Ben O'Donoghue in the Celebrity Chef Challenge was amazing.
Lucas, if George gives you a score of 6 or more, you win that guaranteed spot in the finals. George, what score did you give Lucas's dish?
I gave Lucas's dish an 8.
I get to work in a wonderful restaurant, L'Etoile, under Manu, and also fast track straight to the final.
We're going to do some cooking together. You ready? Yep. Show me how.
Lucas has been working with us for a few weeks now, and he's doing very well. He's very attentive. He takes a lot of notes. But breaks like this, all the fresh comes out. That's what you want. So if you smash it a bit, he's working very hard.
Working at L'Etoile with Manu, it's a massive advantage. Learning sauces, techniques to sauces, how to cut certain things, how to present things in a certain way, learning little things that will put me in a position where I can win MasterChef.
And voila. Plus, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
A few weeks ago, I was still doubting myself a lot. Now I'm really seeing that I can do this. You know, I can win MasterChef, which is wonderful.
This week, your invention challenge took a slight twist. The twist this week
I've chosen prawns and nuts.
was to make 2 courses in 90 minutes using both the prawns and the nuts.
Justine, you won the invention test. What did you cook?
I did a sort of a zucchini terrine with prawns through it with a gazpacho sauce, and then for dessert I did a frangipane tart with chocolate mousse and raspberries.
Wow. That chocolate mousse is unbelievable. Wow. Amazing. You know, Gary and Matt thought the chocolate mousse didn't need to be there. Sorry to say, I like the chocolate mousse. I don't know what it is.
Only because it was your recipe, George.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's be honest.
So, you know, you did a brilliant job, Justine. Absolutely gorgeous.
There were lots and lots of choices, but one of the things that stuck with me was Jenny's saganaki. And in essence, the idea was really good and it really appealed to me. And where she went wrong was she used cans of tomatoes and drenched and smothered the flavour of the prawns. So when I looked at that, I went, yeah, you know what I would have done? Lots of little tomatoes, blistered them with garlic and chilli in the saganaki or in the pan, and then finished it with a bit of olive oil and some crumbled feta. And to help me, Julie, get up here. We're going to do it together. Julie, just grab the prawns as you come past. There's 2 little plates in there. You've got some beautiful ingredients here. Look at these little juvenile jelly bean tomatoes. Aren't they beautiful?
They are.
And then we've got some vine-ripened yellow Roma tomatoes. And these little black Russians.
Beautiful.
They're fantastic, aren't they? And some
Yeah.
feta. So look, first up, we need to prepare some prawns. And what we're going to do is we're going to split them this way, you know, through the belly, all right? And the reason I want to do that is, number one, they cook really quickly, and number two, they're easy then to pick the meat out with a fork. So, pair of scissors. And really what I want to encourage you to do is just, you're going to split the legs first with the scissors, and turn it around and do exactly the same thing with the shell. And this just makes it easier, because what you're going to do is then pop your knife in that little cut that you've made, the incision that you've made, and you run it down to the back of the shell, and then just tease open the prawn, and that'll expose that sort of digestive tract there, which you can just remove. And look, sometimes prawns are really, see how mucky that is? It's really unusual. I don't know whether it's to do with the weather that we've had, you know, in Queensland or whatever, but rather than washing them, I'm just going to encourage you, because it's not particularly pleasant. You can just wipe that out. Now, you need to do about 8 of those. So if you crack on with that.
We've heard you quiet for so long.
It's nice, isn't it? It's a bit zen-like. OK, Julie, split the prawns, a little bit of garlic, sliced very finely, and a bit of chilli sliced very finely, okay? So this is the marinade for the prawns. And this is going to put some of the guts into the dish because it's all in one pan.
Do you take the seeds out of the chilli?
The seeds? No. These long chilies aren't that hot, so if you're using the little bird's eye, you can be a bit more cautious.
Okay, yep.
And then the idea is that we're going to put a little bit of the garlic on the inside of these little split prawns, okay? Start the flavour off. And these can be marinated in the fridge, you know, for a couple of hours, and they'll develop a bit of flavour, all right? And you can be as generous or as stingy as you want with that, just in terms of, you know, how much flavour you want. And then we're going to chop a little bit of coriander. Next, drizzle of olive oil. All right, and this is sort of helping the whole marination, adding flavour. Bit of salt, just to kick the seasoning off. Not bad, eh, Jules?
Smells great.
Bit of olive oil in yours, and basically you're putting them split side down. Okay, generous amount of olive oil, and then split side down, which means that you want to put the belly part, you know, the split part, the flesh side, down first into the pan. And you want it nice and hot so that you get that sizzle straight away. And already you can smell. It's good. Garlic, chili, coriander, and all that little bit of marinade on there. Chuck that in the pan as well. All right, so we're going to cook those for about 2 minutes, just to build up a bit of heat in the pan, all right? And we want almost a little bit of caramelisation, a bit of colour. And I'm not pressing them down because I want to squeeze the juice out. I'm actually just trying to press the flesh onto the pan, because what I'm looking for is this. See that little golden brown? Yeah. See that little bit of golden brown? That's what we're looking for, okay? So we'll just give those a second just to build a bit of temperature up. And then I'll flip first and then you can flip. Now the reason we're going to flip them over onto their backs is because we want... Off you go. What we want is the heat of that pan to start crisping up those shells, all right? Get your hands in there, woman. Oh, come on. Was that chili getting to you?
The chili got me, yeah.
That's great. Love it. Beautiful. Right. 3 lots of tomatoes. We're going to bung in.
Oh, okay, we just
bung in the black Russians, bung in the little jelly bean tomatoes. We're talking rustic.
Okay.
We're talking all in the pan and straight to the table.
Okay.
A little bit of salt. And then straight in the oven.
Oh, okay.
No fiddling, no faddling. And we'll give it 2 minutes.
Okay.
Or maybe 3. What's up?
The chilli got in my throat.
Right.
Would you recommend adding any acid to that, like some lemon at the end, something like that?
Yeah, lime, lemon. Lemon zest would work really well. In fact, actually, if you put some lemon zest in the marinade, you know, with the chilli and the garlic, I think it'd be beautiful. Absolutely. OK, Julie, our prawns have been in for about 2 or 3 minutes. Let's grab them out, pop them on the board, and we'll finish them off.
Beautiful.
Smell beautiful, don't they?
They
so you
do.
see that the tomatoes are just blistering, just soft.
Yeah.
And then a bit of the feta.
Okay.
I'm just going to break that over the top so it's just warmed by the pan. And a bit of parsley. A few bits of parsley. A few bits of coriander, so parsley's here. A few bits of coriander. And then just to give it a bit of extra shine and flavour, just a little drizzle of olive oil. And a little sprinkle of salt. Lovely. Beautiful.
Yum.
Really, really nice. So there we have it, Julie. Just a nice 1-pot saganaki with feta and parsley and a little bit of coriander.
Beautiful.
Nice. Should we taste?
Yeah, that'd be
You
good.
taste. Did you get a bit of cheese? Did you get a bit of cheese? Oh,
It's hot.
it is hot, isn't it? It's because it's been in a pan in the oven, Julie. So what do you taste? Tell me what you taste.
Well, the heat's there from the chilli, but it's not overpowering. Maybe I didn't get a bit of chilli in my mouth. The olive oil, certainly.
It's really, really moist. They're not overcooked
They're not
at all.
overcooked, are they?
No.
It's a nice sort of roasty prawn flavour. And that's what I mean about not smothering it with, you know, a can of tomatoes and really spoiling it. Use the juices in the pan, the olive oil, and you get all the flavour you need.
It's yeah, lovely.
OK, Julie, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your help.
Cheers.
Thanks, Jules.
Sam, you want to come up for a taste? Doesn't matter which one you try,
I'll
really,
taste
does
Julie's.
it? There you go.
That's beautiful.
It's nice, isn't it?
Because you've used the shells to roast it with, you get that goes into the oil also.
Yeah, you get that sort of prawny flavour, don't you?
It's really nice. It's not too much chilli in it.
Glass of wine or a beer?
Both.
Beautiful. Thanks, Sam. Thanks very much.
Beautiful.
OK, top tips for this prawn dish. I'd encourage you to use fresh prawns, fresh tomatoes, fresh ingredients. Don't start putting things in from cans, from bottles. It's going to spoil it, OK? And final tip, cooking prawns, why not split them from the belly, open them up? If you're worried about overcooking them, at least you can see them. They'll take about 3 minutes to cook. They'll go a lovely golden brown. They're done. They'll still be moist, no problem. So now in Masterclass, we're going to look back at your team challenge. This was the first time in any of your team challenges that you weren't divided into two teams, red and blue. You were competing as individuals. This was Andrea and Sean's most important day. It was their wedding day. And if the food wasn't good, it would have spoilt the whole day for them. So the pressure was on.
By the laws of this state, pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride.
So on top of all that stress, the kicker, it was on a boat in Sydney Harbour. So you were in the galley, in the kitchen, below sea level, rocking around and cooking for 100 people.
Even though you were being judged individually, you came together and you served the customer. That came first.
Good stuff. Thanks, Sammy.
Just amazing. The best wedding food I've ever tasted, actually.
Sam, you ran into a bit of trouble. Tell us what you made and tell us what you had trouble with.
I made the lemon and lime cream tart. The cream itself worked out reasonably well, but it was the short crust pastry that
defeated you.
I wouldn't say that. It just caused me a bit of difficulty.
We're going to be under pressure with this pastry. I know we are. Okay. Tell you what to do. I just done it again.
Now, a bit of pain because you cut your finger on the blender, and that was making the pastry.
Yes.
And I believe the recipe was a big recipe, and you tried to do it all at once.
Yes.
In the blender, and you couldn't fit it all in. That's where it started to go a bit pear-shaped.
Correct.
Net result, too thick.
Yes.
A lot of people didn't eat the last chunk of pastry.
Yeah,
a lot was coming back.
That's what I heard, yes.
The lemon tart, I thought the pastry was a little bit thick and a little bit dry. The lemon burst with flavour, and I really loved that, but the actual crust, to me, was a little bit thick.
So, Sam, we're going to show you how to make a perfect short crust pastry.
Okay.
Something you'll be able to use again in the future. Get around here.
All right,
Let's do it. So we're going to make a nice sweet short crust pastry, and then a simple filling, sweetened cream with vanilla, and lots of fresh raspberries.
Nice.
So let's crack on.
Yep.
Flour, two and a quarter, 2.5 cups of flour.
Yep.
Into the mixer. And the reason we use the mixer rather than our hands is because it keeps it all nice and cold, whereas our hands make it very warm. So you'll end up with a very pliable dough. You've got a quarter of a cup of icing sugar.
Yep.
Chuck that in. And we're using icing sugar because it's fine, it's not granular, dissolve very quickly into the pastry. And there's about 125 grams of butter. Boom, in she goes. The reason you call it short crust, and the reason it is short, is the fact that the fat, in this case the butter, encapsulates all the little flour granules. More fat, crumblier it is. Less fat, less crumbly it is, OK? So, lid on.
Yep.
Click it in, give it a good old whiz. And what we're looking for is a nice fine crumb, and it'll start to just gel together. In with the eggs. As soon as it comes together, off she comes. OK, so next, flour on the bench. So this is really, really soft. And the whole idea is that that would rest in the fridge. Yep. All pastry should rest, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that that's been in the fridge for 20 minutes. Now, it should relax, right? Okay. But all this is going to mean is this is going to be quite difficult for you to roll out. So what I want you to do, a little bit of flour, and I want you to roll that out very gently in different directions until you get a nice, even sort of 4 mil, 5 mil thickness.
If you wanted to make a savoury one of these, would you just take the sugar out?
Yep.
Yep.
Pinch of salt. You final little roll, final little dust. Come on, Matt.
So I'm giving it a dust over the top?
Light dust. Light dust. Like that.
Can you see
That's
that?
it.
Amazing.
Like that. And then we just want to make sure that it's free underneath.
Yeah.
It's not sticking.
Can I bring the tart tin over?
And then what I want you to do, tart tin here. Watch, watch, watch.
Yep.
Tart tin here. And I want you to gently roll that onto your rolling pin. And I want you to slide the tart tin in, and I want you to pop it straight on the top, but allowing it to fold in. Because the longer it drapes over the sides of this sharp tart tin, the quicker it's going to start falling apart.
Okay,
all right?
no problem.
So let's have a go. Gently, gently. That's it, go on. Gently, gently, gently. No more, 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 more. Right. Go. Whoa! Right, now, quickly, what you want to do is just drop it in. Drop it in. See what I'm doing?
I see what you're doing.
Hey! Woo!
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
How quick would you have been if you could have done it like that on the boat? So what you want to do is you just want to work around and you just want to make sure
tucked in.
That he's tucked in without too much pressure, all right?
Yep.
And when you're happy that it's all flat, it's all even, it's all tucked in, you can press your palm down and remove the excess.
I think you tucked it all in.
Okay, happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Good. Dock the bottom. All right, and I want it nice and even, all right? The reason for docking, nice and evenly, is to stop the pastry ballooning or raising during the cooking process. So if you didn't do this, then the bottom would balloon or buckle, especially if there's a little pocket of air being rolled into the pastry. Next, and this is to keep it flat as well, little piece of paper, cartouche, and we do what's called baking blind. And baking blind means without a filling. Rice in, right up to the top. Well, not right up to the top, but 3/4 of the way. Evenly spaced. And again, this will keep it flat, keep the pastry nice and flat.
Just put it all in.
You could use baking beans, and when we say baking beans, white beans, you know, any dried bean, pulse or rice, okay? Pop that in the oven, 180 degrees for about 15 minutes until golden brown. Lovely. Sam, good job.
Thanks, mate.
Say you wanted to make 2 tarts that size, could you just double that recipe? Yeah. Or it doesn't work that way?
I mean, all you've got to realise is that if you're going to use a machine to make your pastry, then you can't overload the machine. And the reason you can't overload the machine is because it won't mix evenly. It's like trying to mix a large amount of pastry in a small bowl, and you've got your hands in there and it keeps flicking out everywhere. And like you had 2.5 kilo flour, you look at the size of that blender and go, can I get 2.5 kilo flour in? The answer is no. Well, you can if you fill it up to the top, but will it move? No. So, George, it's been in the oven 20 minutes, taken it out of the flan ring, and then allowed it to cool for another 15 minutes or so. Ready to go.
Right, the first step to assembling the tart is putting the vanilla cream inside the tart case. Have a look at the consistency. It needs to be...
Easy on the cream, George.
Firm, but stiff. Don't be afraid, you know, this is a really simple tart to make. You can have these bases baked off well in advance, and just as your dinner party begins, you can assemble. That's how easy and quickly it can be done. But let's not be stingy with the amount of cream. Give it lots of cream. And then quite simply, beautiful fresh raspberries, okay? And we just, first punnet goes on. Second punnet goes on. Third punnet goes on, and let's be a little bit more decadent. And maybe a 4th punnet. What do we reckon?
I think so, George. Lovely.
Then just to finish, just a little bit of icing sugar, and here we go. Beautiful raspberry tart, vanilla cream, and that fantastic, really beautiful golden brown sweet pastry. Sam, do you want to come up and taste?
Should we chop?
See, hear that
Sam.
crisp sound.
Wow.
That soft cream, those fresh raspberries, and that crisp sound of golden pastry.
I think my pastry is 4 times as thick as that. Thank you, boss. It's pretty good.
What are you tasting? I mean, they're simple flavours, but...
The one thing you notice the most is the pastry, and it's so buttery and so nice and short and just melts away in your mouth. It doesn't linger around and allows the berries and the cream to just stay with you. So, yeah, it's a nice pastry.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It's great.
But now you know how?
Yeah.
So, no excuses going forward?
Next mystery box.
Exactly. So, top tips for making pastry? Let's start with your one. Don't overload the machine, okay? If you're gonna have a recipe, it looks too big for the machine, doesn't look as though it's gonna mix properly, cut it in half, divide it in half, use the appropriate size mixing bowl, okay? That's number one. Number two, you've really got to learn, you know, what a pastry feels like. If you make it at least once or twice by hand, you get to understand what's going on and what it needs to become what you want it to be. A nice, short, malleable dough that you can easily roll out, okay? And number three, temperature is critical. If it's too hot, you need to use the fridge to firm up the dough. If it's in the fridge for too long, you need to bring it out to warm up so that the dough is the right consistency to roll out, okay? So it's been a massive week, you know, nearly capped off before Masterclass with probably one of the biggest challenges you've ever faced, cooking for a wedding, 100 people, and I'm sure you were euphoric after that, regardless how hard that was. And because you have worked so very hard over this last week, we have a very special surprise for you.
Gary says that we're in for a reward. We still don't know what it is, but he has a bit of a smirk on his face, so it could be something good.
The week ahead is going to change your views about food. It's going to challenge your perceptions about food, and it's going to expose you to something that hopefully you have never seen before.
I'm thinking, I hope it's not the cream tart that is just made.
You're going to a place that is considered to be one of the great food capitals of the world. You are going to Hong Kong.
That's wild. That's wild. I'm so excited.
You are going to Hong Kong, and you are going tomorrow.
What?
There's no rest for the wicked. Not only are we going to Hong Kong, we're going in about 8 hours. Yeah, it's going to be a frantic rush. I don't think I'll be sleeping too much tonight.
Wow, Hong Kong. It's got the most prestigious, exclusive restaurants in the world. There's chefs from all over the world that preside there and cook there. But as well as that, the most amazing hawker food, simple food, street food. Are you excited? Yeah! Here we come.
It's so exciting. I can't wait to see it. I've never been there. It sounds like a really exciting place, and it's just, this is huge. This is great.
So, let's have the final supper here in Australia before we go home, pack and head off to Hong Kong. Yeah! Come on, guys.
We're going on a holiday.
Oh my God, and I've got a passport. Oh, wow.
Our Hong Kong trip is definitely not going to be a holiday or any kind of rest period. It's not a reward. It's going to be hell for a week.
So, a massive week. Congratulations to you all.
We're just so excited, and I don't think we'll ever forget this in our life.
So, to a brilliant week. Here's to Hong Kong and all the challenges that it will bring.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, cheers.
Hey, guys, we're going to Hong Kong.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
Welcome to Hong Kong.
It's the start of our biggest week yet.
The challenges now are quite large and scary.
As we embark on an epic adventure into world cuisine.
It's going to be an experience none of us will ever forget.
Our chefs will be cooking for some of the world's toughest judges.
Beautiful.
And we'll be joined by some mystery guests.
Who the hell is this?
As they fight to secure a place in the final four.
One of you will be eliminated here in Hong Kong.
You'll learn more in these few short days than you've probably learned in the whole of the competition so far.
This is huge.
Okay, come on, let's go.
You're representing Australia.
I've got a feeling this week is just going to be crazy.
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
This is going to be absolutely incredible.
Our chef said I do to catering a wedding.
I commend you, but can I tell you, I'm scared.
Justine couldn't do enough to beat Matt Moran in a celebrity cook-off. And we said goodbye to Jenny and Poe.
You serious?
Yep. The competition has lost a character.
Tonight, it's the start of our epic week in Hong Kong.
You'll learn more in these few short days than you've probably learned in the whole of the competition so far.
It's a whole new culinary world.
This is huge.
And the Grand Masters will expect nothing but the best.
Come on, let's go.
Not only are you representing yourselves, but you're representing Australia.
There can only be one MasterChef, and they will get the chance to work in Australia's top restaurants, publish their own cookbook, and win $100,000.
George and Gary said there was a bit of a surprise at the end of masterclass.
You're going to a place that is considered to be one of the great food capitals of the world. You are going to Hong Kong. And you are going tomorrow.
There's no rest for the wicked. Not only are we going to Hong Kong, we're going in about 8 hours.
Here's to Hong Kong and all the challenges that it will bring.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, cheers.
Hey, guys, we're going to Hong Kong!
I've been to Hong Kong a good half dozen times because I've got relatives there, and I have had some of the most amazing eating experiences of my life there.
I never dreamed anything this big would happen. I've never been to Hong Kong, and I can't wait to see it. I can't wait.
Yeah, if someone told me 2 months ago that I'd be in the final 5 in this house, I don't know what I would have said. I would have told them they're dreaming.
We have no idea what's going to happen, and I can tell you now, the way MasterChef is going, they're not going to let us rest. It's going to be a nightmare. They will try to break us.
We've just arrived in Hong Kong, got off the plane and onto the bus, and we're headed into the city. Just driving from the airport to the hotel, just the look of the country is so different to anything I've seen. Everything's big. The bridges are enormous, you know, and the skyscrapers are just enormous, and the whole place is huge. So it's overwhelming.
So we get off the bus us at Langham Place Hotel. Then this big lion comes out of nowhere and doing all these jumps and hops and skips.
At the end of the performance, they drop down a banner that says, "Welcome to Hong Kong," and it's just the most beautiful welcome I could imagine. And it really does mark the beginning of what I think is going to be a wild adventure.
Folks, welcome to Langham Place.
Thank you.
You're going to get out and about and see outside the hotel this incredible buzz, old street markets and stores that have been there for hundreds of years, and then come back inside to this modern luxury of Langham Place. So it's going to be a real interesting example of what Hong Kong's about in many ways, the old and the new together. Good luck in your week in Hong Kong.
Thank you. Cheers. We go into the Langham, head up in the elevators, and we go up to the 40th floor, which is pretty impressive. And the doors open and we're in the penthouse suite, which is pretty overwhelming.
The penthouse suite is just really, it's like the height of luxury.
There's a pillow menu.
And it's easily the most opulent hotel room I've ever seen. It's absolutely gorgeous.
It's been a bit of a rock star welcoming, but I am nervous as to what might be in store for us because the challenges now are quite large and scary.
We walk out onto the rooftop. In front of me is the most extraordinary carpet of lights, like a fairyland. I have never seen a view like it. It is absolutely magical.
Hello everyone and welcome to Hong Kong.
Oh my God.
Home to more than 12,000 restaurants, Hong Kong is without a doubt the food capital of Asia. For the five of you, this means it's a mecca for culinary learning. And with 2009 being Hong Kong's food and wine year, there's no better time to be here.
I love this city. This is one of the great places to come and eat. You need to immerse yourself in this unique culture. You'll learn more in these few short days than you've probably learned in the whole of the competition so far. Guys, this is sink or swim. It's going to change your attitude, it's going to change your future, and it's going to change you as chefs.
It's going to be an amazing opportunity to just discover what Hong Kong has to offer and the ingredients, the cultural mixing pot that it is, and just it's a whole new experience. I think it's going to be invaluable for us in the long run.
So from more than 7,000 people, a handful of you left in the race to be Australia's first ever MasterChef. You guys have come a long, long way, but now you need to lift higher.
It's about embracing new experiences, stepping outside of your comfort zone. If you can't cut it, then maybe this career, maybe being a chef, isn't for you.
Hong Kong is not going to prove to me that I don't want to be a chef. Every challenge we've done, every time I've gotten sweaty and hot and burnt and cut and stressed and upset, I've loved it. I've loved it. Hong Kong can't throw anything at me that's going to steer me from my course.
Soak it all up, kick ass, we're in Hong Kong.
So this is the Mongkok Wet Markets. It's an amazing place. You're going to see some stuff here that you've never seen before.
Straight away, we're not even barely unpacked and we're out on the streets of Hong Kong into the wet markets to check out what's on offer in Hong Kong.
We head out to the wet markets, which is just this, I don't know how to describe it. It's just there's stuff going on everywhere.
Oxtail.
There's different bits of animal hanging everywhere. There's the seafood stalls have things we can't even identify in them.
Look at this, look. Is that carp?
We see a fish
killed so quickly that its nerves are still twitching, it's still moving. You know, I mean, that's fresh.
Oh my gosh, look at his mouth moving. His mouth is moving.
Would be over, wouldn't it?
Just a ton of stuff that I didn't even know was out there.
In Australia, we wouldn't be caught dead having meat on the markets like that. And live fish there, turtles and snakes and all these types of things that just show us that we're a world away from where we're usually from. Have a taste? Vertical. And the food is amazing. It's really cool.
Guys, this is what it's all about. I mean, we're in Hong Kong. We need to embrace it. How good is this?
Absolutely brilliant. I just want to get out somewhere and start eating this stuff. Yeah, I want to see what they do with it and then eat it. I hope we get to play with some of these unusual ingredients. I hope some of the challenges are really kind of left field. I really want to try and push it out if we can.
Kiss him there.
It's going to die. To stay in the competition for long enough to have this experience is it's just beyond words. I'm so grateful that I'm still here and I can have the chance to see this beautiful place and to, you know, whatever is planned, bring it on.
Let's get it on for the week, yeah? Wow.
First morning in Hong Kong, waking up to the view, beautiful. So I'm really excited to see what's in store for us.
The fact that we're putting our chef's whites on first thing, it's exciting and a bit daunting at the same time. I think there's going to be a hell of a lot going on, a lot of pressure. We walk into Ming Court, which is a pretty amazing restaurant in the building here. It's pretty daunting, actually, to think about the food that might be served in this room.
We've got some incredible experiences lined up for you. But today, you're going to learn something that probably is one of the foundations of Chinese cuisine. Today, you're going to learn how to make dim sum. So dim sum could be described as little tasty morsels or bites that are often enjoyed with tea, traditionally.
Apparently we're going to learn to make dim sum, which is great because I love to eat it, so I'd really like to know how to make it.
In 2 hours, this restaurant will be opening to the public, and they'll be coming for dim sum lunch, and they'll be coming for dim sum that's cooked by you. Now, the pressure is on, because this is not just any corner yum cha restaurant that you're working in. This is the Langham Place Hotel's Ming Court, that in 2008 was awarded a coveted Michelin star for the food.
We've been in some pretty amazing kitchens over the last couple of months. The fact that we're now in a Michelin star restaurant is just a whole nother level up. It's the world standard for judging restaurants, and it's a little scary, but it's going to be an experience none of us will ever forget.
So to help you guys today, we've got Chef Phi and Chef Patrick. Chefs, welcome. Guys, between Chef Phi and Chef Patrick, there's over 40 years' experience in dim sum, yeah? So thank God they're here. Could you show us what you've got under the basket?
Yep.
Wow.
The first packet have some of the spring roll and the barbecue bun and the siu mai.
Wow. Amazing.
Love siu mai.
I eat dumplings probably twice a week. I love them. And I'm very, very interested in learning how a restaurant that has a Michelin star perfects their dumplings.
The doors open in just 2 hours. You'll have some time with Chef Phi and Chef Patrick to understand the tricks of the trade. And good luck.
Walking into this kitchen, it was amazing. It was just huge, and there were so many chefs there and so many different things going on. The heat from the woks was just amazing.
So first of all, we're going to do spring rolls, is that right? Yep. So pay attention. How exciting is this? I can't believe it. So let's crack on.
The first lesson we have is spring rolls. And from the start, it's a different technique to what we're used to. You know, we mince the prawns with the back of a cleaver and then hand mince in all the other ingredients.
So 2 teaspoons of cornstarch.
This is sugar.
And then sugar.
Which is something unusual because it's more like making dough, that process, rather than maybe putting in a food processor. So you get a whole lot of different textures.
Really getting the heel of his hand in there as well.
It's like kneading dough.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to assemble the spring rolls.
Chef Phi's dexterity in making the spring rolls is quite incredible. He measures out every little bit of the filling in his fingers so they're all consistent. He folds them and rolls them in the blink of an eye and they're all identical.
Beautiful, look at that. Yeah. Same every time. Love the way he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, I know. I'm worried about that.
Okay, so we're making the shou mai next.
Money bag.
So we've got a pork mixture here. You've got shiitake mushrooms and little shrimp in there as well.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. You see what he did there? He folded it in with his fingers and created like a little cup and then switched it round into his fingers to hold it into that shape and pushed it in. That's fabulous, isn't it? That's great.
Yeah, no worries. We'll get that.
Everything Chef Phi did was seamless and easy, and I knew that it was smoke and mirrors. We were going to find it hard today.
So we're doing the steamed pork buns next, and basically we've got here is a barbecued pork with oyster sauce.
The last thing we're shown is the pork buns.
So we've got the pork bun dough, which has been resting for 24 hours, and then the sugar goes on top. Okay. So it's a really sticky mixture, very, very sticky at this stage.
And as it's worked, it becomes very glossy and slippery. And at this point, he puts in more flour and corn flour and kneads it until it becomes a really beautiful, soft ball of dough.
And how many would that make?
18. And then we're rolling it into a disc and turning and rolling. Look at that, look at that! Oh, yeah! We've rolled out the dough and now we're going to fill the pork buns with the barbecued pork.
Same action.
Yeah. So there's a crimp, all the way around, turning the bun, crimping it together all the way around, tightening it up as you go along, and then sealing in the middle. Oh, I'm going to love watching you guys do that.
My bag's not doing this one.
There's no doubt after watching Chef Phi do the dough for the pork buns, that's the one that I would least like to be on for the lunch service.
So you've had your demonstration. I think that's all you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what to do. All right, let's crack on because lunch service is going to start soon.
Our lesson's over. We've kind of got a grasp on what's going on, and now lunch service is starting. So this is scary, the fact that we're in a Michelin star restaurant and these guys are going to start eating our food.
So we had 2 hours to prepare all the dim sum for the lunch service. So we get assigned to a particular dim sum each. And lo and behold, guess which one I get? The pork buns.
No one wanted to do them, but I've ended up with them, so yeah, it'll be interesting. So start off, just roll that out.
Justine and I are about to make the spring rolls.
All right, let's do this. First thing is bashing up the shrimp.
Julie and I start off with shou mai, which is a tricky little technique. You need nimble little fingers to get these shou mai out.
If you're only doing one, it'd be okay, but having to make them look the same is tricky.
It's very frantic. We're all heads down, bums up to get the dim sum out to the customers waiting outside.
Andy. It's ready to go. And now we're up to putting them in the spring rolls. So that's going to be the hardest part, I think. Wait. Look at what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You're putting it in the. You're not putting it in the right spot. But on the paper, it's got to be there, right? Chef Patrick does look a little concerned.
Like there.
Yes. You know, these things have to be perfect every single time. And that's what being a Michelin star restaurant is all about.
This is very difficult. No. No.
we're starting to get the hang of it. And, you know, after you do 10, 20, you slowly get there, and the shape of the spring rolls and all the dim sums that we've done are looking better. The only things that are not looking up to scratch is our pork buns.
Sammy, how you going?
Yeah, good, mate. My name's Joe.
Well, what are these?
Yeah, these are pork buns.
Was that the first one you made?
It was, yeah. But that's mine too. I'm getting better.
Hey, that one's all right. That's okay.
It's all right.
Look at that one.
Yeah.
Feels nice, though.
Yeah,
I'll eat it.
Good,
if
good.
you steam it.
Let's try it.
Once we'd made all our dim sum, they went into steamer baskets and got whisked down the other end of the kitchen and steamed away. Yeah, they've just taken them to the first round of shumai off to the customers.
Guys. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah. 1 o'clock, you've got an hour to go. They need more pork buns, they need more dim sims, they need more of everything, all right?
Yeah.
So we need to move it along. Not only are you representing yourselves, but you're representing Australia, okay?
For sure.
So let's make it happen, yes?
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's a huge thing for them to trust us to go into their kitchen, and I really want to make sure that we live up to the expectation.
Doesn't matter what kitchen we are in any part of the world, that same feeling is there, isn't it? The buzz, I mean, we're in the middle of service.
I love it myself. But you know what? They're doing remarkably well. They're in a busy commercial kitchen. This place is going off. You know, they've got 3 woks on the go. They've got the steamer baskets at the end with all the dim sim. It's amazing.
We're in Hong Kong. Hey,
We're in Hong Kong making dim sum.
Can you believe this?
I can't
2.5 months ago, would have you thought you would have been here right now?
I couldn't have dreamt it, George.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
I feel like in one morning I've added so much to my cooking arsenal.
Very exciting.
It is. It really is.
Right, that's it. Your time's up. Yeah? All done. Well done.
Right, guys, let's show the respect that we need to give all the chefs here. Let's big tidy down.
Service ends. Look, and it seems like we've had a relatively successful service, and you know, I'm proud that we've all had a go of it. I don't think they're perfect dim sums, but I think the experience has definitely taught us something that most of us would never have actually really known how to do.
So we're cleaning up after the challenge, and all of a sudden we see Matt with a bamboo steamer. I'm like, what is he doing in the kitchen?
The great thing about being a chef is that just when you think it's all stopped and you can calm down and the rush is finished, it all starts all over again. And that's what's going to happen right now.
What is he what now? We're a bit confused.
Chef Zhang, who is the master here, the man responsible for winning the Michelin star, would like to taste your dim sum. Wow. But not just taste your dim sum, but also taste one of these. The zhuzhou dumpling. Wow, look at it. This is a mark of Chef Zhang's expertise. We're going to give you a recipe. We're going to give you 30 minutes, and we're going to let you taste these. And then you'll be judged on who can produce the best steamer full of char siu bun, spring roll, shumai, and zhuzhou dumpling.
Wow. Not only do we have to prepare the 3 dumplings that we've already prepared today, but we also have to prepare the signature dumpling of the Ming Court, which is the zhuzhou dumpling. Looking at this thing and looking at the way that it's presented, yes, I'm a little bit concerned about it.
The secret with this little dim sum not only is the technique, but also the texture. And you'll notice the texture is actually quite different and quite tricky to work with. Chris, taste.
The first thing you notice when you pick it up, it's just so soft and pillowy. You bite into it, the dough sticks to the top of your mouth and kind of disintegrates, and then you get this beautiful texture of the pork and the vegetables and stuff. It's just stunning.
It's lovely. The winner will get to pick one other contestant, and you'll spend the night floating around Victoria Harbour in the middle of Hong Kong on a traditional Chinese junk called Aqua Luna and watching the amazing light show that's put on every night at dusk in Hong Kong.
Wow. It'd be pretty exciting to win this prize. I mean, it's the first challenge being in Hong Kong, so it'd, you know, step you in the right direction and set you up for a good week, I think.
Right, half an hour, 4 steamers of dumplings. Time starts now.
So the time starts and everyone's just frantic and trying to get things done ASAP. We have 30 minutes, every second counts.
We all pick spring rolls to start. I mean, it's one of the easy ones. So we bash the prawns, mix up that mixture, get them rolled up and set aside so we can keep moving on.
I've done 4 spring rolls, which are here, ready to go. Just got to do the 4 shumai now. 10 minutes gone, guys, third of the time.
Ah, fantastic.
I'd call those 10 minutes already elapsed. You know, it was a third of our time was already up and we weren't a third of the way in. So we had to really start motoring, otherwise this is going to end in tears.
20 minutes to go. I've done shumai, I've done spring rolls. I'm about to start on pork dumplings and I'll do the tricky one last.
Yeah, I'm doing the bun at the moment. This is quite a tricky one actually. This is probably the more difficult one.
Add after that?
So it's going to take up a bit of time.
The trickiest thing to do was the pork buns because we had to make our dough first and there was flour everywhere. We were so messy.
So what do you do with this?
I really don't know what to do, so I'm kind of looking at what the other guys are doing. Ask Julie a few questions because I'm just making this shit up as I go.
You put the sugar in first, do you?
Yep. That dough takes a long time. You've really got to work it. And if you don't work it, the sugar granules stay solid in it. And, like, you know, no one wants a gritty pork bun.
Dry, isn't it, Chris? Really dry.
Right, you got 10 minutes to go, so you're under pressure now. Okay, you're doing all right, huh?
Yeah,
you've got your pork bun, so that feels nice.
Yeah.
Feels nice and soft. Could be a bit tidier. These are man-sized versions of shumai. Nice and big.
I know you like them, Gary, so I made them extra big.
Nice and big.
This goes in here now?
Yeah, you can make them a little bit more like this one.
Julie, what are you up to?
Finishing off the mixture for my jiu.
So you've made the other 3, the spring roll, the shumai, and the steam bun?
Made those today.
Okay, brilliant. I'm loving it. Have a look at you.
I was trying to be clean today, George.
Chris.
Yes.
How you going?
All right.
You look a little bit stressed.
I'm a little bit stressed. I've never made these before.
We kind of christen the shu jiao, or the Danish dish, or the hell dumpling because it's tricky. I mean, it's a translucent dough, super delicate. It was going to mess up for sure. And as a matter of fact, mine did look like it was from hell. It was a bit rough around the edges.
It's not beautiful, but it's done.
5 minutes to go, guys. That's 5 minutes. You can do it. I don't want to hear you can't. You can do this, okay?
With 5 minutes to go, everybody's stressed. It's a stressful situation. 30 minutes to produce 4 dim sum, 4 times 4 dim sum. Who wouldn't be stressed?
It's my last mystery hell dumpling. Don't know what it's going to taste like, but it's done.
Guys, listen, 2 minutes to go. Now you're under pressure. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, it's just starting now. Oh, I can't make them pretty. I can't believe how fiddly these things are. And I had visions of, you know, neatly pleating the edges and making it look beautiful and then, you know, mashing it together and trying to get it finished before time was up.
Okay, I'm finished. 2 minutes to go. Let's see what happens.
Look, Chris is finished and you've got just on a minute. So you're struggling now, guys. You're struggling.
Yep, done.
That's it. Well done, Andre. Well done. Right, you 3, you got 30 seconds. Come on, come on, come on. Julie, you done?
Done.
So you got 10 seconds. That's it. Come on, Sam. 9.
Done.
8. Have you done it?
Yeah, done.
Good. Your time's up, guys. Well done. Good job.
30 minutes is up and and it's time for our dim sums to go into the steamer. I can't believe I actually got it done. I just hope I've done enough to make them look really nice and, of course, taste delicious.
Chef Jung, welcome to our tasting table. And Chef Patrick, you're translating, so please welcome Chef Jung to our table.
佢好歡迎你join 呢個一齊去translate。
多謝邀請我真。
Chef Jung is welcome to join it.
Lovely, thank you. And we're looking forward to tasting, hopefully, some good dim sum. So I think we should call in the first contestant.
Gentlemen.
Hi, Chris. Chris, you were the first one to finish. I think you had 2 minutes to spare. What did that feel like?
It felt good. A bit disappointed with the pork buns, actually. But needed more time to work the dough.
How do you know that? Was it crumbly?
It was too crumbly, yeah. And I just had no time to fix it. I was either get something on the plate or miss it all altogether.
Yeah.
So I had to take that risk.
Okay. Well, we will see, Chris.
Thank you.
As I leave the room, I think my chances are pretty good. I was most concerned about the pork bun. That's going to be my Achilles heel in this little one.
Oh, look at that.
Chef Jung, what did you think of Chris's dim sum?
曾師傅唔知對呢個參賽者嘅點心有咩意見？
其實每一款點心佢做出嚟咧嘅形狀咧都係有幾大嘅分別。個春卷咧咁多樣點心咧就包得最似樣，但係咧佢即係包得太過緊啦，所以炸出嚟嗰陣時候咧嗰啲肉汁咧就生唔到出嚟。其實個叉燒包就最失敗啦，個叉燒係完全唔似叉燒包。
Look, I feel the same. I think the pork dumpling, the steamed bun, you could tell he had problems. It was too dry. He just went ahead and made them, and you can tell when you eat the dough, it's really dry, and you get left, chewing chunks of dough. There's not enough pork inside to make it a pleasant, eating experience.
And those shumai, for me, they were really beautiful texture inside. You could taste meat, there was chunks of it. It wasn't minced up to a puree where you don't really understand what you're eating.
The chu chow dumpling, really the main mistake there is this is very gelatin, very jelly-like. It's too jelly-like. The casing needs to really melt.
But you know what? The spring rolls and the shumai, I think, are quite successful. They might not be the right shape, but they taste good.
OK, well, let's move on and taste our next selection of dim sum.
I'm the second person to take my dumplings into the judges' room. The one that I'm most concerned about is definitely the shu jiao dumpling. It doesn't really look like what we were shown by Matt before the challenge.
Sam, how did you find the experience?
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it, George. Really fidgety work. It's not something that I'm familiar with. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I'd do it again.
Thanks, Sam. We'll get into tasting.
OK, enjoy. Thank you.
I'd love to win this prize today. I love dumplings. I love dim sum. I'd love to show that I actually know how to cook them. After my rice paper roll disaster, this would be a great way to redeem myself.
佢嘅皮同埋佢嘅餡咧好平均，個配合好好，個外形都好靚。但係咧就差在咧個叉燒包咧唔係雪白嘅，個叉燒包好污糟，睇落去個外形。
Look, I would have been happy to eat all of Sam's. I think the pork bun, particularly the dough, is very good in comparison to Chris's, so I'd be happy with those.
Well, look, I think overall Sam's done a pretty good job. I think we all agree that the fillings are nice and juicy. A couple of issues in execution, but overall a commendable effort. Well, let's just hope that our next tasting is as good.
Julie, you finished just in time with about 8 seconds to go.
Yes.
How did you find it?
I loved it. I've loved the whole day. And yeah, I did 5 of everything just so I could pick the best ones. So that's probably why I pushed it right to the end.
You stretched your timing out.
Yes, I did.
OK, Julie. Well, thanks very much, and we'll taste your dim sum.
OK, thank you. I'm nervous to hear what the head chef thinks of our dim sum. I don't aspire to impress him, I just hope not to disgust him.
好似個粉果咁樣，佢根本就唔係包粉果，係一塊皮，係入邊冇餡嘅。
Not a lot of sauce in there, is there? Not a lot of sauce or filling. It's quite dry.
There's no peanuts, no nothing.
Yeah. That's a shame, isn't it? Yeah.
And I have all your peanuts, George. All your peanuts are just in here.
Oh, you had all my peanuts.
This is like peanut butter inside a jellyfish.
I am happy because I've never done dim sum before and I'm a little white boy from Australia, and being in this Eastern kitchen has been a great experience, but I would have liked more time to take my time and respect this ancient art a little bit more.
So, a bit like Marco Polo. Have you worked with these flavours before?
No, I haven't, and it was such an enjoyment to be in the kitchen today, to see how they operate. So it was a beautiful experience, all in all.
Andre, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Wow, awful lot of pastry on that one. You see, this has got that pleating much better. Yeah, my one. Yours is a bit clumsy, yeah?
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
我哋講下個粉果。個粉果咧係咁多個參賽者裏邊咧包得最靚嘅，因為佢將兩塊皮咁拍埋咗之後咧，變咗兩塊皮嘅厚度。但係如果佢攣嘅口唔攣翻薄嗰陣時候，先再硬個花紋出嚟咧，呢個位置咧就變咗好厚。
For my dish to be judged last was really hard because my dim sums were going cold, so I felt like, oh, am I not going to taste as good as everyone else's? Hopefully they like them.
So, Justine, again, you were down to the wire. You nearly didn't make it. And that was doing the dangerous dumpling at the end.
It was.
How did you go?
Look, it was extremely challenging because the little dumplings are really delicate and hard to work with.
All right, Justine, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You seem to get a lot of filling in there.
I did get a lot of filling.
That's pretty good.
Nice crimping. A lot of filling.
Flavour's quite nice, though. Nice seasoning. Sort of got some nice, interesting flavours in there. I think if there's a standout, then I think it would be the pork bun. That's quite nice for me. I mean, you got loads of filling in yours. Mine wasn't too bad. Just a nice soft dough. I think it was best of the four.
樣嘢都唔係好，唔算好咯，就唔係太差嚇，中規中矩。但係個粉果嗰度咧就真係做得比較曳啲啦，即係呢樣嘢。
What this is really all about is not enough consistency, and I think the flavour was not bad. It's just consistency.
Well, I think we've all decided who the winner is. I think it's fairly clear, and I think that person will be pretty excited when we tell them. So let's get them in, reveal who the winner is of our dim sum challenge.
I'm a little bit nervous walking back in to see the judges. It's the first challenge in Hong Kong. It's always nerve-wracking, if it be in the MasterChef kitchen or in a hotel in Hong Kong.
Well, let's just think about this. 2 months ago, you were all individually standing in front of us in your nominated states. Today, you stand in front of us in Hong Kong. Wow, amazing. Absolutely amazing job today. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It was a really difficult test. And wow, you guys did a really good job. You should be all very proud of yourselves. I think not only did you do yourself proud, but you did our country proud. So well done.
Thanks, George.
Chef Xiong, how did the contestants go?
其實都幾困難嘅，做一個喺唔係中國人去整一啲點心，對佢哋嚟計係一個幾困難一個工作嚟嘅係。味道咧就反而咧大家都幾平均，唔係相差得太遠。但係嗰啲點心嘅外形咧，佢個賣相咧就會好參差啦。
5 very creditable performances, but there can only be one winner. Only one of you will be able to choose a fellow contestant to spend the night floating around Victoria Harbour on one of the few remaining traditional Chinese junks, the Aqua Luna. So, the winner of the Dim Sum Challenge is Sam.
Wow.
Good on you, Sam.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you.
Sammy, it was a unanimous decision. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
The generosity of the filling, the juiciness of each of those dim sum was very impressive. And my goodness, how far have you come since that terrible Chinese invention test where you made those dreadful spring rolls?
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's been a great start to our experience here in Hong Kong, and I just feel very fortunate that I've been lucky enough to win this challenge.
Now, the main question is, who are you going to choose to bob around Hong Kong Harbour with on the Aqua Luna junk?
I think I'll take Justine.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy.
That's right.
I was very surprised that Sam chose me to go on the boat just to get out there and, you know, and share the treat is really nice of him, and hopefully we'll have some fun.
Look, I'm sure, having seen the quality of what you put out and what you've learnt today, I'm sure you'd want to join with the three of us in thanking Chef Patrick and especially Chef Zhang. Ngoy, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Welcome. You have service now.
Yes.
Yes? You better go.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, Sam, enjoy that moment of success, victory. But don't forget, we're here for a reason. We're all competitors. We're down to the final 5. And one of you will be eliminated from the competition here in Hong Kong.
I get a bit of a jolt when they say someone's going to be eliminated from Hong Kong. There's no way I want to be sent home from this, you know? No way.
Tomorrow, it all begins. The Hong Kong Challenge becomes serious, and you'll be split into 2 groups. The winner of each challenge will have the chance to cook off against this week's celebrity chef. As you know from previous experience, whoever gets to cook off against a celebrity chef has the chance to fast track straight through to the final week of MasterChef Australia. Sam and Justine, enjoy your prize. For the rest of you, go and get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Today, guys.
See you guys.
Day 1, what a day. We've hit the ground running, and tomorrow we face something even bigger. I've got a feeling this week is just going to be crazy.
Oh my gosh, that's a boat there.
Oh, God, that is our boat. Oh, wow.
Amazing.
After winning the Dim Sum Challenge, I'm lucky enough to get to go on a boat cruise on the Aqua Luna.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's an amazing boat. It looks like a pirate boat, but just funkier.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you,
You did a
darling.
good job. Mwah.
I'm glad you're here. This is a great way to start off in Hong Kong, just to get to see, you know, how much the city has to offer. I've never been to a place like this. I haven't been to Hong Kong before.
Good.
Check it out, the light show.
Gosh, that is so cool.
Look, it would appear that I've come a long way from making brain fart rice paper rolls to making Michelin star quality dim sum. Yeah, it's quite pleasing that through this challenge I've shown that I've grown a little bit, and no matter what happens moving forward in this competition, I've already won. This is as good as I could have ever hoped for to get out of it.
I mean, the dim sum challenge was very fun,
It was.
but it's going to get harder
I think
and
it's gonna
harder
get more
as the week
serious.
goes.
It'll get more serious, but I'm ready for it.
Yep. Bring it on.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This week is all about opening your eyes to a new culinary world.
It's double trouble in Hong Kong as our chefs are split into 2 groups.
What the hell are we going to be doing here?
Each faces a separate challenge.
This is going to be a bit of a nightmare.
And there are some big surprises in store.
Who the hell is this?
Plus, later this week, who will go up against Donovan Cook, the fiercest celebrity chef ever?
My kitchen philosophy is discipline and fear.
And our chefs are let loose in the Hong Kong Super Challenge.
This is not going to be fun.
Last time on MasterChef Australia.
Welcome to Hong Kong, the food capital of Asia.
Our chefs hit the ground running with a dim sum challenge.
Not only are you representing yourselves, but you're representing Australia.
And for Sam, victory.
It's been a great start to our experience here in Hong Kong.
Tonight, two groups face separate challenges.
This week is all about opening your eyes to a new culinary world.
At stake, the chance to fast-track to the final week of the competition.
Come on, guys, chop, chop!
And standing in their way are some familiar faces.
There'll be a third contender.
Who the hell is this?
The first ever MasterChef Australia will join the culinary elite, publish their own cookbook, and win $100,000.
Just woken up in Hong Kong. Sam and I standing there looking at the view, and it just puts 1,000 thoughts into my head about what could be out there and what we might be doing today.
Tomorrow, it all begins. The Hong Kong challenge becomes serious, and you'll be split into two groups. The winner of each challenge will have the chance to cook off against this week's celebrity chef.
It's so hot here.
I know. It's a new day in Hong Kong, and Gary and George want Andre, Julie and myself to meet them down at the wharf.
Do you reckon you might go fishing again?
No, I don't know. Maybe one of the islands. And we're all wondering what is ahead of us and what today will bring.
So fish.
You don't think we're fishing again?
Well, you could just be fishing off the wharf, couldn't you?
I know that we're split into two teams and that we're going to have very different experiences to one another.
Whatever it is you guys are doing, have a good day and we'll see you tonight.
Yeah, likewise. Good luck. See you guys. See ya.
We say goodbye to Chris and Sam, we get the lift down and get out onto the hustle and bustle streets of Hong Kong.
Justine, Julie and Andre have left. Yep. And the moment they're out the door, the phone rings. And on the other end of the line is Matt.
Hi, Matt. How you doing?
And he wants to see Chris and I at the Langham Hotel in 30 minutes in our chef whites.
I'm really happy I'm not going to be outside today. It's hot and humid. I'd rather be in the air conditioning doing something a bit posh.
All right, big boy, you ready?
I'm ready, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Very excited to be out and about in Hong Kong today and going to a mystery location, so at least we get to see a bit of the harbour and the surroundings.
Look at this thing.
Wow.
Got some nets for us.
Gary and George are leading Andre, Julie and myself to the grand old junk boat. No idea where we're going, but we're extremely excited.
It's just lovely. It's like a big Chinese pirate ship with big red ripped sails. I love being on boats.
You pumped?
Yeah, just want to know what we're doing.
Got a feeling?
Hong Kong has a lot of islands, so the first thing I think is hopefully we're going to an island.
You never get sick of seeing Hong Kong and the skyscrapers, and I'm in constant awe of what my surroundings are, and to be on the junk viewing it is an absolute pleasure.
The boat slowly goes towards this pontoon.
So what do you think it is?
There are tables and chairs over there.
And we're thinking, what the hell are we going to be doing here?
We're standing on pontoons, which are actually a village. It's the Lama Fisherfolk Village, next to Lama Island. So what you see around you, in amongst the pontoons, are the pens that they hold all this fantastic, fresh seafood.
Let's go and have a look around. Wow.
Horseshoe crabs.
It looks like a big huntsman spider in there.
Look how many nippers it's got.
Look at cuttlefish. They've got the biggest beaks inside. Snapper! Oh, wow!
I'm looking at these fish in these pens, these massive things, and I'm thinking, if they want me to catch one of these and cook it, I'm in big trouble. I'm going to have to dive in and just wrestle.
Well, you three are so close to making your dream a reality. And it's things like this: travels, taste, flavour, see, meat, culture, people. It's absolutely amazing. And that's what makes a chef here or a chef here.
The challenge that you face today could bring you one step closer to winning the title of Australia's first MasterChef. Win it, and you get the chance to leapfrog straight through to the finals week of this MasterChef competition. But to get that chance, there is a cook standing in your way. Someone who you would all admire, who is passionate about Asian cuisine.
I love to eat Asian food, but I don't cook it much, and that's a really danger point for me.
This is a cook that could stop you in your tracks if you don't perform your very, very best today. He's waiting to meet you. Off you go.
We walk into the Langham Hotel. We walk around the corner in the foyer area where we see Matt and Sarah sipping on tea.
Very civilised.
Chris and Sam, this week in Hong Kong is all about opening your eyes to a new culinary world. You boys are having a taste of the more expensive, high end of Hong Kong's food market. Today, you'll be creating an authentic high tea here at the Langham Hotel, one of the world's finest establishments.
Making this high tea is going to be one heck of a challenge. You're going to be making a platter of 3 incredible pastries, all with an amazing level of difficulty.
Oh, good.
You know, taking on each other will be easy, and I know neither of you like easy. So instead, there'll be a third contender, an expert cook.
No chance.
Let's meet this person right now.
God damn, it's Julia. I didn't expect that in a million years. It floored me.
Oh, wow.
I think their first reaction was just complete shock, but then they were really happy to see me, which was great.
It's good to see you, mate.
Julia, welcome to Hong Kong. As you know, just a few weeks ago, Julia took on a celebrity chef and won.
9 out of 10.
She now has a guaranteed spot in the finals of MasterChef Australia.
I won the Celebrity Chef Challenge against Pete Evans, so I've been working at his restaurant, The Pantry, doing a lot of cooking there, which is such a fantastic advantage.
Chris and Sam, if one of you wins today, you'll be going forward and competing in this week's Celebrity Chef Challenge.
Awesome.
There, one of you could win a guaranteed spot in the finals week of MasterChef. If Julia wins today, however, both of you will miss out on that opportunity to compete tomorrow.
It's my job basically to beat them, just stand in their way to keep them out of the finals.
Julia, how important is it for you to protect your spot in that final?
I really, really want to win. I know these guys are really good competitors, but I want to kick their asses.
Well, let's have a look at those intricate pastries that you'll be challenged to produce. Hong Kong has taken this British notion of the smart high tea and elevated it to another level. Your challenge today is to make these 3 pastries, but not just one of each, 5 of each, so they fill the whole stand, and so you can show us you're able to achieve consistency and elegance across 15 individual pieces of pastry. The 3 pastries you'll be attempting today are a lavender creme brulee, a chocolate and raspberry millefeuille, and a key lime meringue tart. Coming to Hong Kong is all about potentially having an epiphany, having that moment when you decide that actually pastry is what you want to do.
So delicate.
Chris, Sam, this is an amazing opportunity to fast-track yourself through to the finals. But understand that Julia is here with one idea in mind, and that's to stop you.
Now, you'll each have 2 hours to make your pastries. 3 of you, good luck.
We're standing on the pontoon. The judges tell us that the 3 of us are going to compete with a chef that we all admire, and that if one of us beats this chef, that we're the winner of the challenge.
This is a cook that could stop you in your tracks if you don't perform your very, very best today. He's waiting to meet you. Off you go.
So we keep walking up the pontoon and I think, oh, this is a bit funny. This chef is not wearing chef whites. Who the hell is this?
And it's Lucas. And all of a sudden it dawns on us, Lucas is the chef that we're cooking against.
I didn't see it coming whatsoever.
I was looking going, who's that? Like...
Great to see him, great to catch up with him, but now we have to compete against him and hopefully one of us will beat him.
Kicking off against Justine, Julie and Andre, it's going to be a lot of fun, but also very competitive.
So funny that you're here. And we knew it was going to be tough because he knows his Asian cooking very well.
So you're pleased to see Lucas?
Yeah.
It's good to have a friend back.
Yeah.
Of course it is. What you've got to remember, though, is Lucas has already earned his spot in the final week of MasterChef. Lucas, what do you think of that?
Obviously, they're here to compete. I'll be doing everything in my power to get in their road.
Fantastic dishes, Lucas, you've brought to us. But let's not forget how you got to the final week of MasterChef Australia. An 8 out of 10. You beat Ben O'Donoghue, not just a roundabout chef. This is a chef with years of experience. He's known out there, not only just in Australia, but in the world. And you beat him. Well done.
I've been working with Manu Fidel, learning some lovely French techniques. It's been really good.
And the challenge today, we're cooking rainbow fish. The question is, what is the dish? To show us, we have a top chef that cooks in Llama Island's famous rainbow seafood restaurant, Jackie Chan. Welcome, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie. How are you?
Welcome.
Gary and George introduced Chef Chan to us. I was very excited. He was the real deal on Llama Island. To learn a traditional Cantonese dish, very, very cool thing. I haven't done anything like this before.
And then he just brings this live fish to the table, this massive fish. And we're like, oh no, this is not going to be fun.
Oh, it's fresh.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
First of all, the fish is killed by putting a nick in its spine, and that bleeds the fish and it kills it quickly and humanely.
Next step, he scaled the fish, he gutted the fish, and then started to prepare the fish by filleting it.
Wow.
The fish is filleted, and the carcass, which is, the bones with the head still intact and the tail intact, and the fins on either side are cut in a particular way so that they stand up.
No, that's clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's clever.
And that becomes like the basis of this dish. That's put into a steamer.
Some simple vegetables there of celery, tomato, spring onions, ginger, garlic.
There were heaps of processes in this demonstration that Chef Chan gave.
A teaspoon of sesame oil into that mixture. And that's it. Well done. Beautiful. Fantastic job.
Chef Chan finished this dish like a dragon. It was really impressive.
Very delicate fish.
Very delicate, not very overpowering.
Thank you so much, Chef Chan. That is fantastic. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
You have 1 hour to replicate Chef Chan's rainbow fish dish. You have to get all of those components right. Let's cook like you mean this thing and you want to win this thing. Let's go. You've got 1 hour.
Okay.
It's absolutely fantastic to have Julia here and cooking against her. Now it's time to head off into the kitchen and get the show rolling.
Welcome to our pastry kitchen. My name is Mang Ho.
The Langham's pastry chef, Chef Man Ho, is going to be there for the day to basically just give us tips.
Today you learn the 3 dishes, but I think it's very difficult. But for you, I think it's very easy. My friend, good lucky. Now can go, start. Okay?
My strategy is to work on the stuff that can be put in a refrigerator and left to worry about at the end of service.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I'm thinking the first things to really get a handle on are the fillings for the mille flour, the chocolate and raspberry mousse.
So that involves combining the raspberry mixture and cream, cooking it and adding gelatin so it's set.
My raspberry mousse is in the fridge.
Oh, you're a superstar.
Yeah, I know.
Do the same with the chocolate mousse, which is a mix of darkened milk chocolate.
Chocolate mousse in.
Chocolate mousse in.
Oh, Chris. Julia, where are you up to?
Something went weird with my chocolate. I don't know what's going on. So the chocolate just hardens up. And I have no idea what I did.
Why this really is thick?
I don't know. I melted it and then I took it off and now it's thick. I don't know.
It's wrong.
I had to start my chocolate mousse again, which put me a little bit behind the others, and that sort of got me a little bit panicky about time.
At least it shows that, you know, despite the fact that she's had 6 weeks worth of experience, that, you know, perhaps I can hold my own against her today.
Second round of chocolate has worked, which is a relief.
Chef, we do the lime filling next?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
For the key lime meringue pie, you have to make the lime custard.
That looks like lime juice to me.
Yeah.
So that involves cooking that.
Mix lime juice and condensed milk and melt the mixture over a pan of water.
And chilling it so that it's set so it doesn't go oozy when you bite into it.
I believe I now need to roll out. Yeah?
Yes.
I've had a bit of trouble with pastry before.
Is it great pastry? No, it's not great pastry.
But I had a great masterclass with Gary the other day, and I think I've nailed it now. Is that thin enough?
Yes.
Thin enough? Going the tarts?
Yes.
How many tart shells have you done, Chris?
5. How many have you done?
I've done 3 because I'm having a bit of trouble with the pastry as usual.
Yeah, this.
Beautiful. Put them on a tray.
Yeah,
can you show me?
Yeah.
Slide them into the big ovens and bake them for 20 minutes.
Thank you. And then you have to make your Italian meringue.
At the moment, I'm whisking the egg whites with the melted sugar to make the Italian meringue.
And you have to beat it for quite a long time so that when you get it, it's this beautiful sort of marshmallow texture. Everyone's ahead of me and I just have to get this in, get it done. At an hour left to go, I was getting a little bit panicky because I still had pretty much everything to go. It's great to be here, it's great to see the guys, and it's great to be doing challenges again, but I mean, I'm just stressing out a little bit. I was completely unused to the pressure that was going on. I just suddenly really started to feel it.
Tell me what's wrong.
Fine, no.
Okay.
Do it, get on with this. I'm behind. I just have to work hard to catch up again.
Everybody, 45 minutes.
Yes, chef!
We have 45 minutes left to go. I don't know where I'm at. I'm in a complete mess. I've got about 5 different processes going on. I'd like to think I'm going to get it done, but I'm seriously, I'm just winging it at the moment.
We've got about 45 minutes, and I think I'm going to need about 45 minutes.
Lama Island is a fishing village, and some of the freshest seafood is caught and then cooked on this island.
You have 1 hour to replicate Chef Chan's rainbow fish dish. Now, don't forget, you're competing against this man, Lucas Parsons. Let's go. Let's cook like you mean this thing and you want to win this thing. Let's go. You've got 1 hour.
Off we go again. Grab the fish, try to pick it up, and it's twice as slimy as what I thought it would be. I can't even pick the fish up, let alone get it on the bench. You don't. Oh, how's the spikes?
Calm down, calm down.
It was mayhem. I looked around me and there was a few people having trouble.
So it's an hour to catch the fish and then how long to cook?
It's in a tub this big, like, I should be able to catch it. But the poor fish is quite determined not to be caught.
I got a feisty one.
And he gets away from me quite a number of times.
I put my gloves on, finally grabbed hold of it and give it a good chop and stunned it straight away, so I got into it.
This is a big fish. He actually flips off the board and knocks all my ingredients onto the deck.
Please.
So I need to get a better grip on the fish and I need to just get down to business. I understand that every animal that we eat has been killed. I understand that there are people who do that job. I didn't expect the impact that it would have on me to do that job. Once I am able to hold on to him and do the deed, then I just really have to put that behind me and get on with the job that I'm here to do.
Well, Julie, Is that the first fish you've killed? Yep. Well, you should be very proud of yourself. You did a great job.
Somebody's got to kill it.
I know.
It had to be you, you know? Anything else you're concerned about?
No. I can cook. I can cook a fish stir fry.
Scaling and gutting the fish is never that pleasant. It's probably the dirty part of this dish.
You know, it was tough, but I just think I just cringed and just got on with it.
I've got this huge unwieldy meat cleaver and I start to fillet the fish, and all the lessons from the masterclass that we went to just seem to come to the fore in my head, and they work. Lo and behold, after a minute, I've got the fillet off one side of this fish and I flip it over and I do the other side and they've come off beautifully, and I'm like, I've never done that before, yes.
Cutting the fish up and then keeping the skeleton intact while it's being steamed is really important for the presentation.
So Julie put a fish in the steamer and then literally a minute later I followed. I've got to put it in for about 10, 12 minutes, so I'm right on time.
Okay, so that was the first one. I'm the last person to put the fish in the steamer. That was a little bit tricky because there were 4 steamers on top of each other. It was really hot. And, you know, I start to panic at this stage because I think that everyone else is in front of me. It's a race now. It's a fast race.
Here we are on a pontoon in the middle of Lama Bay in Hong Kong, and we're under the pump.
The fish took way too much time. I need to really get my act together and start doing things really fast. And it's a race now. It's a fast race.
You got 30 minutes to go. So you need to pick up the pace. You know, the eyes are popped, the cheeks are cooked. It's all nice and clear, doesn't it?
The fish takes about 10 minutes in the steamer. Lucas's was on top, so I took it out just after Lucas, so I knew that mine would be fine.
Justine?
Yes.
I think this is the most stressed I've seen you, actually. How are you going?
I think I've only got like half an hour to get everything done, so I'm chopping my fish.
How do you think you're going in amongst the pack, the other 4?
I'm not sure. I have no idea where they're up to.
Lucas, fish is steamed.
Fish is
Your
steamed.
fillets are cut and portioned. Do you think you're going to win?
Do I think I'm going to win? I think I've got a very good chance for this because I understand the flavours very well.
The vegetables had to be chopped really well and all relatively the same size.
And then there's a garnish which is made of shallot with a chilli ring around the middle, and it's got to be sliced, and again with a meat cleaver. It's really difficult to slice it very delicately and put it into ice water so it curls up like a flower.
You got 15 minutes to go. That's 15 minutes for your opportunity to get through to the last week of MasterChef Australia. And don't forget, you have to beat Lucas.
15 minutes to go. I season my fish with some corn flour and some salt, a little bit of oil. You know, I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
Gary, Lucas is the one to beat. How do you think he's going?
Look, I think he's doing really well. He's ahead, he's confident, he loves his Asian flavours, and I think he's doing a great job.
Julie looked really scared when she killed that fish. You know, I actually feel a little bit sorry for her. But hey, you know what? You want to be a chef? You need to understand where your produce comes from.
But you know what? She's picked herself up. She's doing all right.
And you know, her fish actually looks really, really beautiful the way it should be. Justine, Gary, what do you reckon?
She's really, really stressed. She's lost her way. She needs to just take stock of what's going on and then have another go. And I don't know if she's going to be able to make it in time.
The fish, it's cooked twice, a little bit in hot oil and then a little bit of a sautéing at the end.
A critical component of the dish is the sauce. It's made of corn flour and Shaoxing wine, sesame oil, salt and sugar, and goes in when you are stir-frying everything together at the end.
Guys, you should be plating up. You've got less than 3 minutes to go.
Last minute in challenge is always chaos, and it's always important to get the presentation right.
Making sure you've got the dragon-like fish in the middle, get your vegetables and all your fish and plate them up nice and neatly, you know, and make it look beautiful.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Step away from your plates. Your job is done.
I'm happy with the way it tastes, and I'm very, very happy with the way it looks. So
maybe I'm in with a chance today.
I felt comfortable even up to the last minute. I knew I could get on the plate in time. You know, I was pretty confident in what I was doing all day.
At this stage, I haven't looked at everyone's dish, so I don't know where I sit in the pack. Hopefully the judges will like it.
Everybody, 45 minutes.
The three pastries that we have to make are a key lime meringue pie, a lavender creme brulee, and a chocolate millefeuille.
Where's my plate gone?
It's pretty much chaos in the kitchen. We're all doing different things. Sam's ahead of both Chris and I.
Creme brulee's going to the oven.
Next thing I'm working on is the creme brulee. And basically I'm making a custard mixture. So all the wet ingredients in and the lavender and just whisking that till it gets a bit of consistency to it.
I've just got to bring it up to the boil. Then I've got to sieve it through into some egg yolks, get it into the moulds and get that into the oven.
I think I'm catching up slowly, so I'm going to be okay.
I've got to beat Julia today to get that get out of jail free card and go last week. It'd be brilliant.
I'm happy with my progress at this stage. I get my pastry shells. They're beautiful and golden and representing what a pastry cake should, so I'm pleased with those.
Okay, on the plate?
Yes. They take care, very hot.
Ooh, they are hot.
I saw them.
You're right.
You see, easy.
Of course.
Well, very cold, yeah. See?
Yeah,
very hot. You can see.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Right. You get half an hour. 5 o'clock, I want to see these pastries.
I'd like to think I'm going to be able to plate up for Matt in half an hour, but I don't want to sound like I'm that confident at this stage because I don't know.
Good.
The chocolate sheet for the chocolate millefeuille. I melt some chocolate down for that, spread it on a sheet of baking paper, put it in a deep freeze for about 3 to 5 minutes.
Do we just spoon that in?
Yep.
I'm mucking around with my key lime tart. I spooned in the filling, but it's not set up as well as it needs to be. It needs to be in the fridge longer. We don't have time.
Are you filling them 3/4, Sammy? Or?
Yeah, three quarters.
And then it's just adding the meringue on top and then blow torching it to give that beautiful brown caramelised finish on top.
Interesting way to do it, Sam.
I start piping the Italian meringue.
This is just not working.
Certainly isn't.
It's just sinking to the bottom and it looks like a bloody iceberg that's tipping over in this pastry shell. It's a bit of a mess.
I've just taken my creme brulees out of the freezer and got sugar on top of them.
What the do you do to turn this on?
Get the blowtorch, which I love to play with.
Basically means burning sugar.
I don't want to burn it. I just want it to be a nice thin, crisp layer rather than, that.
Time's running out. I still have way too much to do. I'm trying to get these millefeuilles done.
My chocolate is just not set. It just needs to be in the fridge for a bit longer.
I'm trying to slice beautiful symmetrical squares out of this sheet of chocolate. It's going to look like a chocolate puddle rather than a chocolate millefeuille.
I started cutting and it was good. It was nice and thin. I'd managed to spread it perfect thinness, so it's set.
5 minutes.
Yes, chef. I've got 5 minutes to go. I've got to do everything except those basket cases.
I'm in control. I'm just finishing off the final presentations of my dishes. I'm starting to think that I've got it together.
Mine's screwed.
God, they look awful. Anyway, they'll do.
Didn't realise I was so behind.
Not perfect, that's for sure, but
Right, time's up.
My chocolate has not set. It's too thick. It's like bloody fudge.
Not happy. Done.
All of us have got 15 pastries out, some better than others.
Yours is so good.
I'm actually really happy with what I've presented.
Hopefully I've done enough to earn myself a spot against the professional chef.
We finished our cooking and we're ready to take them to be judged by Sarah and Matt.
Sarah's the sort of person who you could picture being at a high tea service. She's a classy lass, and I think it's important that Chris, Julia and I put up a service that we'd be happy to serve to Sarah and her girlfriends.
Taking my dish into Matt and Sarah, I'm actually fairly confident, so it doesn't feel that bad.
Julia, how did you go in the kitchen?
I did all right in the end, under the circumstances. I'm fairly happy with what I've produced, yeah.
Right, well, let's taste the lavender creme brulee first.
That's really lovely. It's really delicate, so really nice balance.
Right, let's taste the key lime meringue pie. You know, the pastry is beautifully short. The meringue is light. However, as you can see from the filling, it's running out.
It was a little bit runny. That's because I didn't have enough time in the fridge to set it.
I wouldn't want to risk wearing that down my face and having to eat it with a spoon. So let's it down a little, but that pastry's really lovely.
So, the chocolate and raspberry millefeuille. A wonderful burst of raspberry flavour from the mousse, and that beautiful, super ripe raspberry on top, and that nice layer of chocolate. That's exactly what you delivered, a chocolate and raspberry flavour bomb, which would be one of the highlights of any high tea. Thank you very much indeed, Julia.
Thank you. Walking away from the tasting table, knowing I've got nothing else that I can do, it's a little bit nerve-wracking because I really do want to win this, just to show that I deserve to be where I am.
Sam, how'd you go in this challenge?
I really enjoyed it. It's a lot harder than what it looks like when it's first on the plate.
It certainly looks pretty.
Well, let's see how Sam's done with his creme brulee first. The key lime tart. Two words, nailed it. Really good.
Wow.
Great lime flavour, really, really good pastry.
Thank you.
Absolutely delicious.
Thank you, Matt.
I nailed it. Ecstatic. I've redeemed myself from the previous challenge where I cooked the lime tart at the wedding.
This, I believe, is probably your nemesis, the chocolate and raspberry millefeuille. Sarah, try and pick one up.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a good crack. You're in luck. For some reason, that leaning Tower of Pisa is held together. I pretty much can only taste chocolate there, and then the fresh raspberry. I think you needed a lot more of that raspberry mousse.
Sure.
Presentation, I'd give that about a 2 out of 10.
I'd agree with you. I think a 2 is generous.
Sam, with a tower of pastries like that, really, 2 out of 3 is not bad. So congratulations on those, and congratulations also for putting to bed that demon you have about pastry.
Thank you.
Well done.
I've probably done enough with 2 out of the 3 pastries. I'm not overly confident, but I'm not disappointed at all.
I walk in with my high tea dishes. I'm a little embarrassed, to be honest, because the millefeuilles just are a mess.
How'd you go, Chris?
Oh, look, it was fun. I enjoyed the pressure, and I do enjoy doing fiddly things like that, so.
Are you happy with the result?
Considering the restraints, yeah.
Let's see how close to perfection you came, Chris. We'll taste the creme brulee first.
That's definitely the best brulee. Getting that crunch, I think, must have been difficult because you were the only one to actually pull that off.
They praise my creme brulee really highly because I'm the third person to go in, and they said it's the best one out of all 3, which is a good start.
To Chris's key lime tart. Where did the marshmallow go? What's happened?
Had a bit of an iceberg moment.
The marshmallow has basically invaded where the lime cream should be, and what we have is a kind of a large, thick dollop of marshmallow and not much lime flavour. So, onto the chocolate and raspberry millefeuille. Chris, if you could leave us, we now will deliberate on our decision.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I'm wanting to win this pretty badly because I'd love the opportunity to get to challenge a chef and get through to the final week. I would really like to beat Julia in this one, just so I could give myself a bit of confidence in the fact that if I meet her in the final week, that I am able to beat her.
So today you cooked some incredibly intricate pastries as part of a high tea service. We've now tasted your efforts and we've decided on a winner. Chris and Sam, if either of you win, you get to compete in tomorrow's Celebrity Chef Challenge. However, if Julia wins today, neither of you will be competing in tomorrow's challenge. And Julia, they'll miss out on the chance of a guaranteed spot to join you at the finals. Matt, can you please reveal the winner for today?
Well, you've actually made this very hard for us because, Chris, yours was the best creme brulee. Sam, your key lime tart was fantastic. Julia, you nailed the millefeuille. The issue with this challenge, though, is it isn't just about what eats well. It's also about how it presents and the consistency across all 5 pieces of what you've cooked. And on that basis, we've made the decision on who the winner is today. Chris, unfortunately, you haven't beaten Julia, but good job. Sam and Julia, one of you is the winner today. Sam, I can tell you, it's not you. Julia, you've won today's challenge.
Well done, darling.
Yay!
It's fantastic to see you come back, Julia, and to see that you've learnt so much about consistency and also about the beauty of plating and the delicacy of plating. Congratulations on that. You're going to be a very tough act to beat when we come to the final week. But also, I think you've seen how far these guys have come in their ability and quite how battle-hardened they are. Come the final week, if these guys are still there, they will give you a run for your money.
Thanks, Julia, for joining us today. Thank you, everyone, for today's effort.
Thank you, guys.
I just feel great. I was just like, oh, yay. Because I came to Hong Kong to beat them in this challenge and I succeeded. So, yeah, I kicked their asses.
What a day it's been. The sun's going down and it's time for the judges to taste our dishes.
So it's time for me to take my plate up. I'm feeling confident. I really feel I've nailed the flavours.
How did you think you went?
I went all right.
You happy with the taste?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think you've won?
I certainly think the flavours are there.
We'll taste and find out, Lucas. I think you've done a good job. I like the flavour. Vegetables are still crunchy. They're sweet. Presentation-wise, though, it's not as colourful, it's not as bright, it's not as vibrant, I think, as I expected.
Lucas, that's a beautiful dish. They've got a lot of hard work to meet that benchmark. Well done.
Just before we started to bring our plates up to the judges, it just poured down rain. And we're thinking, is this a sign?
I'm always really nervous before the judges taste my food.
Nice presentation. Not as good as it could be, but it still looks like a beautiful dragon reared up in anger. Good flavours, and the fish really well cooked. If there's anything you could have done better, it's just keeping that skin intact. So, good job.
My turn for me to go up to the judges, and I was a little bit nervous. Like every challenge you do, you're always scared to hear bad comments.
The fish tastes quite fresh, but it does look a little bit messy. But you know what? Overall, you did a really good job. Well done.
This challenge is all going to come down to the flavour, not just the presentation. I'm not sure if Lucas's flavours are better than my flavours or vice versa.
First of all, Julie, that presentation is absolutely spot on. It looks absolutely beautiful. In terms of flavour, really strong ginger and garlic flavour. Complements the fish beautifully. Pretty good job.
Thank you.
We're standing in front of Gary and George. It's very nerve-wracking. We're waiting for their decision.
For me, it's all pride today.
Lucas is an Asian food specialist. I'm not sure if I've done what it takes to beat him today.
Justine, you did a great job, so congratulations. However, your presentation wasn't as good as it could be. And in terms of your flavour, maybe a little bit more soy, maybe a little bit more ginger, and it would have been an absolutely beautiful dish. So you haven't beaten Lucas. Andre, the dish was good. What we missed, though, was that little bit of presentation where all the skin was intact on the head. So in this challenge, you haven't beaten Lucas. Julie, my goodness, your presentation was on the nose. Well done. The ginger, the garlic, the soy, all of those basic Cantonese flavours that dish had to represent were there. Julie, George and I have decided that on this occasion, you have indeed beaten Lucas. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Lucas, you do know your Asian food. That dish was lovely, but I think presentation just lacked. Yours wasn't prancing down the catwalk, but not a bad job at all. Well done.
So, Julie, you have won the opportunity to cook against one of Hong Kong's finest chefs.
Wow.
If you win against that chef, then you have earned your place in the final week of this MasterChef competition.
Wow.
Lucas, thank you for joining us, and let's all get back to the mainland.
Julia, Sam and I are sitting around in the penthouse waiting for the other guys to come home. It's interesting that Julia's with us, which probably means Lucas is back as well with the other group. It's great to see Lucas, but my God, they're all bright red, so they've obviously been out in the Hong Kong heat.
Who won? Julie.
Who won it if you won?
Julia.
So we're talking about the fact that I beat Lucas and I'm meeting the celebrity chef, but neither of them managed to beat Julia, so it looks like I'm the only one going up against the celebrity chef.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Hong Kong. Happy days.
Julia and I have to go.
Right.
We'll see some of you guys in the final.
Cheers, Julie.
Can't wait to see who it is.
It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be in the final week. These guys are all great cooks. Anyone could be there. The good thing is Julia and I are there.
See you guys. See you guys.
Hong Kong's been amazing. The challenge was fantastic. In the finals, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do my absolute best and beat them all.
I think we all feel incredibly lucky. Getting to do this has changed our lives already. No matter what happens moving forward, this is pretty special.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
The heart of Hong Kong beats to two things, food and racing.
Julie goes head-to-head with celebrity chef Donovan Cook.
Make the challenge a little fairer. You'll be cooking against Donovan's top pupil.
At $450, it's the most expensive signature dish ever.
And I am up to my ears in ingredients and processes.
Will the pressure finally push Julie to breaking point?
You want to be a professional chef? It's not easy. It's not.
I've had babies.
And later this week, two teams fight for their lives in the epic Hong Kong Super Challenge.
We're sending you out, down there into the Dragon's Den. Your time starts now!
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This week is all about opening your eyes to a new culinary world.
Two teams faced off against some old acquaintances.
It's my job basically to keep them out of the finals.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but also very competitive.
Tonight, Julie has the chance to fast track to the final week of the competition.
The heart of Hong Kong beats to two things, food and racing.
Standing in her way, a celebrity chef, Donovan Cook, and his Top Gun apprentice.
He's probably one of the best cooks I've ever had in my life.
Will the pressure finally prove too much for Julie?
I am up to my ears in ingredients and processes.
Let's start to move the pace up a little bit, Julia. You want to be a professional chef? It's not easy. It's not.
Celebrity Chef Day. I get to cook off against a celebrity chef because I won the challenge at Llama Island yesterday. There's 12,000 restaurants in Hong Kong and I probably can't name the head chef of any of them. So I arrive at the Happy Valley Racecourse. There's a racetrack and then skyscrapers and then mountains. It's really a stunning looking place. There in the heart of the racecourse is the Hong Kong Jockey Club. I've actually heard of the Hong Kong Jockey Club. It's very exclusive and when I see it there, my heart goes pitter-patter.
Julie, congratulations. I've got to say, it's absolutely wonderful to have you standing there finally.
Thank you.
Yesterday, you tackled one of the most traditional of Hong Kong cuisines. You prepared and cooked the perfect groper at the Llama Fisherfolk Village.
It's well done. You have won the opportunity to cook against one of Hong Kong's finest chefs.
Woo.
If you win against that chef, then you have earned your place in the final week of this MasterChef competition. Julie, you keeping your nerves under control?
It's all up here.
I need to introduce you to two of Hong Kong's finest chefs. Donovan Cook and his star pupil, Tan Kim Pak.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
My name is Donovan Cook. I'm chef de cuisine of the Derby restaurant at the Hong Kong Jockey Club, Happy Valley Clubhouse. Service! I love the food culture in Hong Kong. My kitchen's like a boot camp. 8 pork. There's one guy in charge and one voice in the service, my voice. It's either my way or the highway.
My name is Tan Kim Pak. I like the BC kitchen.
Pak is a model student. He listens, he follows recipes, follows everything I say. He's probably one of the best cooks I've ever had in my life.
So, Donovan Cook is the executive chef of one of the most exclusive restaurants in Hong Kong. His protege, Tan Kim Pak, has worked for Donovan for 4 years.
Wow.
Julie, to make the challenge a little fairer, because we think that maybe cooking against Donovan might be a bit of a big ask, you'll be cooking against Pak. So, Donovan, tell us what dish that Julie will be cooking today.
We'll be doing a slow-cooked breast pigeon stuffed with truffles, wild mushroom tortellinis, celeriac essence, and jus gras.
Great.
Okay, haven't tried pigeon before, certainly haven't cooked with it. Haven't cooked with truffles before. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
It's not a stir-fry, Julie. It's going to be a modern interpretation of what we know is a very classic French dish.
So this is a huge privilege to cook this dish, and it's a huge privilege to be able to taste it when it's finished for us.
Julie, don't forget what you achieved yesterday. That fish was flapping on your board and you still managed to do it. Through all those tears for heroes, you did it. Well done.
Thank you.
Julie, you know the spiel. The judges will not be in the kitchen while you cook, so they won't know who made what dish. The judges are now going to head off and enjoy the races and await their dinner. You'll now get to see and taste the dish that both you and Pat will be cooking.
Ready?
Yep. Wow. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's basically showcasing not only the butchery of the pigeon and stuffing the truffles in the breast, but cooking it at the right temperature, resting it. And then also you got a second way of cooking the leg, which is a different style. Then you got the tortellinis, which again is extremely difficult to make. If you don't make them properly, they explode. And then the sauce, if you over caramelize the bones, they taste bad. Cost you about $150 to put it on the plate. So then they'd probably sell it for about $450 Australian.
450 Australian dollars. Wow, these people must be rich.
Pure indulgence.
It's still really quite pink inside, isn't it? That's so exotic. It's like nothing I've ever put in my mouth before.
Finally, here's your recipe.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks, Sarah.
Walking into the kitchen is a bit of a daunting experience. I certainly don't want to embarrass myself. I don't want to embarrass the judges. I just want to do them proud.
Okay. First of all, you have 2 pigeons. One is French, one is not. This one is for the sauce.
Having never handled pigeon before, it's, you know, I guess it's a little bit confronting for it to still have its head and its feet.
Truffles, brandy, Madeira, button mushroom.
I do get nervous just because there's so much to do, but I'm trying to channel that energy in a good way rather than falling apart.
Pasta dough. You've got 90 minutes to cook this dish, 15 minutes head start on pack. Your time starts now. Yellow one here. That way you can...
I won the right to cook off against a celebrity chef, and here I am in the kitchen of the Hong Kong Jockey Club with Donovan Cook as my coach, going up against his 4th-year apprentice, making a $450 pigeon and truffle dish, and I am up to my ears in ingredients and processes.
Your first job will be the pigeon.
Donovan is there to coach me. He's not allowed to cook for me or do it for me. And the first job I have to do is to butcher the little pigeon.
Okay, pull the head.
Got to remove its head and its feet and then disjoint it according to his directions.
Straight down. In there. You don't want that. Watch yourself.
The trickiest part is actually getting my fingers in between the breast and the skin for the stuffing of the truffles.
This is important. You don't get any holes in the skin, okay? Rubber fingers like that. Yep. And then you're going to pull the skin over like that, and you're going to put your fingers in between the skin and the flesh. But be careful. There you go.
The skin is paper thin, and if it tears, the dish is basically ruined.
Oh, slippery.
Yeah, and spread. Spread.
I can't.
You can. You're in. That's enough. Enough. Okie dokie. Pack. You cannot lose. Go get your stuff.
Yeah, I need to win. Otherwise, he will kill me. Donovan.
After 15 minutes, all I've managed to do is prep the pigeon, and Pack's ready to start, and boy, does he come out of the gates bolting. I can hear him going like a machine behind me. There's no way I'm going to turn around and see what he's up to.
I'm just slicing the truffles. They've got to be quite thinly sliced.
I'm scared that I'm going to ruin this incredible ingredient, which is worth about $3,000 a kilo.
This is important. I've got to make it look really neat and tidy. Otherwise, the judges will point at it and go, Julie's.
I put a tablespoon each of brandy, of Madeira and port, and then it's vacuum packed so that it'll seal and keep all those flavours and all the juices locked in. The legs of the little breast pigeon have got to be cooked confit, which means a really low heat, completely submerged in duck fat. It's like, you know, everybody likes the chicken drumstick. Well, this is the pigeon drumstick.
Boom. Then leg off, and then bang, bang.
The second pigeon has to be chopped up to make the sauce.
Off, head off. There you go. There you go.
Pack's done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pigeons, so I'd expect him to be pretty fast at doing that.
Sweat, 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 lid.
I was calling out commands because basically when you're in that pressurised environment, you only need short but quite loud and to the point things. You don't want to have a conversation about it, you want the job done.
You need 5 pieces. Butter in the medium-sized one, pigeon bones in the big one, yeah? Let's go. Let's start to move the pace up a little bit. Pack.
I think I have enough time, but sometimes under pressure.
Pack at this stage is well on the money to finish because he's now gone into a different speed, the fear speed.
At this point, I've still got to fill and create my tortellini shapes. I've still got to strain my sauce, and I've still got to plate up.
Right, this is critical. So what are you going to do? Spoon in the middle.
That much?
Yeah. Take a fingerful of water. All the way around, as close as you possibly can.
If you overfill them or if you leave air inside the little pasta pockets, they can explode in the water and just be a mushy mess and not nice little tortellini that you need for this dish. I noticed that it's become very calm behind me. There's not a whole lot of activity going on, and I realise that Pat's well and truly finished.
I'm ready to plate.
Whereas I have to draw together everything, and yeah, I don't have a lot of time left to do it in.
I'll put it on number 2. Gentlemen, Mr. Kurt Schwartz, Head of Hospitality Services here at the Hong Kong Jockey Club. How many people are here this evening?
About 17,000.
And how much moolah is going over the table?
About 720 million Hong Kong dollars.
Your shout.
Yeah, OK, but first, let's go and eat.
Okay,
yep, let's
fantastic.
do it. Off we go.
Pack looks relaxed. Julie looks a bit nervous.
My little chicken legs seem to be going a bit fast.
The next time I look at my confit legs, they are deep frying.
No need to recook that pigeon leg. You haven't got time, so don't worry about it, yeah? Season and on the plate first. Remember I showed you?
Yep.
Thick, thin, thick, thin.
My plate's finished.
With about 3 minutes to go, I have to slice the pigeon perfectly on an angle, place it around the plate.
Let's go, Julie. Got 1 minute left, love. Come on.
My hands are shaking.
I've put my tortellini around the outside, scatter truffle battens over it.
Ow!
It's not hot.
Oh, God, they look terrible.
Yeah.
Crispy, crunchy drumsticks to go in the middle and pour on the sauce.
Go. And that's it. Let's go. Finished. Time's up, Julie. How was that? Easy, eh?
Piece of cake.
So, what do you think?
Didn't even taste this. That's terrible.
You did very well. Very well indeed.
I can't believe I've just cooked pigeon and truffles. You know, the celeriac and the tortellini and the sauce, they all taste nice, even if they don't look fantastic. To be coached by this gentleman here is something I won't ever forget.
You want to be a professional chef, it's not bed of roses. It's not easy. It's not. So, Julie, you'll be plate number 1.
OK.
Which means, Pack, you'll be plate number 2.
Kurt Schwartz, what would you be looking for in this dish?
We'll be definitely look at the overall presentation, then also the flavor.
Well, I think we're ready for the tasting, so let's bring in plate 1.
What do you think, George?
Well, I'm mesmerised. The fragrance is absolutely amazing.
Great looking dish, smells fantastic. Query about how the legs have been cooked. They look kind of crusty and crunchy, and I'd like to see a bit more intensity in the colour of that gravy.
Lots of truffle, black diamonds. But yeah, the tortellini are a little uneven.
$50. $100.
$100. Ooh, you can certainly smell the heady, earthy flavour of those truffles, that's for sure. That pigeon has to be the most tender pigeon that I've had in a long, long time. Succulent and sweet. It's a beautiful dish.
I'm lost for words in many ways. It's just delicious. Look, the jus gras, as much as there's some good flavour there, there's a bit too much sediment. But overall, Bill Donovan would be very pleased with this dish.
Supple, succulent pigeon, loaded with that flavour of truffle. On the downside, there's an old saying in France that a confit leg should be so tender that you should be able to pick up a piece of hay and pierce it. And this one, sadly, you'd need, I think, probably a pick. It's got crunch where there should be tenderness.
breast, excellent. Juicy, tender, I think cooked to perfection. But with the confit, definitely there needs some improvement.
I think it's time to taste plate number 2. Thank you.
Wow, what a wonderfully generous-looking dish. Beautifully turned tortellini, fantastic colour on those legs, but that's an impeccable-looking dish.
It's hard not to be impressed by that lovely, Perugadine sauce, that Madeira jus gras. The confit legs are cooked beautifully. Really like the dish. Lovely.
I mean, this is a chef's dish. The breast is lovely, it's succulent. It's line ball, I think, with dish 1. Perfect amount of truffle, great tortellinis, they're plump, they're standing up, they're saying hello to me, and the sauce is quite beautiful.
Wonderful combination of that pigeon gravy working together with that soft, creamy celeriac puree. The only other criticism, if I was sitting in a restaurant eating this, is why am I sharing this dish with the other 3 people at the table? And why isn't this my dish and could you all go away? That's my only criticism.
Excellent. I think we'll be able to serve that dish to our members.
We've tasted 2 very, very good dishes indeed, but I think it's now time that we go and reveal our scores. Let's go.
Well, Julie and Pac, you've just prepared a slow-cooked pigeon with black truffles and a celeriac puree. Julie, this was a pretty big effort on your part. Are you proud of yourself?
It's been an amazing day. Donovan's an incredible coach. It's been tremendous.
Pac, is it important for you to win today?
Yes.
The nervous look over to the boss.
Yes.
The judges have now tasted both your efforts and given them a score out of 10 without having any idea who cooked what dish. The highest total will win. Judges, I can now reveal plate 1 was Julie's.
Julie, I gave you 7 out of 10.
Thank you very much.
I think with a little bit more training, you definitely will be up to our level. Congratulations. Very well done.
I gave Julie's dish a 7 out of 10. You've done an absolutely brilliant job. You should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you, George.
Julie, I scored your dish 7 out of 10.
Thank you.
You know, when the plate hit the table, the confit legs were like little crispy pork scratchings. And you know what? You're forgiven. The pigeon breast was cooked absolutely perfectly. It was spot on. You did a fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
8 out of 10.
And he's the food critic.
Julie, you are a marvel. To come from cooking lamb and mash at home and be here at the Hong Kong Jockey Club, cooking breast of pigeon, beautifully interleaved with Perigord truffle. That was amazing.
Yep.
Really well done.
I had a great coach.
That's a score of 29 out of 40.
Thank you.
Well done. Now, plate 2 obviously belonged to Pac. Kurt, what did you score plate 2?
Pac, I scored you 9 out of 10. Was very impressed. Thank you.
Pac, I scored your dish 8 out of 10. You didn't give us enough truffle. But a beautiful dish. Well done.
I scored your dish 9 out of 10. The pigeon was cooked perfectly. Donovan must be very proud of you, and rightly so.
Pac, that's a score so far of 26. Julie, if Pac scores 4 or more, he will have won this challenge. Matt.
Ten out of 10.
Ah, well done. That doesn't happen very often.
Impeccable dish. Although Donovan refers to you as this great gun cook, you're not so in awe of him that you didn't change the plating style. Slightly more home style, slightly more generous. So on that basis, I gave you an extra point, and I think that was really impressive and a brave thing to do. So congratulations.
Thank you. At the beginning, I'm very, very nervous. And I need to say thank you, Donovan. It teaches me a lot.
Donovan, what are your thoughts on the results today?
For an hour and a half an hour training with me, very, very good. Keep it up. You'll do very well in this competition.
Thank you.
Kurt, thank you so much for being on our panel of judges. Donovan, for teaching Julie, thank you so much. And of course, Pac, for being a fantastic combatant and feeding us an absolutely beautiful dish. Julie, I'm glad you've got a big smile on your face.
Yep.
But don't forget, tomorrow's another day, and the best is yet to come.
Excellent. Bring it on.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia, it's a 90-minute special.
Whoever wins this challenge can rest assured that they'll be safe in this competition for a little longer.
The mystery box is given an Asian twist.
This is a mystery bamboo steamer challenge.
At stake for the winner, the chance to avoid our biggest ever challenge.
If you knew what you're about to face, you would be praying that you have won this challenge.
As two teams are let loose to fight for their lives in the epic Hong Kong Super Challenge.
We're sending you out, down there into the dragon's den. Your time starts now!